Right, and we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for today's Rugby World Cup daily news show. Apologies for being a bit late. We're supposed to be live about an hour ago, but unfortunately, a couple of things on our side we had to change and sort of adapt to. As a result, we are a little bit late, but we will still be bringing you all the rugby news from the World Cup as we sit there and we build up for what is going to be a very exciting match tomorrow evening. France versus New Zealand, the opening game, and it's going to be a big clash. We've got a team announcement from Scotland, which will happen tomorrow. Quite a lot of team announcements happening today. Johnny Sexton is back, by the way. He has been named for Ireland tomorrow, and that'll be interesting to see exactly how he goes this weekend. First game back since the Six Nations this year. So quite a lot to talk about over the next sort of 25 to 30 minutes in our rugby news show. If you have any questions, get them into the comments as well. And I'm trying to think of a poll. So if you've got any ideas for a good poll to put in the comments, please let me know. But yeah, lots to talk about over the next sort of 20-25 minutes. There's a couple of announcements coming up on the channel as well, by the way, which should be quite exciting. So yeah, make sure you do smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. We've got our official Super Brew poll or league going, which has got well over 100 people already. We've launched our fantasy league, which we're going to put in the description now and try and get people onto that as well. So lots and lots of exciting things to announce. But basically, over the next sort of 20-25 minutes, we're talking about World Rugby Spygate. We're going to be talking a little bit about Johnny Sexton. We're going to be talking about some of the teams that have been announced, as well as some of the sort of the general news. We're talking a little bit about Rassie Erasmus, who has decided to go and create a little bit of, I wouldn't say controversy, but a bit of mind games already happening from the Springbok director of rugby, who has unfollowed every single person on his personal Twitter except for one account, and we'll talk about that a little bit as well. So quite a lot to get through in the next 20-25 minutes. If you are new to the channel, we are past the 39,000 subscriber mark, so thank you to all those who did help us get past there yesterday. If you are new to the channel, smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel. This news show will happen every single day, and so much to talk about. And this is before the World Cup starts, let alone once it does officially start, and then we are really into the thick of things. So what I want to start with is I want to talk about the Spygate, in inverted commas. There is apparently a big World Rugby or World Cup Spygate which is happening, and an interesting story. We saw this back in the last World Cup, so this is not something new, but an interesting aspect to add. And the big thing is, and what makes it so interesting is how little details there are about it. So this is a story that came out initially on Thursday, on Tuesday, and also sort of as a bit of an update on it yesterday after the All Blacks were asked about it. But the Telegraph in the UK wrote a story, and the headline was "Rugby World Cup plunged into spy row after team expressed fears." It was an exclusive to the Telegraph. And what the Telegraph said is that a leading Tier 1 nation is understood to have asked World Rugby for clarifications about sanctions for any team found spying, and that at any advantage for some tactics could prove decisive in what is expected to be the most competitive World Cup since 1987, apparently. So basically, Telegraph Sport are saying that they understand that there is a belief that training sessions have been spied on by international teams in recent years. So that is completely separate from a specific event in recent years. Sources close to the Lions back in 2021 say that there were major concerns that their training had been observed by South Africa during the 2021 tour, and use of espionage, well, the big words out here, espionage, to gain an advantage in Test rugby has been an ongoing concern and a bone of contention. So in this particular instance, they are saying, or basically loosely saying, that apparently the Springboks were accused or thought of to be spying on the British and Irish Lions back in 2021. Eddie Jones raised similar concerns during the World Cup in Japan 4 years ago, saying that New Zealand may have been recording England's training sessions ahead of their semi-final in Yokohama. So Jones said that the England security team, including one of Prince Harry's former bodyguards, Japan as relevant, became aware of someone using a long lens camera to film their entire training station from the balcony of a nearby apartment overlooking their training pitch. As a result, he joked that England had sent a member of staff to spy on the All Blacks. Further to that, in Martin Bayfield, who's a former British and Irish lock, revealed that England had spied on an entire training session by Australia ahead of their quarterfinal in 1995 World Cup. Security at East Team venue has been described as extremely tight, including police officers guarding training venues and team hotels in what is thought to be a dry run ahead of the Olympic Games in Paris next year. They said that, this is still the Telegraph article, by the way, one said that the security provision included 6 police officers attached to the team with the same number of private security personnel also patrolling the team hotel. The concerns are that their presence is primarily to combat any terrorist threat and help with travel to and from training rather than monitoring any spying or cheating from both teams. This is a quote so one source said that it is important to know what the sanctions are if a team is caught spying, given what is on the line. Is it a points deduction or a fine? The stakes could not be higher. Apparently, World Rugby have been contacted and asked to comment, but they have declined to comment on the thing. So it says that the new regulations, which apply to the World Cup, said that teams are permitted 2 dedicated water carriers, for example, during the thing, neither of which can be director of rugby or head coach, and they must remain in the technical zone. Obviously, that's the whole water carriers thing. But basically, there's a big thing about potentially teams spying on each other to try and gain an advantage. Now, Ian Foster was asked about this situation yesterday, and he said, "Welcome to the World Cup." He said, "It wasn't us, but was anyone spying on us? No one knows who asked or who was spying, but the speculation is rife." So he says that there's a lot of pressure on people react different ways. It's an exciting time, and everyone's looking for an edge. So he then said that we are pretty confident. We've been training alone, but who knows? So they're saying they're not worried about spies. Some of us play golf. There's been a bit of cards, but just anything really, said Bowden Barrett, in terms of how they're sort of remaining off. But basically, there's no proof at this stage, or major proof, nor any sort of certainty regarding if there has been any sort of spying by team or who's been trying to spy and stuff. But that is the current accusation, that a tier 1 side reckon that they have been spied upon, and they are therefore sort of raising the alarm and trying to understand what the punishment would be if a team is if the team has in fact been spied on. So we wait and see, don't we? We wait and see. It's an interesting thing, isn't it? Because there's no doubt that if you can film training sessions, that you could find an advantage. You know, there's no doubt that teams are busy running patterns, that teams are looking at certain tactics to try and get an edge. You know, that's not up for debate, really. You know, teams will be doing that, obviously. And so if you know all of a sudden the Springboks are actually practicing a very much a running-based game and not a forward-dominant game, you can then prepare for that. But it's an interesting thing to try and control, because, you know, you're never going to be in a isolated space. There's always going to be areas around you. People have got drones. People have got long lenses. There are lots of different ways that people can try and find ways to try and watch on what's going on. So it's quite a difficult thing to really stop, isn't it? But it is an interesting thing. And I think the big thing that people are asking is that they're not sitting there saying we can't stop it. But what is the sanction if they do? You know, are teams going to be penalized? Are teams going to be deducted fines and stuff like that? What is the chat? So, yeah, so going to some of the comments. So, earlier, Monsieur Arteta saying is weak teams, weak individuals who spy. Play your own game and focus on your own World Cup. Leandro Reyes says, August TV worth of the wait. Thank you for waiting for the show. Michelle says, watching other teams practice is not going to make your game better. Just all noise again. Can't have a World Cup without drama. Albert reckons that I bet Ireland said French was spying, saying that a drone with a good zoom can easily spy. Maybe that's why the box requested permission to leave the team early. So it's an interesting thing. As I said, I don't think you'll ever be able to really stop it. If a team really wants to spy on another team, I don't think you'll be able to successfully stop it. I think there is far too much room for error, and there's far too much possibility and space to be able to get it done. The question I think people are now asking is, if it does happen and when it does happen and they get caught, what is the punishment? Are we talking about a points deduction? Are we talking about a monetary fine? And all of a sudden, you know, all of a sudden we need to talk about, as I said, I think some teams think that other teams are, and whether they're willing to then go to World Rugby and say, listen, as South Africa, we think Scotland are spying on us, we've got the proof. But I think a lot of people want to understand what would actually happen if they did that proof. What can you and can't you do in your build-up? Obviously, I don't think you can just go and throw up a drone and go watch the entire practice. So it's an interesting scenario, isn't it? And I think it's something that a lot of these teams are going to have to adapt to. Again, what's interesting is the fact that the core crux of the article and the conversations are not about if somebody is spying, but more that they are, and if they were to be caught doing it, what is the punishment? What will happen to the teams that are found guilty to have done so? So we wait and see, though. We have to wait and see on exactly what will happen. I don't want to talk too much about it because there's not a lot of information readily available about the concept. What I do want to talk about is Rassie Erasmus, who is apt to his usual games. I tell you what, we don't deserve Rassie. He is such a laugh. He is so dramatic at times, so loves the drama and always very contentious. So Rassie Erasmus has updated his Twitter. And I think that's a good way of saying it. Rassie Erasmus has updated his Twitter, and he's unfollowed absolutely every single person. The only person he is following is Scottish Rugby. He's got, like, I think it's 120,000 subscribers. I can check however many subscribers he has. But he's only following one person, and that is Scotland Rugby. He's done this before, by the way. As I said, he's got such a good sense of humor from. So yeah, he's got 136,000 subscribers. The last tweet he made was about the World Cup, but he's only currently following one person, and that is Scotland Rugby. He is the master of mind games. A lot of people talking about the fact that is why we announced our team yesterday, so that mind games and try and sort of make it seem as if we are. That we don't really care what Scotland do and try and get Scotland to focus on us rather than them. So whatever the reasons are, how much we talk about where the mind games are, where the mind games aren't, Rassie Erasmus is somebody who likes to just add a bit of spice, a little bit of extra things to any sort of proceedings. And he has decided to go and follow Scotland as his only follow account on his Twitter to just add a bit of something to it, which is good fun. I enjoy that. I think it's a good banter. But yeah, anyway, Albert was saying maybe that's why the box requested permission to release the team early with regards to the whole spying thing. I think that has more to do with the fact that we had those real big issues with leaks during the British and Irish Lions series where the team was coming out early. So he says, I wonder how the set plays and moves works at the international level, like how often the teams switch up their calls. Surely you can get all the info you need for just studying past games. I think you can get a lot of info, but obviously, for example, South Africa had the move in inverted commas that they used the last World Cup. And if that's never been used before, you can't prepare for what you've never seen. So there is always going to be one or two things that you might be holding back, for example. Albert saying, I don't trust the French or the English. Anthony, hopefully we sorted out the output volume. Michelle saying that how much you want to bet this will become an excuse if one of the top teams lose. Well, we'll wait and see, won't we? Maybe it's a valid excuse. Maybe it's not a valid excuse. But until something happens, and until there's proof that it did happen, it's all just speculation, isn't it? At the end of the day. Other news is that there are a couple of team announcements which have happened, and Johnny Sexton is back. And can we have a moment of silence for Romania, because the team that Scotland have named for this weekend is very, very strong. Let's talk about it, shall we? So this is the team that they have named for Romania on the weekend. It is Andrew Porter, Rob Herring, Tyke Furlong, Joe McCarthy, James Ryan, Tyke Byrne, Peter O'Mahony, Caelan Doris, Jamison Gibson Park, Johnny Sexton, James Lowe, Bundy Aki, Gary Ringrose, Keith Earls, Hugo Keenan. The replacements are Ronan Kelleher, Jeremy Lauman, Tom O'Toole, Ian Henderson, Josh van der Fleer, Conor Murray, Jack Crowley, Robbie Henshaw. I mean, that is an absolute mental 23. Interesting is that Johnny Sexton is the captain of the squad, and yet Caelan Doris has been named captain of the team for the weekend. But he's back. Johnny Sexton is back. And I saw a list yesterday, and it was a list of the top fly-halves in the world. And he was ranked on 8. But below Jalabert, below Libok, I sat there going, how can you have watched Johnny Sexton over the last 2 years and not consider him one of the top 4 best fly-halves in the world? And someone said, oh, he hasn't played any rugby over he's played 8 games in the last 12 months. He played 4 out of 5 Six Nations games this year. He won every single match he played in, by the way, scoring 35 points. He started last year when they beat the Box. He has been one of the top standout fly halves for a long time. And if you don't think he is, then I don't think you've been watching a lot. Whether you like him or you don't like him, he has been one of the top fly halves in the world for the last 2 years. He was, in fact, nominated for World Player of the Year last year. He's a top player. So if you don't, with regards to what you think about him, if you don't rate him, then you don't rate him at your own peril. But that is an absolute mental squad to be named. I mean, Josh van der Fleer, World Player of the Year, on the bench. You struggle to see where they get much stronger, to be honest. Yes, van der Fleer probably comes in for Tyke Byrne. He probably switches to number 4 lock and plays Joe McCarthy. I personally think Robbie Henshaw should be starting, and then Mac Hansen ahead of Keith Earls. That's the only way I think that this island side get any stronger. And it's still an incredibly strong island side. So, yeah, I think that they've gone full strength. They want to make sure they go out there, have a bit of a hit out, get the business done against Romania. I think they'll rotate again next weekend, and obviously then go full strength for the Box in 2 weeks' time. So, but it's an interesting side. It is a very interesting side. There's no doubt about it. Other team announcements is that we can look a little bit about the Italian team. We're going to look at the Australian team. So if you look at the Australian team, Taniela Tupou is set to make his 50th appearance for Australia. He has been named in the starting lineup, which is as follows. It is Angus Bell, David Parecki, Taniela Tupou, Richard Arnold, Will Skelton, Tom Hooper, Fraser McGrath, Rob Valentini. That is your pack. Then it is Tate McDermott, Carter Gordon, Marikai Korobetti, Samuel Karevi, Jordan Bataya, Mark Nawangani Tawase, Ben Donaldson at 15, which is an interesting call. And then off the bench, it is Matt Faisler, Blake Shup, Zane Nongo, Robert Liotta, Lange Geeson, Nick White, Lalakai Fiketti, and Suli Valivalu. It's a very inexperienced bench. Yeah, I mean, Brent Donaldson's never played at fullback in his career for Australia. This is literally his first ever international match. He's played 2 caps off the bench and mostly at fly half. I think he's come off at fullback, but mostly at fly half for 83 minutes total of the Test rugby he has played. It's an incredibly inexperienced side. Eddie Jones is just rolling the dice here, isn't he? Will Skelton is the captain. He'll be making his captaincy debut. And ironically, he made his captaincy debut in the last game at the same venue. He became the first lock to captain Australia in a Rugby World Cup since Dean Munn back in 2015. So it's a second game as captain, but yeah, a bit of a shock captain candidate, wasn't Will Skelton? I'm not sure it's the right decision, to be perfectly honest. Italy have also named their side. It is as follows. They are going to be playing against Namibia on Saturday. It is Daniela Pachetti, Giacomo Nicotera, Simone Ferrari, Dino Lam, Federico Razza, Sebastian Negri, Michelle Lamara, captain, Lorenzo Canoni, who I think is absolutely brilliant. Stephen Varney at number 9. Paulo Garbizzi at 10. Montana Ioane. Monty Ioane is back. Andrew Capuzzo is at 14, by the way, the World Breakthrough Player of the Year. Tommaso Allen is at 15. Your centre pairing for the Italians are Luca Marizzi and Jean Ignacio Brecht. Your replacements are Hammer Fiver, Ivan Nima, Marco Ricciani, David Sisi, Manuel Zuliano, Martin Pedrello, Paolo Odogwu, and Pierre Bruno. So those are the Italians that have been named to play against Namibia this weekend. Hopefully all the South Africans are really rooting for our, northern, slightly, still Southern African neighbours, but more north than we are. They're up against Italy this weekend. I think Italy should have a pretty straightforward time in going to beat them. But, we'll wait and see. Going to some of the comments over here. Albert says, fixtures are likable. Michelle says, if you want to have bragging rights and beating teams, you want to play against their full-strength sides. Saif says, Ireland is a phenomenal side, but the toughest run this tournament. Essentially, 2 more warm-up games for them, then knockout rugby, hard road to the title. How cool a surname like Ferrari is, and then he's a prop just to really... just to really sort of add a bit of irony to him that Simone Ferrari is in the front row. And at tight end as well. We were not generally your fastest players. But that's pretty much the news we've got so far for today. We will be live once again tomorrow for our new show, so please do come and join us then. If you are new to the channel, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven. And we are live. Good evening, everybody. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. After all these months, after many months of anticipation, of chat, of some shitty banter, lots of huge calls, huge debates, we are finally here. It is World Cup Eve. Tomorrow we are what? I mean, we are literally 26 hours away, 26 hours and 40 minutes to be very precise, from kickoff of the World Cup, and to speak about the entire World Cup, to get some bold predictions heading into the weekend. I am joined by Capman Chris. I'm joined by Wildman Wes, and really we need to find a catchy nickname for you. Yeah, I've got nothing, so I back on that one. I thought I had something. It was all working really well. We need to...
I couldn't even think of one either.
Yeah, thanks for the help. I was waiting for something to jump out. We'll have to go back.
I was waiting for Rudy to say something. Just,
gentlemen, how are we?
Yeah, good, Stevie. Thanks, man.
Yeah, all
good. Well, Steve. All
excited. We open our presents tomorrow. We open the presents tomorrow.
Can the World Cup just begin now, please, man?
Yeah, no, listen, to be fair, I've got so much to do before tomorrow night's game. I wouldn't mind if we actually sort of delayed it a day, but apart from that, we'll get ourselves sorted. Big game ahead, big weekend ahead. And as Brad he says in the comments, it's time to cook. Chris is going to be cooking up some bets. Finn Russell is hopefully not going to cook this weekend. Mike Liebach's going to cook this weekend, and hopefully we're going to see some. I want to see some big results. I want to see some upsets this weekend. I want to see some great World Cup moments. And basically what's going to happen over the next hours, we're going to look at some of the fixtures, some of the key fixtures. There's a good game every single day. Lots of different action throughout the weekend. We're going to do a couple of quick fire predictions, both for the weekend and maybe sort of the entire World Cup. Might even ask for the guys to give their winners of the entire World Cup. So we'll sort of see how that goes. But if you are new to the show, welcome. If you are new to the channel, welcome. We have recently gone past 39,000 subscribers. Hopefully going past the 40,000 subscriber mark tomorrow. That is the plan. So welcome to everybody who is new to the channel. Before we go any further, I'd like to give a big shout out to our sponsors, BOYLESPORTS, and a big shout out to them for helping powering the stream. They are one of the channel partners that we've got. If you do not already, go and get yourself a BOYLESPORTS account. And we are then going to get Chris to give us a couple of bets for the weekend. And we're going to put the money where the mouth is. A pretty good return on investment so far. So hopefully our money man keeps bringing home the bacon. But there's a couple of nice promotions this weekend for BOYLESPORTS. So go get yourself an account. We'll put the link in the description. Well, the link is in the description. We'll put it in the chat as well. so you can get yourself sorted ahead of the weekend and make sure that you are ready to go. Right, Rudy, I'm going to throw this down to you in the Eastern Cape. France versus New Zealand tomorrow. How are we feeling for that game? We've seen the teams. What do you think in terms of the occasion, in terms of the match itself? What are some of your initial thoughts about tomorrow night's opening fixture?
So France, to me, have the upper hand, being the host nation. But more than that, I think the team is at a point now where they can really back up that not just being the label of the host nation. Now they can actually really challenge. So having that extra support behind them will make a difference. Whether the All Blacks can counter that, I'm not so sure, because they'll be missing a guy like Shannon Frizzell, for example. Obviously, France have a few injuries. But I think it's leaning, my mind and heart and brain is actually leaning towards a France victory. And it's not going to be easy. But I think for the All Blacks, that last game against the Springboks might have unsettled them a little bit, just enough for France to actually push this one through. So I'm going with a France win. We set up Pool A, and obviously for us in Pool B, a quarterfinal potentially should New Zealand lose and we top our group to get to the All Blacks. I know that's a bit preempted, but yeah, tomorrow night, France to win.
Wes, agree? Disagree?
Yeah, no, I think I'm agreeing with that one there. I think France have been, I think, the better informed team. I think New Zealand have shown some good form over this past year. But if you look at last year, they were not quite the New Zealand team we were used to. But you couldn't ask for much more better of an opening game, could you? The host nation, the champagne rugby of the French that are in form, and then against arguably, factually, probably the best rugby team in the world. So, I mean, what an opening game that we've got, which is going to be fantastic. But I am concerned about the French injuries. I think there have been some significant injuries, and that France team has been in good form with the right combinations. And it's just going to come down to a question of, are there new combinations with the players that they've got in as substitutes going to be just as good? Can they pull off that form that the French team are used to?
Yeah, I think the injury is obviously a big part. I mean, in terms of the World Cup, no Paul Willemse, no Remain Intimac, two huge losses. For tomorrow specifically, no Surabai and no Jonathan Dante. Chris, those injuries, how important are not having, I think all for us, but I mean, I think if you look at like a team 1 through to 15, not having your best prop, not having your enforcer, not having your playmaker, not having your inside center are pretty key positions within the actual team itself. How do they cope?
Yeah, these injuries in the build-up is really throwing a spanner, hasn't it? Because if they were both at full strengths teams, I had France, and I still have France.
Yeah, now we've lost Chris.
But against the grain, yeah, I like New Zealand. Am I still there?
Yeah, now you're back.
Yeah, I just think the team. I think Willemse, by all the guys you mentioned, Dante are huge losses for France. I particularly don't like that Frizzell and Jordy Barrett are out for New Zealand as well. But I just think it's a massive game. I think France can lose this game and still win the World Cup, and that's what I predict. I think they're just going to catch New Zealand at the wrong time here. It's going to be a massive occasion. I'm not going to write off that this occasion gets to the French team and then they build their way into the World Cup. I'm calling a New Zealand 3-point win.
New Zealand 3-point win, right. So we've got 2 goals with France, 1 for New Zealand. I still actually can't really call it, to be honest. I sort of flip-flop. Again, I think
Get off the fence.
No, well, so look, I'm supporting France. I'd like to see France win. I think it'll be, I think the occasion deserves a French win. For me, I think a lot of it comes down to the pack battle, and I don't see New Zealand coping with that French pack personally. I think even without a poor
the 3 new squads, open sides, don't they? Light back row. But then Willem says they got a light lock pair, and you would think for France. So do you think that offsets it? So that's why I see an equal battle potentially.
See, the problem is, I think a lot of it comes down to the New Zealand locks. I think if those two can get a bit of ascendancy, a bit of physicality, I think that'll go a long way. Obviously, Artie Sevilla as well. I think Artie Sevilla for Gregory Alger, I don't see much in between them. But I think when Francois Kroos, Charles Olivan, and Gregory Alger when they're all on song as a trio, I don't see too many better trios for them in the world. I do think they're going to miss Paul Willemse. I think they are going to miss that sort of physicality. I think Siribai as well is a huge miss. Because I think scrum-wise, I think Ethan de Groot holds his own. I'm not convinced that Nepalua Lala is going to be able to cope. Would have been able to cope with Siribai, so I think maybe that's even things up. But yeah, I mean, I try to like sort of look at it as 1-1-1-1-1 type situation, and I still think the French pack is better. I'll tell you where I do think France are a lot better than New Zealand. I think that the bench coming off is a lot stronger. There's some big boys coming off the bench for France, and I think we saw 2 weeks ago that if you can start to bully New Zealand and be able to bring on a couple of big boys, then you can put them off. But yeah, I'm very keen to see I mean Mathieu Jalibert. Let's talk about him a little bit. Romain Ntamack is obviously world class. We all know, arguably one of the best, if not the best player from the world rugby at the moment. Getting that injury now, Mathieu Jalibert has not played a lot of rugby over the last two years for France. He all of a sudden from going sort of second fiddle, the other option is a bit like Manibak. All of a sudden now you're thrust into holding the nation's hopes on his shoulders. He's a good player. He has kind of fallen out of favour a little bit, and maybe being a victim of purely just not being Romain Ntamack. But how do you think he's feeling, and how much rests on him tomorrow night?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's such a tough position. And as you were saying things there, I just thought, it must be like similar to Marnie's case, not necessarily being the choice fly half. I mean, okay, Marnie, I don't even think was sort of second, choice where he just sort of rose up quite quickly because he had to out of necessity. But, this is what the World Cups are for, the sort of make or break moments, the sink or swim. I think, as a French fan, talking about like I'm obviously sort of Springbok supporter, I think, I can look and go, okay, well, if things don't go their way and he doesn't play the greatest, you can forgive him, but I'm sure the French will be ruthless, like as the Springbok fans are with Marnie. No one, when Marnie misses some kicks, no one goes, oh, he's not been, it's absolutely ruthless. Yeah. So I think there'll be a lot of pressure on him, but I think given the right guys around him, and that's where the teammates and the experience of an Antoine Dupont comes in, and the other sort of senior guys in the team, and just to really cool his head and just to let him just do what he needs to do. As you said, he's a great player, he's a good player, and just do what you do, and then we'll function around you. So yeah, I mean, hoping he has a cracking one, because you really do want to see that French team fire. Like this is as you say, this is what World Cups are for.
Yeah, I mean, we're heroes are made type thing, You mentioned a player who it's I suppose it's kind of set up to be his World Cup. Rudy, let's talk about Antoine Dupont for a second. Captain of France, 26 years old. He's won 2 out of the last 3 World Player of the Years. He's been the best player in the world post 2019 World Cup for a while now, and he's now captaining the host side in a World Cup. This is all set up to be his tournament. Do you think he's someone that can cope with the pressure? And if they go all the way, are we going to be sitting there talking? I mean, do you think that he's one of those players that if they go all the way, he'll be sitting there as one of the best players in the tournament?
I definitely do think so. I think he's absolutely world class. It's obviously unfortunate for the fly half loss for France, but I think if it were the fact that they lost Dupont at 9 and had Ntamack at 10, it maybe would have made more of a negating impact. But the fact that Dupont is there, he's the captain that steers the ship in the direction in which Wes mentioned the champagne rugby the French like to play. And then you have the exciting backs like Damien Penaud, Thomas Ramos outside, who sort of rely on his guidance. And him at 9, I think the ability to way his rugby IQ, could I call it, is so much above a lot of players, and yet they're all playing on the same international playing field. So I think that's going to make a difference. There's just those X-factor players. We talk the Kane and Moody's, and he's definitely one of them. So they're going to be reliant on him. I don't think they would want to ever imagine a scenario where they would lose him at scrum off and perhaps have the replacement 9 come in, because that will really throw the spanner in the works for the French. So Dupont at 9, crucial, and I think he's definitely one where we talk MVP of the tournament. I know it's obviously we haven't played a game, but he's world class, man.
Yeah, no, Tidjara, I think he's such a fun player to watch, really, and just can just do everything. And let's talk about a bit about the backline battle, Chris. Two inside centers for either team that we didn't probably predict. You know, Geordie Barrett. We were kind of hoping to see a Geordie Barrett versus Jonathan Dante clash would have been really, really good. Now you've got the youngster in a Mofana in inside there for France, and then you've got Anton Leonard-Brown. It's kind of back in the mix for All Blacks player. I've always been a huge Anton Leonard-Brown fan, so. I'm interested to see how he goes. So, but especially that center combination, Gail Fiku versus Rico Awani, the matchups there. I mean, Pino versus Mark Talea, Will Jordan versus Gavin Valle. I mean, Ramos, Bowden Barrett. It's just every single position in the backline you sit there. It's just such a tasty battle. Which ones are you looking forward to?
Yeah, and I'm looking to the whole battle, Steve. Both those backlines. But it is the inside center that's issue. That's the worry for them and for both, and could have messed up the spectacle because Geordie Barrett seemingly was in form, but he's had a lot of sticks since the South African game. And then you have a Havili who was the kind of the incumbent. You've been playing more so for the All Blacks at 12. And I mean, Ella Leonard-Brown's been playing, has come in and done the job, but I don't know about you guys. Well, I feel that Havili is a much better player. I mean, Leonard-Brown could do the job, but I think it equalizes the center channel for sure. And I think then from outside there, it's even Stevens. I think the battle's going to be quite even, but I do think at the moment, sure, like guys are saying, DuPont is by far the superior scrum off, even at this stage of Smith's career. So, I think we're looking at the best player that's probably ever played the game right now. I would say DuPont, really, when he comes to it. So, I think it's going to be down. I thought that DuPont, Intermac and Dante, that access was very big key KPI for them. If they stuck together, they needed that access. And that access now is gone. So now, like Rudes was saying, they literally they can't afford DuPont to fall. DuPont's not. It's all on his shoulders now. He has to be there right to the end. So, yeah, but I'm looking forward to that. I'm a little bit. It's a little bit of a downer for me that those two centers, Dante and Barrett, are out because I thought going full-fledged, fully fit would have been better. I just worry there could be a little bit slower, maybe mistakes than not. I'm not saying the mistakes, but they're not the same players, so it's going to look a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree. I think those two players, I mean, physically as well, two massive players, running that inside center channel, both very good skill sets, very good all-around players. So I do think the game is poor to not have them tomorrow. So in terms of the comments, get your comments and questions in, by the way, throughout the show. And so I see that in the chat we have got Cabot 675, got Grant Swartz saying that year delaying the World Cup is madness. Yeah, I apologize, I'm just not very organized. Louis Vandenberg saying, hi guys, ready for the World Cup to start. Go Boca. Dylan saying All Blacks will take it. The unsettlement will be just enough to get their butts into gear. Joe says All Blacks lose first game, then win the Rugby World Cup. Grant says I'd rather the Box face the French in the quarterfinal. They get stronger the longer they stay in the comp. JJ saying also went New Zealand by 3. Evan saying with injuries and disruption, France to lose. But out of nowhere, New Zealand try. New Zealand by 3 to 5 points. Matthew Dixon saying I think we could end up with New Zealand versus France or a Box versus Ireland final. Joe Peter saying New Zealand have 3. Blind Wonder saying New Zealand had after their last 2 as they will perform, so New Zealand by 12. So quite a lot of different predictions there. Yeah.
I honestly believe that the emotion can get to France tomorrow. I genuinely believe that. I think they could oversight themselves up tomorrow.
So it's a blessing and a curse, eh? The whole home ground, Stade de France,
they might not. Like Springboks in '95, and there might be other examples. They might not, but I am France. They are a side that's proven that could happen. So, and New Zealand, I think New Zealand are going to be really focused. So, yeah, I think. That's what I hope not. I hope they come out, but I'm worried that France come out flat.
Just from my side, just coming back to the center pairings, be interesting to see for the All Blacks what sort of game plan they implement. Should they put under a lot of pressure, especially in the first half with Anton Leonard-Brown? What do they do to relieve that pressure off 10? Because they normally, like Chris mentioned, Havili is a better player in being more versatile. He can clear for touch better. So what that sort of how that will play out will be interesting.
Yeah, I think there's so many intricacies I think to this particular match. I think we could talk
I'm
about
super surprised that Leonard-Brown starts, and I don't understand why Havili's not. But we're not the coach, not Foster. But I don't. I don't get it because Avili and Richie Mwanga often play well together, really
Yeah.
feed off each other so well. So I don't quite get well, I'm not a coach, but for me it's interesting because I much prefer Avili as a player.
Yeah, as I said, I think there's a lot that we can talk about with regards to this particular matchup, and I think there's so much to. I mean, the small sort of battles and there's players we haven't even mentioned that are so important. I mean, for example, I think Julian Marchand is an absolutely brilliant player. I think he's gonna, but at the same time, I think Cody Taylor, for all that he's getting on in years, has seems to be sort of almost getting even better this year. So there's so many different matchups. There's a lot of players. I mean, Thibaut Clement is a fun player to watch. So Scott Barrett's playing the best rugby I've ever seen him play. So there's a lot of different matchups, and we can talk about that a lot. But we do have a lot of different rugby to get through for this weekend. So I want to shift our focus a little bit to the box and talk about that, and then we'll sort of talk about some of the other fixtures. And I want to talk about the title of the show, which is Rassie up to his usual mind game. So in case you haven't seen it, Rassie Erasmus has pulled a Rassie Erasmus. First of all, the box had to seek special permission yesterday, by the way, to announce our team early. Only team to have done that. And then Rassie Erasmus has a Twitter account, or X, or whatever it is, where he has 136,000 followers. And he has unfollowed every person on his personal account, except for one account, which is the Scottish national team. So Rassie up to his mind games. I mean, where's the early team announcement? Rassie on X. He knows how to create a bit of a sideshow, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I mean, just what nonsense. But I mean, that's all it is. It's absolute nonsense. But yeah, look, I'm not gonna sit here and criticize the man. He's gonna try to do some stuff. I mean, what does that achieve? Gain.
You know what kills me is I can just see him sitting he's at the team lunch. He's sitting on the phone, and you can just see him sitting there unfollowing everybody and going, yeah. And the little kick he's got in his face.
This is the right move.
I know this is going to piss people. This is going to piss people off, and I love it.
Exactly. I really wonder when he came up with this idea. You know, like, was it a eureka moment? Was he eating dinner? Was he on the loo? Was he kicking a rugby ball? Like, where he just goes, you know what I'm going to do? You know what's really going to mess with the Scottish? You know, I want to unfollow everyone except that. You know, it's like such a weird thing. But I mean, you know, let's see.
Well, the main thing is it gets people talking. You know, doesn't it? You know, it gets, you know. So I think there's a bit of mind games and stuff like that. There's also a story that I spoke about on my Daily News show that apparently a top tier one, a leading, I think is the word the Telegraph used, a leading tier 1 nation has approached World Rugby to find out what the consequence would be if another team is caught spying on some of the teams with. So already a couple of early accusations, there's a bit of spying going on. So there's quite a lot of controversy, and the tournament hasn't even started yet. So there's a lot of really a bit of controversy floating around. But let's talk a little bit about the Springboks side that was named. Now, in terms of injuries, an available selection were apparently Jean Klein as well as Caden Moody. I'm trying to decide if they would have been involved. I think Caden Moody could very well have started on the wing ahead of Orense, and I think that Jean Klein could very well have been on the bench. We could have gone with 2 locks and one flank. But Rude's an interesting side. I think Jasper Wiese starting, for example, is quite interesting. Damien Willems starting is quite interesting. What are some of your thoughts on the side that was named yesterday?
It's an exciting team. Obviously, they're making a statement that they definitely want to go out and demolish the Scots, which we're going to do. And we can invite all the Scottish people to come and spy on our training. They're not going to figure anything out because we're just going to overpower them. With guys like Eben Etzebeth, obviously in the forwards, Dwayne Vermeulen coming off the bench. I think the balance is right. I think it's time, we've been speaking about it, to back Mani Lebok with his exciting play. I think with his goal-kicking coach, if I'm not mistaken, from the Stormers, apparently gave him a call, obviously, and they fixed 1 or 2 technical things. I think that won't be as much of an issue as we were worried about before. And then we've got the experience of the bench. Even though it's a 6-2 split bench, we've got the likes of Willie Leroux and obviously the excitement of Grant Williams. So I'm very excited for the Springboks. And I'm not sure if Chris will agree, but I predict Springboks to demolish Scotland by more than 20 points.
Yeesh! That's got big. Well, Chris, would you, as a betting man, would you take that bet?
No. Sorry, Reed. Sorry, Reed. Well, the cap's at 11, which is quite favorable for the books, you would say. So they definitely hold favored. We're gonna win it. Don't know about demolishing. I think France, Scotland are decent. We'll grind them out. We're too good. We are stronger. Springboks we've got the better team overall. But I don't think it's a foregone conclusion. I think it's the first game. It'll be. I think we'll win between 1 and 10.
1 and 10. Well,
Boo!
Well, we're gonna win, Rudes. We're gonna win.
No, really wants tries on tries on tries on tries. The one thing about Scotland is that it's a team we don't struggle against generally. We've got an 82% win rate against them. So it's not a team we've ever traditionally struggled to beat. It's not like a Wales, for example.
We win.
Yeah. So it is a good side. And I do like the fact that they have quite quickly gone and said that they're watching Finn Russell and that they've been quite open in the media about saying, that they know that he's the one that makes them tick and that they're going to focus on him. Not that I think Finn Russell will care, but I think Scotland will be very, as a team, I think will be quite conscious of the fact that they know how much they rely on a Finn Russell as well. But at the end of the day, that pack's got to give them a bit of go forward. And Rude's, the pack, speaking as a forward, and we'll go to Wes as well, how does the Scotland team try and contain the big pack that you mentioned, the likes of Ania Benetsabeth, your Jasper Beast, those big sort of players? How does Scotland try, can you try and match them up front? Do we have to do that? Do they try and move our pack around a bit and try to tie them out? What is their best chance of neutralizing our pack?
Yeah, I think the Springbok stylistic nightmare for the Scots in terms of how we grind it out. If you look at the quality on the bench, as I mentioned, we're not going to particularly, obviously, we have added the new dimension to our play where we can play off Marnie and he's got all these exciting plays and we're scoring tries. But I think in terms of coming back to the basics, first game at the World Cup, I think we want to grind it out. For Scotland, the only option they really have is to get the pack moving. But in order for them to do that, they've got to rely on efficiency. So the technical, maybe they have an ascendancy in that sense over the box slightly, if you want to imagine it as a Scots fan. But then if that's all they're relying on, then they got to be 100% accurate, where we can go back, we slow it down, we get back to basics. So for them, a stylistic nightmare, and that's why I say the demolish. And let's face it, they wear dresses, blow bugles, and eat Cadbury's lunch bars. We can't be having a serious conversation about beating Scotland by 6 points, 7 points.
Right. So Reed's got big. Reed's written off Scotland. He's saying, no, we're not. I'm not having this. I'm not having this. Wes, do Scotland deserve more respect maybe from Reeds, or do you think as well we've got that? We can go and bully them, and if we get under their skins, it could be not a comfortable victory. Could it be pretty straightforward in the end if we can pitch up?
Right. Well, it's the Rugby World Cup, so there's no such thing as comfortable or straightforward.
Yeah.
Those two words are out of the dictionary, boys, for the next month and a bit. So I do think
we make the final, in which case easy. 35 seconds All Blacks, we walk it, we bring back the way bailiffs, and we go on trophy tour.
100%. Book the tickets now. No, so I think it's the two teams that show up on the day. We've got the teams on paper. It's about that attitude. I think we showed up to Twickenham with the right attitude against the All Blacks. Do we show up with the right attitude against Scotland? I do think if the Scots want to try and compete with the Springbok forwards, they're gonna lose if they try and meet us up front. So you've got to be really smart about where they're playing and how they're playing. So as Ruud said, to get them running backwards and forth and kicking the ball back over their heads and making those big boys truck up and down the field, as well as looking at rucks, and maybe you don't compete at the first 5, 6, 7, 10 rucks, and you just let the box have it, and then when potentially the box maybe don't throw men into the rucks, then you can't throw a big one. So that's a lot. It's not an easy thing to do, especially when you are also playing an 80-minute rugby game against the Springboks, and your mental energy is perhaps draining a bit. So I don't think they can match us up front. I think it's going to have to be very tactical and smart, their play and identifying it. But look, they are professional. They've been in good form. I think they're probably the highest they've ever been rated. Is that correct? Have I just made that up? But so yes, we've got that 82% win record, but there's still that other percentage that the Scots have beaten us, So I think we do need to give them the respect, but let's show up and do our thing.
Chris Shark said that this was our most important game. He said very early, he said, this is our game. This is our group game that we are targeting. How and why is it so important we win on Sunday?
Well, because I guess it gives us a free pass against Ireland, right? Should, in theory.
In theory,
yes, in theory, yeah. So that makes full sense. But I think Scotland feel the same way. So I think they come in there with nothing to lose as well. But so we are the better side. If we are a little bit lower than what we should be, we are going to be in for a game. I'm not saying we'll lose, but we'll be in for one. But I like that. That's the focus. I agree. We need to get this one in the bag and march forward, get to Ireland and see what happens.
Yeah, no, I think the point you make about them thinking the same thing is probably quite an important one as well. You know, they've also got to play Ireland, for example, and if they beat us, they'll sit there thinking we've got a real good chance of qualifying. And you know, so it's, I mean, again, we all know that we're in the toughest group. This is the toughest group. We all know that you know, this is the toughest group to get out of. Ireland probably have the hardest run of it if you look at them, because I think they've got a bye next weekend. They play Romania and then they're playing like Tonga, South Africa, Scotland, bang 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 straight into the quarter. So they've got a horrible run. So it is interesting how even within the group of death, in inverted commas, there are easier and tougher runs and stuff like that. You know, ours works out quite nicely if we win on Sunday, because we then play Romania next weekend where we can rotate. You can go full strength against Ireland. If you beat Ireland, you've got 3 wins in the bag. You've qualified. You don't have to stress. You can rotate against Tonga, and we then also have, or you can actually play a full strength side against Tonga. Still have another week off because we don't play in the final group games, and then we're into the quarterfinals. So we do have quite a nice draw with regards to being able to shuffle our team around a little bit to keep everybody fresh. But the results obviously sort of dictate that. I want to talk about Damien Willemse, because we as a panel have pretty much agreed over the last 2 months that he's arguably the most important. Well, that Villaroo is arguably the most important player in the back line, and yet is not starting tomorrow. Well, on this weekend, which is quite a surprise. Is that the Marnie Liebach effect?
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about last week in the fan forum. We spoke about combinations, you know, and how potentially we move away from the mindset of picking your best 15 players, but rather your best, you know, set of combinations for the team. And potentially, I think we've seen Willemse play really well with Marnie, and I think there's something quite exciting there. We know he's more likely to run it back as opposed to kick it. You know, that's what Billy likes to do. Just different styles. I think, quite excited to see that the back 3 actually go off, and then also Marnie linking up there as well. So, I mean, I think, you know, Willemse, he's caught a lot of stick, and I think he's been a bit lost, you know, and he's been put in different positions and not really found his feet. But I think, you know, he is vital to our strategy of being able to do a 6-2 and a 7-1, you know, having him be able to play in those positions. So I think we need him feeling good. You know, we need him feeling safe, secure, on form, and hopefully he can get out and have a great game against Scotland and take that momentum into the rest of the World Cup.
Yeah, look, I do think that, especially after this World Cup, I think the Bach mission needs to be how to unlock Damien Willemse in the years to come. I think we all saw him at school level and a youngster. He is one of the most talented players this country has produced in terms of raw talent. You know, we're dealing with, you know, what Hurston looked like, and certain players who have just come through and looked so good and so ready to have all the tricks in the bag. Yeah, Chris?
Well, you say that, I totally agree. So yeah, we had this conversation a few weeks about Moody, and we had the consensus that he would be 13. So where's DW's final spec? Because I'm saying 12. I think him and Liebach at 12.
So what we're saying is that Willemse, Moody, our centre combination for the next 10 years sorted.
Well,
So what you're saying is what Grant Williams at 9, Liebach at 10, Willemse at 12, Moody at 13. That is scary.
I'm saying probably who's coming through at fullback. Will he still go another 4 years?
Yeah, come on, Billy. Come on, the Billy.
Definitely.
Well, he's got to try to get to 100 tests. He's sitting on like 88 tests, so he's got to try and find 12 tests to get to 100. You know, apparently he does want to get to 100 tests for the Box. That's why he came back to South Africa. He will be playing at the Bulls next season. Part of it is he wants to remain part of the. So no plans for Billy to be retiring just yet. We've mentioned him briefly, but I think 2 players I'd like to talk a little bit about, and Ruth, I'll throw those to you for the first one. Dwayne Mullen, who for me has been our form number 8 this year. And they actually asked him this earlier in the press conference. I think it was on Tuesday, I think it was Tuesday, where they said, "Did you expect to be at this World Cup?" And he said that when he had just after his injury, when was trying to come back against Ulster, he said his body wasn't quite feeling there, and he was thinking that maybe he should have retired internationally at least after the final World Cup, sort of gone off on a high. But apparently the coach just said, no, just keep playing. We think we can get you back. This year, he's looked seriously back. He's looked back with a bit of a vengeance. Jasper Wiese, who's had a great season in Europe, hasn't maybe been able to translate that just yet. But were you surprised to see Dwayne on the bench? And how effective do you think he can be as an impact player? And I suppose if you've got a Malcolm Mark, Steven Kitshoff coming off, how important is having a Dwayne Vermeulen and having that breakdown threat, for example, in that sort of last 20 to 30 minutes?
Yeah, I think what an exciting story to have him come back and obviously peak like with our captain, fantastic Siya Kolisi. It's such a pivotal time for the Springboks. His form has just improved as he's come back gradually. And in terms of him being on the bench, I think that was a deliberate strategy. I think he just brings a sense of definite calmness to the team. So if there is slight disruptions in terms of the substitutions, having Dwayne come on will just bring the team together again. And he's just secure in the basics. But in every basic thing that he does, he's got that intent to go over the advantage line or to make that extra tackle and to just be in the right position. So I think coming off the bench is not necessarily a bad thing. I think Jasper Wiese was obviously or is the incumbent eightman. South Africa will definitely use him to go route one, and then Dwayne Vermeulen to just settle the team come second half.
And it's amazing how like some people sort of pick up on different things. And Wes, I think this is good. There's two as a player I like to talk to you talk about, and I like to talk about a bit of an aspect off the bench, following on to the Dwayne. So let's start with sort of the following on to the Dwayne part is leadership. Big names, big players in the right time. So you've got in the starting lineup, you've got a Eben Etzebeth, you've got a Steven Kitshoff, you've got a Siya Kolisi, you've got three big leaders in the pack there. You've got a Faf de Klerk at 9, playing his 50th test, so very experienced. In the back line, for example, you've got a Dale Lindy, you've got Desi Quills, plenty of experience there. In the second half, when the bench is unleashed, chances are Siya Kolisi won't play in full 80. In fact, I would like him not to be seeing him playing full 80 until we get to the playoffs. I want to see him offload everything in the first 50, get him off, wrap the knee up every single week. Eben Etzebeth potentially plays a full 80, but doesn't necessarily. Steven Kitshoff obviously won't. So then you've got now apparently Bongi, who's obviously very high in the leadership group, coming off the bench. You've got Dwayne Vermeulen coming off the bench, and you've also got a Willie Leroux coming off the bench. So how, in terms of we mentioned combinations, but how important is also having that leadership, being able to sort of replace each other to make sure that 75 minutes, 4 points down, a penalty, inside their own half, you've got the right minds to say, right, when we're going to go to the corner, we've got to score a try. This is what's going to happen.
Yeah, no, absolutely pivotal. I mean, I think, everyone's probably tired of me harping on about it, but the attitude of where the Boks were in terms of our talking to the ref and complaining and arms up in the air, when we didn't have Siya, that was that's where I miss Siya the most, because we saw when he came back, and there was a little bit of chat. I think Billy was trying to talk to the ref, whatever, and Siya came up and said, "Sorry, sir, I'll deal with it." And so I think, yeah, absolutely. If you're going to sub off those big players, not just their experience, and their skill, but the leadership aspect is just as important. So I'm not stressing about that, because as you mentioned, we've got guys who are coming off who are experienced and have those leadership roles and can make the right call. So no, I think we're really poised well. I think going back to the earlier talk about France, New Zealand, and we were talking about how this play. I mean, we said didn't we just say like all of France's hopes hang on Antoine Dupont? Like I don't feel that way as a Springbok fan. Yes, obviously. There's one or two people we don't want to get injured. However, if they do get injured, I still back our boys because of the depth we've got, and that's why I feel like we're in a really good position here, because things are going to happen in this World Cup, but I feel like we have the cushioning both.
Oh, no, it's gone off to a game drive.
No.
You can't afford Africa. So, shame. He's really, and he's not elaborating the point so nicely. So basically, Wes doesn't rate anybody's captain. Chris, Grant Williams.
Yeah.
Who would have thought 2 months ago that Grant Williams would have been coming off the bench in our first game at the World Cup against Scotland?
No, you wouldn't have thought. And yeah, it's been quite a journey, hasn't it? So yeah, he's obviously very highly thought of, regarded by the coaches, clearly, because they've given him every ample opportunity to get there, and there he is. So, and he is a great player, and he's obviously offering something
Well, what is that
different.
something? Because let's be honest. I mean, I think we probably all were sitting there saying that it's, Hershey Yankees, Grant Williams were going to be the obvious ones to leave behind originally, when we saw squad's name, because we thought that Jaden Henderson would probably get back to the mix. We know that Kubas Rana's about there. Then Hershey Yankee sort of falls away, but Grant Williams still gets called up. He not only gets called up to the World Cup, but he's named in the side. And he's such a non-traditional Springbok scrum half. So, I mean, yes, we know he's excited and stuff, but what do you think it is that's really just made the Springboks go, the management go, actually, we're going to back this guy?
I don't know. He is a great player, right? I mean, when he's playing well and he's on form, he's a difference maker. You've seen him at the Sharks. He's electric. I think I'm trying to put the hat on. I think the books, and I'm going to bring Reinach into it. Like Reinach's versatile as well, right? And so is Williams. So I think this coaching staff likes that type of player. And let's call him maybe a Foster better upgrade, something that offers more than Reinach at this point. Because I would think
a Foster Reinach is ridiculous, that concept.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. So I think they keep bringing Reinach through all the time, and it's obviously because he can cover probably if we really need to. And Grant Williams is probably maybe see him as the future. So give him. I mean, I would say. He's so different to Faf, to Hendricks. So all three of them are completely different scrum halves, right? So interesting. Every book team we see one or two names a little bit out of position, right? This is not, so it's not unsurprising, and I think this is just how we roll. I think Grant Williams gets his chance, gets some game time now, gets some big match game time exposure, and he might be needed badly later down the line, and give him a go.
Yeah, no, I like it. Chris, before we move on, because we're gonna talk a bit about some big games this weekend: England, Argentina, Georgia taking on the underdogs Australia, and a couple of other sort of matches throughout the weekend. But before we do that, Chris, you're gonna make us some money this weekend. The official Boyle Sports betting segment brought to you by Boyle Sports. Chris, what have you got for us for the weekend?
Yeah, well, we could just recap. Last week, I gave those two leans, which I now totally regret. I wish we had put it on the record.
I should have answered the record.
So just backed myself, right, and gone for it. Hey, look, they still won. They're still winners. We're still winning. If anyone did use them, I had some money on them, so I was okay. But yeah, they came through, but it doesn't add to our record. As you can see, the overall record is the same. Well, the return on base was 52%. Their CV was 62. Last week was a mistake. I hadn't updated it properly. So it's 52, which is still fine, still good. This week, I've gone for second half high scoring markets again. I've used this market before with what's available on Boyles at the moment, going on to Showtime. I just think, I think the first half could be full of emotion, flat, maybe a few mistakes, and the game just gradually gets better as it goes on. So I quite like that there'll be more points scored in the second half there. And I'm going for the Georgians against Australia, plus 21 points. I think that's a juicy handicap. I think the Georgians are not bad at all. I think Australia, we all know what Australia are like. I think the Georgians are going to be so fired up. And if they're fired up and good enough, they can take Australia a long way in this game, take them really close. So 21 points is far too much for me. I think it should be around 15 at least. So I like the 21.5. So we'll go. Oh, I didn't put the units play there. Sorry, it's 1.5.
1.5 on each of them.
Yeah, let's go 1.5.
Okay, 1.5 on each of them. All right, cool. And then obviously, Chris will hopefully be live for the official betting show tomorrow. But as always, follow on X, the Crow Tips, for a couple of punts over the weekend.
I'll be posting much more on Twitter now for the World Cup. I love the World Cup. I already got a few cooking in the background, which I'll post soon.
All right, cool. We're looking forward to that. So, yeah, if you haven't already, make sure you go and get yourself a Boyle Sports account so that you can get yourself this vet, put it in there. I'm actually busy currently locking them in as we speak because I just blindly follow Chris basically. It's the I just back you at the end of the day. I've got my eye on the house that I want. I've got the eye on the car I want, and I'm backing you to get me there eventually. So love your work there, Chris, and hopefully it won't. We're not still having this conversation 10 years time without me in my house and without me in my car. Perhaps there are some other games obviously this weekend, plenty of them. Rudy, let's talk a little bit about England. and Argentina. That's a pretty big game. It's the game of Saturday. When last, if ever, do we think we've ever seen Argentina going into a World Cup clash against England as the favourites?
I actually can't remember. I don't think they've carried the favourites tags at all at any World Cup. But I think for this one against England, the tables have turned. I think England are in a dire place. They didn't have a great warm-up set of matches. They barely scraped through Wales, and they looked rather average. And I think the new coach has maybe got a bunch of players with the same old ideas that they're just bouncing off the walls. But for Argentina, I think they've had a hit out against South Africa, Australia, New Zealand this year. They bring a different intensity that I'm not sure England are going to match. I mean, if England are losing at home to Fiji, albeit a warm-up game, I think Argentina are looking at that, and their emotion and their belief will be skyrocketing. And Pablo Matera, Thomas Lavanini, and those will definitely back themselves against England. So I back Argentina actually to definitely win that group based on that game.
Chris, I mean, what is it? I mean, we've talked about how bad England have been, and we just can't see how they come out of it. Do you give them much of a chance, or do you think Argentina's side are actually so settled and look so disciplined under Sheikha that they just, it's about them going out, sticking to their guns, and they get to the game relatively comfortably?
No, I don't think it is that straightforward. I know everyone's all over the RGs, which is probably so. I mean, you don't want to be back in England. No one don't feel comfortable back in England, but I don't think it's that straightforward. I think because England still have the players. Actually, when I was there, the first 15 minutes they were actually fine until the rain came. They were totally dominating Fiji. I think they're not far away, but I'm not going to put my neck out and say Argentina definitely win this, because I see why people are back in RG, but Argentina haven't been blowing the world away either in the last couple of years. So I'm on the right side of the draw to make a run. I'm on the fence of this game. I think Argentina will win, but don't be surprised if England do win. And I think there's a lot of upset people, because I think most people are going. I mean, I'm supporting RG, but don't be surprised if England do pick themselves up and wins this game.
Okay, well, there we go. I think it's an interesting shot. I personally, I like the look of Argentina. I really think that if they can live up to if they can play to their ability, I think that they get through that game. Some other games that to look forward to are Italy versus Namibia, which I think Wes is on duty for. Ireland versus Romania, and if you guys have seen the Ireland team, I feel not a good time to be a Romanian fan. Ireland have gone basically full strength. And a pretty powerful bench as well. Australia versus Georgia. I think that's going to be a closer game than some people think. I think Georgia have got a team and they're nice and physical, so I think they can have a go. Looking forward to seeing this Chile side, because I'm actually going to be watching them next week Saturday, so we're going to have to scope them out and see what they do against Japan. And then Wales versus Fiji should be quite a cool game, Chris. I mean, Fiji are, in inverted commas, I mean, they go into the tournament as the highest ranked team in their group that has Australia and Wales. Do we buy into the Fijian hype, or do you think it's misplaced?
Well, I think losing Mance, as a Caleb Mance, the playoff is massive. Yeah. I think he's the type of player that they needed for the type of game plan that they've been playing. I think it's I think we spoke about Fiji a while ago, and I always said it's just the backbone of Fiji. Like, they can run maybe for 60 minutes and then they fall off a cliff. But I saw Fiji side grow into a game against England and be quite disciplined, or quite physical. So I think they're going to give Wales a really, really tough scare. I think there's some people still feeling that Wales are going to come through. But another one, as I said, another very close one. I really want Fiji to win.
Well, I mean,
but I think they have
recent results. Yeah, I think the fly half is a big shot. I think recent results would put Wales in the favourites tag. The loss of the fly half is a big one. But let's talk a little bit about Wales. Wales, now that you're back, welcome back, by the way.
Thank you, boys. Thank you. What it was, guys, it was that new AI tech. It obviously picked up.
A little bit of sound, and World Rugby say no.
Silenced me there. Yeah. Just a little free speech for you. No, kidding.
Yeah. So.
No, go ahead, Steve.
But where's Wales? It's such a. I mean, I'm a big Wales fan. I like the team. I like a lot of their players, and I think that in the past
Yeah.
they've had some nice.
Yeah.
They've had some. It's an easy team to get behind. What do we expect from them? Because I literally do not know if this is going to be a Welsh side that could. I feel like they could rock up. They could top their group, and they could even shock a few teams. They could also rock up, be pretty dreadful, and crash out pretty quickly. What do we expect from this Wales team?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm there with you, Steve. Unfortunately, just it could be the either two extremes. You know, as you said, like I really enjoy watching the Welsh play. They're such a proud nation, and they love their rugby. And yeah, I mean, if we think about it, 2019 they finished 4th overall. You know, they were the 4th best team. You know, in that tournament. And so we know it's been 4 years, and then they're not quite the team that was there, but. As you said, I think there's no expectations, and that can be dangerous. You know, sometimes teams can go in and write other teams off, but I think yeah, they will have a tough time against Fiji if Fiji play the rugby we've seen them been playing recently. And as you guys said, with the fly half out, it's a big loss. But I do hope the Welsh do well. You know, I think they're, as I said, proud, passionate side who love their rugby, and it's not great that they aren't just finding that gear.
Right, boys, it's time to put your figurative money where your mouth is, because I'm going to look at the odds now, the odds on winners for the tournament, as well as the pools, and we're looking at a couple of this. So there's lots of markets, by the way. This is on Boyle Sports. So in fact, I'm actually going to set up my screen so we can actually share. We can actually have a look at this, because I want people to start saying. I want people to start putting some predictions down, who they think is going to go all the way, who they're backing to be a bit of a surprise package. Maybe even getting some prediction of who's going to lift the coveted Webb Ellis Trophy. So I'm going to just push that on the screen in just a second. And
making us sweat.
Yeah, no. Well, you start panicking now, dude. Start
I haven't even
now.
kicked off.
Right.
Oh, panic has begun.
So these are the markets for the outright winners. So we have got New Zealand at 4.2. They are the bookies' favourites to win the World Cup, which is already an interesting shot. France at 4.35, South Africa at 4.5, Ireland at 6.2. So those are obviously the top 4. Is that disrespectful to Ireland? Am I the only one that thinks it's pretty disrespectful to Ireland?
No, yeah. I totally agree.
Yeah,
They should be in there with the same odds as France and South Africa. I think it's New Zealand that should be 6. New Zealand should be at 6, and Ireland should be up there where New Zealand is. They should swap those two around.
To be fair, though, Chris, Ireland don't really have much of a World Cup history further than the quarterfinal, so maybe that's also playing a slight factor, yeah?
I agree, and that's something to say, but this Ireland team has proven what they're a proven bunch. Have we forgotten they just won the Grand Slam? They've just beaten
this Ireland team lost to Japan in 2019.
Reeds came to fight today. I love it. Yeah, look, that is the big thing, and even the bookies are definitely. That's obviously something that even the bookies are saying, is that they're saying that Ireland don't World Cup well. It's like the Proteas. The Proteas can go in playing the best cricket of their life. They're never going to be the favourites going into a World Cup because there is that mental thing. But I suppose, it's you've never won until you've won it type thing. So there's always going to be that one generation which breaks the duck. So yeah, I'll be interested to see if this is the one. After that, it's Australia at 14.5, England at 17.5, Argentina at 27, Scotland at 44, Wales at 45. And there's three teams who have absolutely apparently been completely written off. They are Uruguay, Romania, and Namibia, and they're all sitting at 3,001. So
blasphemy! Come on, surely we put a rand on there on each.
Yeah, I think I might put a rand. I think I might put in a rand on everyone below, like Scotland actually, or Wales. Japan's at 401, Italy's at 526. I want to put a rand on all of these. What have we got to lose here? I think that's going to be my play for the
your rand. That's what you have to lose, your rand.
A pure rand. By the time we get there,
bricks. Can we put some bricks on there? Can we submit bricks to Boyle Sports? Do they accept bricks yet, or?
Yeah, or just some electricity, just buy some electricity or something, dude. But in terms of the pool winners, South Africa is the favourites to top Pool B. New Zealand the favourites to top Pool A. And Australia to top Pool C. I might have a cheeky punt on Fiji there. England to top pool D over Argentina, but very, very close. First time winner, they reckon there is a 1.7 chance it will not be a first time winner. And this is interesting. A Six Nations team to win the World Cup, a 1.8 saying no. So the bookies backing it to be a Southern Hemisphere side. So pretty much putting all their eggs in the South African and New Zealand basket, really. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. What do we think? Do we think Southern Hemisphere, Northern Hemisphere? Where are we going with this?
I think you've got to look at like Northern Hemisphere. For me personally, seems to be a bit. If you look at the number of teams in form, right? At Southern Hemisphere at the moment, yeah, South Africa, New Zealand, top form. Northern Hemisphere, yeah, exactly. In Northern Hemisphere, you've got your Ireland, your France. I mean, like that might be it as well. As we said, the Welsh team might be a bit of a surprise. Who knows? Biggest surprise would be England getting their shit together. Maybe this has been the ultimate mind game. Maybe Steve Borthwick's plan has been like, guys, listen, we're going to be absolute dog shit, and then we're going to kick it into gear.
Yeah, fair enough. So there's markets for absolutely everything over there in Boyles. There's markets for when every single team will bow out, a rugby championship team to win the World Cup, an all Northern Hemisphere final. There's every market you could possibly think about. The top try scorer, by the way, this is what I wanted to find out. I want you guys to try and name the top 5 candidates for the top try scorer. There are 2 of them, 3 of them. This is wild, by the way. 3 of them are from the same nation in the top 5. Give me some.
Aronsa.
Okay, so there's no Aronsa. Mark Talea is there. That's 1. He's third on the list. Joint second.
Damien Pinot.
Pinot's there.
Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan is the favourite.
Who do we have? We have Jordan, Talea,
Pinot.
We got the other 2.
Yeah. One is, as I said, 3 of them are from the same nation, so there's 1 more New Zealander. I'll be impressed if you try and guess them.
Leicester Fainganuku.
No, they're back in Caleb Clark.
The Surveyor? Ardie Surveyor?
Caleb Clark.
That's a huge shot for me.
Caleb Clark.
Wouldn't have guessed that one.
And then, come on, people. Who is the 5th person in this thing? Come on, guys.
Pimpy.
No, man.
Oh, fuck, Steve. Come on.
Cheslin Colby.
Thank you. Someone's on the Cheslin train. Cheslin Colby at 23 to be the top try scorer. Mapimpi's actually not far below. He has come in the top 9, as does Duran van der Merwe, Lester Panganuka, and James Lowe. So they're very much sort of backing all the New Zealanders. To be fair, Kurt Lawrence is up there with a try scoring record like that. Why not? Yeah, but so there's lots of markets over there for you guys to get involved in. So go and make sure that you go and get your pre-tournament bets locked in. There's top try scorers per team, for example. There's top top point scorers for the tournament. There's everything and anything over there in BOYLESPORTS. So go and get yourself, have a bit of fun. That's what I'm going to be doing tonight. I'm going to be picking out a couple of fun bets and stuff like that. Right, chaps. So as we start closing it and wrapping up here. We are going to be doing, as you guys have hopefully seen, we are doing a Super Brew League. We are also doing a Fantasy League, and it is compulsory that the Forever Sports team do get involved. So I'm going to give, how many games do we have this weekend? I want some quick fire predictions, and then I want to see if there's a snake in the grass and people are going to go start changing their Super Brews after giving their predictions. But we have got 2, 4, 6, 8. We've got 8 games this weekend, so we can take 2 each. We're going to work right to left on my screen. So Rudy through to me. Rudy, you've got France versus New Zealand. You've got Italy versus Namibia. Give me your quick fire predictions.
France by 6. Italy by at least 17.
There we go. And that is quick fire. That's what I appreciate about Rudy. He comes in, the man knows what he wants. He's told Ireland that they're not going all the way. He's come and said Scotland not getting hammered. Short and succinct. I like it. Ireland versus Romania, Australia versus Georgia. Wes, what have you got?
Right. Well, I've got Romania to win by So Ireland to win by at least 20.
At least 20. Okay.
I think Ireland by at least 20, and then I think you've got Australia by 7. I do think I agree with you. I think it's gonna be a bit closer. I think Georgia got a pack. I think Aussies have struggled to find form. If they do find form, it could be a big scoring game. But yeah, it's all a big if.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember asking for justification, but thanks for giving it anyway.
Jeepers. Wow. All right. There's my place. I'll stay in it.
Okay, so it's going Australia by 7, and Ireland by more than 20. I think you could double that margin and still be pretty safe. If you're looking at the Irish side that has been named, it is childish. Chris, England versus Argentina, Japan versus Chile.
England, Argentina. Draw? No.
Oh, come on! To back the draw.
I'm going to go England by 2.
England by 2. Nice close game.
Japan
Okay.
by 10.
Japan by 10. I should see how Japan play. I mean, they've kind of fallen off a little bit, haven't they, since the last World Cup, where they were threatening to be quite a competitive side. So I think there might be a bit of a dark horse. Hopefully, not for the World Cup, but to hopefully try and create an upset or two. Right, okay. So then I've got South Africa, Scotland. I've got Wales and Fiji. I'm going to go South Africa by 12. And I'm going to go Fiji by 5.
Yes, man.
Yeah, and again, we've now all locked this on camera, so we'll have to see if the Super Brew picks change or if they don't. But if you are watching, I will be doing my Super Brew picks live on the channel, so you will be able to see exactly what I might even be giving out a fan pick, so that I've got an excuse if I don't win the tournament. I can sit there blaming my fan pick. So tomorrow we are going to be having a Super Brew show. We'll also be having a fantasy show where I'll be going through my fantasy team, and I'm dreadful at fantasy, so basically it's come and watch Steve and laugh with Steve at his fantasy team. So I definitely won't be giving any tips, but we will be doing that on the channel as well tomorrow. Tonight we've got the press conference from New Zealand, by the way, the eve of match press conference. That is on the channel. You can listen to Mark Slayer, Ian Foster. We will have more press conference on the channel tomorrow. We're also going to be having a world rankings video coming up. By the way, gentlemen, this time next week, South Africa could be ranked number 1. That is on the cards this weekend. And not even that, we don't actually have to do much for that to actually happen. So exciting times ahead. Capman, the lesser capped Chris, Wildlife Wears, and we still need a nickname for you. We got to find something here.
The Rude Meister. Yeah.
Hey, there it is. Man's clashed up with actually, I like that. You should have put that on your shirt. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. As always, please do go and enjoy your pre-World Cup beverages. Remember that it is a long World Cup. It is a marathon, not a sprint. Let's keep the livers functioning for the next 2 months. Let's make sure the phones are charged. Let's make sure the wives and the girlfriends are well aware of the lack of time that will be spent with them. I don't think that's a problem for at least 3 out of 4 of us here. But hopefully everyone's got all their mates and family locked down, and we're going to enjoy 48 matches across 2 months, and every single game will be live on Forever Sports. You're going to see Rudy and Wes on the channel this weekend. You will see Chris tomorrow. You'll see me every day, unfortunately for you. People, keep well, keep safe. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Enjoy the weekend ahead.
Thanks, Steve.
And to everybody else, we will see you guys soon. And we are live. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for today's Super Brew Picks show. I'm going to be doing this every single week and putting myself out there really to show you why I just generally don't do Super Brew, because I've just generally got apparently no I wouldn't say luck, because it is about skill. Apparently I've got no prediction ability. That is the main thing. That is basically the summary. But I thought it'd be a little bit of fun, Throughout the World Cup, we do have a Super Brew league. We will also have a fantasy show. That's going to be in about an hour's time. And we're going to basically be picking a fantasy team together. So, yeah, basically what's going to happen for the next 20 minutes is that we're going to go through round 1. And I'm going to make some predictions on the matches. And those, I'm going to lock them in. Those are going to be my official Super Brew predictions. And so the big question that everybody keeps asking is, where do I find the league? Right, well, then I'll about to put a message on the group or on the chat, so you can go join it. So if you have not joined it already, we'll put the link in the description as well. Go and join our Super Brew pool. We've also got a Rugby World Cup fantasy pool, and so I'm going to put a link in the description over there in the chat, so you guys can go and link up over there. And basically, the winner of the pool or of the entire league at the end will receive a supporters jersey of their choice. So you're going to come to us and you're going to say, I want a Springbok jersey, I want a Fiji sport jersey, whatever, and we will get you a supporters jersey in your right size, stuff like that, subject to availability, obviously. If we can't physically get our hands on a jersey wherever you are in the world, then we won't be able to do that, unfortunately. But we will endeavor to do our best to make sure that we can get you guys what you guys would prefer. And yeah, so what I would like to do as well is I would like to every week have a fan picked game. And so I think for this weekend we should make that the South Africa game. I'm happy. Ooh, yeah, I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to do that. So we're gonna basically. So I'm gonna put in a poll, and you guys will in fact we'll vote on a margin, and that was what I'll lock in for my official South African score predictions. So we've got quite a few games to get through. I think 8 in fact over the next few days. Obviously we'll be live tonight for the first World Cup opener, and coverage for that will get underway at about 7 o'clock this evening. So earmark that. In fact, this is going to redirect there. And yeah, you can come join us on the watch along. Hopefully join us over the weekend. Which is going to be quite a cool weekend ahead of rugby. We're going to be live for every single game. So plenty of content coming your way. If you missed it as well, the Scotland team has been announced. So that video is on the channel. So we have got the official Scotland team announcement, which we've done a bit of a reaction there. And yeah, obviously the official preview will be out later today, if not tomorrow. And then tomorrow's going to be an absolute stunner of a day. There's just going to be, we've got 4 watch-alongs planned. We've got all these previews in for Sunday. We've got press conference that'll be coming on the channel as well. So there'll be a lot of content coming your way over the weekend. So looking forward to sharing the weekend with you. And then obviously a big watch-along happening on Sunday, where we will be at Barrels and Bottles for our official fan park. A poster is going to go up on the channel very shortly with regards to all the details on Sunday. If you guys would like to come and meet the team and see what it's all about, we'll be at Barrels and Barrels on Sunday. And tonight, we will be at the Dross in Kyalami. That was where our fan park will officially be tonight for the opening game, which should be very cool. So big shout out for Dross. It was a bit of a last minute thing, but we will be broadcasting live out of the Dross in Kyalami tonight, as well as live out of Barrels and Bottles on Sunday. So let's get into it, shall we? Let's have a look at some of the fixtures, and I need to start making some calls here. So I've got the Super Brew open over here, and we're going to go through it, and we're going to make predictions on all the the round 1 games, starting with tonight. And if you've never done Super Brew, it's pretty simple. You're just going to choose either a draw, or you're going to pick a winner, and you're going to choose a margin. You can go up to 120 points and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm just going to go through that for every single game. And then this game over here, in fact, maybe we should actually put that out. I'm sensing a South African victory, so I'm actually going to put that in the poll. Choose Steve's SA prediction, and I'm going to give you 4 options, and that's going to be SA by 4, SA by 6, SA by 10, or SA by 12. Those are going to be the 4 options I'm going to give you guys. So that's in the poll. So go and vote on what you think my pick should be for this game. It is the second last game of the weekend, so we will get down to it and make the final decision there. But I'm putting that to you people. You guys are going to make that vote. So if I lose the entire Super Pool because of a fan vote, I will try not to hold a grudge and not hold it against you. But yeah, I thought add a bit of fun there. Connor says, are you doing the match tonight? Yes, I am. I'll be with you guys for tonight. I'll be with you guys for, looking at my schedule over here, this weekend. I'll be with you guys for tonight. I'll be there for tomorrow for Ireland versus Romania at Hoppers 3, as well as England versus Argentina in the week, in the evening. I'll also then be with you for the South Africa versus Scotland game on Sunday. Apart from that, Rudy will be with you guys tomorrow for Australia versus Georgia, and Wesley will be taking you through Italy versus Namibia, Japan versus Chile, and Wales versus Fiji on Sunday. So the 3 of us will be doing the watch-alongs. We will be having panels from Reza. You're going to see Mark on the panel in the live fan fox as well. So yeah, again, as we've been saying, we will be live for every single game of the entire World Cup, including all 8 matches this weekend. So I'm sensing a France victory this evening. So immediately I'm going, France by how many? I don't think it's going to be a runaway. So I'm thinking France by 6. I'm thinking I think it'll be a bit of a close game. I think that France might win by more than a try, not a converted try necessarily. I think that 6, obviously, I think 2 penalties could be a decent margin. I think the France practice is going to be too strong, so I think that they will have that ascendancy. And I think if they can find some penalties, New Zealand were guilty of being pretty ill-disciplined against the Box a couple of weeks ago, then I think that France will be able to capitalize that. So I'm going to go with France by 6. That's kind of where I'm sitting there. What are we thinking? You know, if there are any decisions that or predictions that you disagree with, let me know in the comments. Let me know what you guys have picked for that game as well. We're closing on almost 200 people in the pool, by the way. So hopefully we can try and get over 200 people. We will accept latecomers throughout the tournament as well. So yeah, hopefully we will get us to well over 200. I'd like to get it up to the 500. In fact, it'd be really cool by the end of the tournament. We've had over 1,000 people on the actual prediction league. There is prizes on the line, so why not? Really, same as the fantasy. Fantasy is looking pretty small at the moment, so your chances are looking pretty good. It's up to 76 at the moment. That's been a big jump from this morning, but hopefully you guys will all come and join us there. But yeah, it's going to be quite a cool week or month, really, 2 months of this. And I'm a dreadful fantasy player because I always forget to change my team, and I'm a dreadful predictor because I just generally always get it wrong. But for you guys, I'm happy to embarrass myself on a live stream for the good of the people, really, the good of the content. So going with France by 6 in that pick. This for me, I see Italy really scoring a lot of points here. I think Italy are going to annihilate Namibia, to be honest. I think this Italian side is very capable of scoring points. In fact, Angie Capuzzo is going to be my first player into my fantasy team later when I do pick it. Yeah, let's see what everybody else reckons. But I think that's going to be for me. I think that's a very good pick for a fantasy team. He's playing on the wing this weekend, for example. World Breakthrough Player of the Year for a reason. And I think that, yeah, I think he's going to score all the points, like literally all the points. And I think he's going to do a lot of this World Cup. In fact, I'm very excited to see exactly how Capuzzo does go in the World Cup. Such an exciting player, genuinely world class. I'm just busy making sure that my fantasy stream is ready. Which is pretty much ready to go there. But yeah, what are we thinking here? Give me some input here. So I'm going with France by 6 for that game. For Italy versus Namibia, I think Italy could be putting plus 25 points in them, to be honest. Yes, it is a World Cup, so you know sometimes there are a couple of people who sometimes teams pitch up and stuff like that. I just look at the two sides, and I think that I very much think that Italy are on the up. So I'm going to go Italy by quite a lot here, to be honest. I'm going to go Italy by, maybe not by 25. I'm going to go Italy by 17. I think I do see Italy scoring a lot of points against Namibia. In fact, I'm going to go even bolder, Italy by 20. I think this Italian side can score tries. I think Montiel being back in there. I think Paolo Garbizzi is an exciting player. I think Angie Capuzzo can create something out of nothing. So I'm going to lock in that Italy by 20. I do think they're going to score all the points. Ireland versus Romania. This is not a case of who's going to win. This is not even a case of. This is just a case of how many and whether we can go high enough. Ireland have gone borderline full strength against the Romania side, which are not going to be able to cope with them at all. We kind of know this. Romania deep down will know this. They'll be out there to put up a bit of a fight, and they'll be spirited in the beginning, maybe, but they're not going to compete overall. I'm genuinely looking at like Ireland by 35 here, and I think even it could be more. You know, I think they could be putting 50, 60, 70 points against them. So, I mean, do we go brave? I mean, go Ireland by 40, for example. I mean, I could see this being like a 60-20 or a 60-10 result. I genuinely do. I don't see how Ireland don't put in 60, 70 points on Romania. They're that good at the moment. And it's a World Cup, so maybe Romania will be spirited of their first game, so they might be up for it. Maybe Ireland will be a bit rusty. But it's such a good Irish side. They've got such good players and try scorers. They've got the ability to score lots of points that I think it's going to be an absolute runaway, to be honest. This game, on the other hand, I don't think it's going to be a runaway. I think that Australia versus Georgia will be a little bit tighter. I do think Australia are going to win. But I'm sort of sitting here, again, at the sort of 7-8 point margin, to be honest. I think they will beat Georgia. But I think Georgia are quite a physical side that they won't go down without a fight. You know, I think that they will give a reasonably good account of themselves, and I think they're gonna have a go. So I'm really hoping that they do try and surprise Australia, who are there for the taking, really, in terms of in terms of just not being close to their best at the moment. They have yet to win a game for under Eddie Jones, and I mean, I think this will be their first game that they do win under Eddie Jones, but I've yet to really see Australia look, apart from maybe one half against New Zealand. I don't see how they get much better during the tournament to be point of contenders, but I do think they beat Georgia. I don't think it'll be as easy as possible. But what do we think? Do we agree? Do we not agree in terms of that? I'm just trying to make sure that my other show's ready to go so that we are we can sort of move from one into another. Yeah, I'm sitting around that 8-point margin, and it could be more. I mean, again, at the end of the day, we haven't seen a lot from Australia. So if they were to suddenly pitch up and put in a performance that their players are capable of, they've got world-class players, no doubt about that, then maybe it could be quite a big margin. I do think Georgia are a side on the rise, and I do think that they're quite a stubborn side, and because they're physical and they're happy to defend, I don't think they'll necessarily be blown away. So that's why I'm going about 8. I think if I was Australia, I'd take any win, to be honest, right now. Absolutely any win. But I do think that Georgia will put up the fight. I think genuinely, as the game goes on towards the end, I think Australia might pull away a bit. I think it'll be a lot closer for a longer period of time than Australia probably would really like. Which is what the World Cup's about. We want to see teams, underdogs, going and competing and giving us things to think about and making other teams sort of sit up and take notice. And that's kind of the whole point, isn't it, of World Cups, is to create that doubt, create that upset, to make things competitive. So hopefully Georgia will become a bit of a side like that. I think that Tonga and Fiji are going to be a side like that as well. I think they're not going to be the necessarily walkover sides they were a few years ago. They've got a lot better players there. There are a couple of injuries which are definitely going to affect that. But I do think that they are looking at a much better side overall than they were 4 years ago and 8 years ago in previous World Cup editions. So I'm going to go with 8 from Georgia. See a couple of comments coming through there. Where's my chat gone? Sean Farrell says, I said Georgia will put up a fight. Michelle said, I think New Zealand game against Boxers show New Zealand their weak points and answers to needed questions. So I feel New Zealand going to come with a bang. New Zealand don't make the same mistakes twice. It's an interesting point. I think what was also interesting last night we were talking about is, France have got that home advantage, but could that in fact count against them? Could that maybe, could the occasion get to them? And we'll find out later, but I'm still backing a France victory. I'm backing Argentina victory here, and I'm actually thinking Argentina are going to win by about 5. I think it's going to be quite a close game. I think that England will pitch up and be a lot better than they have in the last few weeks. But Argentina have been playing good rugby. They've been growing. They've been getting better. I think that's the main thing. We've seen steady improvement from Argentina throughout the year. They're going into the side, not as underdogs, but in fact as favourites. And I think they'll get the job done against England on Saturday evening. I'll be obviously doing that watch along, so it'll be really cool to see Argentina beat England at a World Cup. That for me is going to be something I'm really looking forward to seeing if they can do that. Because I do think that they've got the win there. Japan versus Chile. Again, this is a bit of a how many. Chile are into the World Cup. And I'm going to watch them, by the way. Which is quite cool. So I couldn't say I ever told you I was going to watch Chile play rugby. If I was going to watch Chile play sport, then it was always going to be footy, wasn't it? So if we look at the rankings, Chile are ranked down in 22nd. Japan ranked at 14th. I do think this Japan side has dropped off quite a lot. I don't think it's the Japan we saw a few years ago who could really compete and put in the Brave Blossoms nickname was great when they're underdogs. But I kind of felt that after the last World Cup, it was their time to sort of move away from being the Brave Blossoms in terms of we punch above our weight and start shifting their mentality, but to embracing the fact that they're not a bad rugby nation. They're putting a lot of money into rugby. You look at how much money all the guys are earning in the top league and stuff like that over there. They're not short of money. So I'd like to see them almost be a little bit more, I'm not say arrogant, but confident about themselves and stop sort of pigeonholing themselves as these sort of underdogs all the time and start considering themselves a tier 1 nation. It's a bit of an attitude change, Wales at the moment are ranked really poorly, but no one's ever going to say that they're a tier 2 nation. And I think that is I think, a mentality switch that Japan need to make. So up against Chile, I think they will win, and I think I'm looking at about 12 points. We don't really know what to expect from Chile, do we? I can't say I've watched a lot of Chile, for example. I'd be lying if I said I did. Yeah, I think that Japan, if they get going quite early, could put in quite a few points. I mean, this could be a 20, 30-point win. But I'm nervous to make a big call on it because I've got zero information on Chile from my personal point of view. So yeah, that's what I'm going to go with. I think that could be quite cautious. And in this game, right, so I've got votes in the comments, and we've got a winner. So I'm going to end the poll there, which means that I am picking South Africa by 10 from the looks of it. That is chosen by you. So if I lose this, then it's kind of your fault. But yeah, you guys have chosen my RSA 1, so we've got RSA by 10, so South Africa to beat Scotland by 10 points. And then the final game of the weekend is Wales versus Fiji. And I don't see, the problem is I don't know what to expect from Wales. I really don't. I've seen some good things from them this year. I've seen some terrible things from them this year. I really like some of the Welsh players. I think they've got some really, really good players. I don't know. I think it's too soon for them to be able to sort of shift into the World Cup mindset and be able to compete. And this Fiji side is playing with a lot of confidence, but they have lost a couple of key players. So I think the upset is on the cards from Fiji, but I don't think it's going to be a lot. So I'm going to go Fiji by 4. I do think we're in for a close game. It's a bit difficult because you kind of don't expect... We're not sure what to expect from either side. Fiji beat England a couple of weeks ago. Therefore, you'd sit there saying, I reckon that they're going to hammer Wales. But Wales, yeah, they didn't beat England. And a lot of people saying that shows you how bad that Wales side is. But that Wales side was playing the most experienced England side named in history. And that Welsh side had players making debuts, players playing out of positions. It was one of the most inexperienced young Welsh sides I've ever seen. And they made the England team look very average. I don't know how they didn't win. And some people were saying that should be need for an absolute meltdown. And Gwan Gatton absolutely ripped into them and said it was unacceptable. But I watched that game and thought, actually, there's some players here. There are some players here for Wales that are worth being excited about. And I think they haven't been able to put it together as a team just yet. But individual talent-wise, there are players there. So I do think that Fiji are going to win it. That's my sneaky suspicion. And it would be an upset. As much as, that they're ranked higher, for example. It's the highest Fiji have ever been ranked in their history. And I would consider Fiji versus Wales an upset, regardless of what's going on at the moment between both things. Wales are the victim of an absolute disaster of administration, and I think that has been a huge factor in their performances this year. But the nice thing about the World Cup is you kind of start to put everything off the field behind you. You get away from Wales, and you just try and focus on getting through the World Cup, making sure that you guys are as competitive as possible. And if they can do that, then I think they can still put up a fight. So I am backing an upset. I'm going to. It is an upset, but I'm going to continue to back it. So those are my picks. Then, if you guys can see that, I'll zoom in. I don't know if that helps at all. There we go. So we've gone France versus New Zealand. I've got France by 6, Italy by 20, Ireland by 40, Australia by 8, Argentina by 5, Japan by 12, South Africa by 10, and Fiji by 4. So I'm going to lock those in, and I'm not going to change them. So we will not be changing them. So don't worry. You can't call me a snake in the grass when all of a sudden, the picks come out and those picks have changed. So we've got 187 people in the league. If you are not part of the league, go and join it right now and get part of it. I said you could win a supporter's jersey, which is very cool. And that's it. We're going to be live in about half an hour's time. I'm going to be doing my fantasy team next, which is going to be even more of a bit of a joke, to be honest. But I'm a terrible fantasy player. In fact, I haven't played World Cup or rugby fantasy in about 8 years. So the last time I played, I think I was about 19. In fact, I don't even know. I'm not even sure if I did it in 2015. I think I might have. I think I did actually. So I was about 19 at the time, long time ago. So come and have a laugh with me in about half an hour as I pick my fantasy team. I've done zero research. So it's not going to be a fantasy show of good information and good advice. It's just going to be a fantasy show of let's try and help Steve find a team. So I really need your support for it, actually, to be honest, more than anything else. And he kind of need you guys to pick a team for me. But yeah, we'll do it in about half an hour. So I'll see you guys then. Right, and now I think we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And we are live for the first ever Rugby World Cup Fantasy Show, episode 1. And full disclosure, if you're here for some fantasy tips, you might get some, but I would be hesitant to take them because I'm giving them. And if there's one thing I am not particularly talented at, it is probably rugby fantasy. In fact, fantasy in general, I'm very bad at it. I'm very bad at forgetting about it. I'm very bad at forgetting to change my team and stuff like that. So it doesn't usually go well. But we are going to endeavour to do a bit better this year. We have got a league currently going, and you know, we've got prizes as well, which is the main thing. So we are going to be giving away a shirt, a supporter shirt to whoever wins the league, which is quite cool. And so there's a bit of jeopardy out there, you know. And so if you're looking to join the league, I'm going to put the description. I'm going to put the video in the video description. I'm going to put the league. That's what I'm looking for, Steve. Well done. You'll get there eventually. And then you can go and join the fantasy and come and join the party. And hopefully it will be a bit of a party because yeah, at the moment I just don't see it going particularly well for me. Unfortunately, but we're gonna try. We're gonna endeavor to be better, and hopefully it should be a bit of fun, which is the main thing. So I was kind of hoping to get quite a few people on the stream, and it's been a little bit of unorganized, so we didn't really get to promote it much. Because yeah, fantasy is not really my forte. I haven't done it in a long time, and we are going to be using the Super Brew website because we are running a competition, and therefore need to be able to contact our winners, which we unfortunately can't do. Oh, hang on, my show name's wrong. So we're gonna, there it is now. It's correct. So we're gonna have a bit of a punt at this, and basically in terms of the Super Bowl one, there is no prices, which is a bit frustrating because that kind of adds a lot to the game. So it is a much easier fantasy team to pick because there are no prices and stuff like that. The official Rugby World Cup fantasy does have prizes. However, it is much more difficult to contact the winners, and we don't want to be in a situation where somebody wins and we can't give them their prize. So that is why we've decided to go with the Super Brew version. And hopefully, yeah, that'll allow us to contact our prize winners and to make the best of the tournament itself. So what I'm going to try and do, I'm going to try to choose a 15 here. I can choose up to 4 players per team limit, and obviously in the first round there are unlimited transfers. Apart from that, there will then be 6 transfers allowed per week, which is quite a lot as well. So it does make things a little bit easier. But again, you know, this is not my forte, and so I make no promises as to how this is going to go. But immediately my eyes are on 3 potential fixtures where there could be some high scores. And that is Ireland versus Romania, Italy versus Namibia, and potentially Japan versus Chile. I think that the rest of the games could be quite close. So, you know, it's interesting when you look at like the 3 or the 4 or 5 most picked players. Thomas Ramos, 29%, Colby at 28%, Van der Merwe at 24%, Duran, Will Jordan at 20%, James Lowe at 16%. James Lowe is the only one on that list for me who I think makes a lot of sense. I would like to have a lot of Irish players and Italian players. I would probably I'm potentially going to have 8 of them in my side check because I do think those are going to be the biggest results. And so I'm going to put all my eggs in those baskets, really. So we're going to start with the back 3. And immediately I'm going to pick, I'm going to be putting Andrew Pizzo into that side. He's playing on the wing this weekend. And I will, in fact, be putting James Lowe. Where do I go with my Ireland? I want to have an Ireland wing. I think it'll be silly not to have an Ireland wing. But the question is, do I want to go James Lowe? Or do I think that a better call could be Keith Earls at 14? I think James Lowe. I'm probably going to go with James Lowe. Actually, it sounds a bit more. I thought about Keith Earls just because he's a bit of an outside chance. He'd only be picked by 1%, so it'd be a bit of a differentiator. But let's maybe go with James Lowe. I also think that after that, I think that we've got some very nice players in there. I mean, Mark Nwangani-Tuase, for example, I think it's a very good idea. Ches and Colby is obviously very popular to be picked. Ches and Colby's up against Duran van der Merwe this weekend, so it'll be interesting to see which of those two might have a better chance. I think you'll also be silly by not having Will Jordan, so I'm going to have Will Jordan in my side. And then I'm also going to throw in... I'll throw in Matsushima, to be honest, from the Japan. I think that Japan versus Chile game could be quite high scoring. So those are my 4 outside backs so far. I only got my centers here. And I can't look any further than Gary Ringrose. I think he's absolutely brilliant, and I think he'll score tries this weekend. After that, I would like to go with Semi Radradra, because I think Fiji are playing some good rugby, and I'll be keen to see what he can do up against that Welsh side. I'm not going to put a South African and centre in here. I am tempted by a Sami Karevi punt. In fact, I think I am going to go with the Sami Karevi punt. I think Radradra could find himself on the bench for this weekend. But if Fiji are playing good rugby in that pool, will be interesting. So going to my fly halves here, for me, it has to be Johnny Sexton. And for future games, I'm then going to be probably throwing in a Richie Mwanga. I think tonight's game is going to be quite close. So, but I think Sexton's going to be doing a lot this weekend. And I think that, yes, he might not play a full game, but I think he'll be quite heavily involved. And I'm going to go with Santiago Carreras as well. As my other fly half, because I think that he's going to be quite involved in Argentina, who I think could beat England. So from a scrum half perspective, I mean, Anton Dupont, you just have to have him, don't you? You know, so it is very boring. It's not necessarily a differentiator, I suppose, but yeah, for me, I find it difficult to just not have him. I'll be interested to see if anybody's got, like, for example, gone with. I mean, if you look at some of the other ones, I mean, Georgia versus Australia. I mean, I think that there could be a couple of. That's where I think fantasy obviously gets quite interesting. Is sort of choosing those outside picks, which I'm not very good at. I tend to try things and try and get creative, but they don't usually go particularly well. So I've got Anton Dupont, and I'm going to put in. I'm going to throw in Gareth Davies there for now. I like what he's been looking at. Right, loose forwards. For me, you have to have an Artie Severe, and you have to have a Gregory Aldred. I think those two probably have to be in there. I've now got 3 French players, 4 French players. No, only 2 French players. Okay, so I'm doing all right. That's my first All Black player, by the way. Apart from this, I am a massive fan of Lorenzo Canone, and I think that he's got the opportunity to score some points. So I'm going to throw in another Italian player there. And after that, I tell you what, Jean-Martin Gonzalez knows how to score a try. So and gets around, does a lot of work as well. So I'm going to throw him in there as well, ahead of Pablo Matera and Marcus Kramer. Marcus Kramer's going to make a lot of tackles this weekend, there's no doubt about that. But I think Jean-Martin Gonzalez, for me, is a young player that is on the rise and only going to get better. When it comes to your locks, Etzebeth, Itoje, Skelton are your big picks there. I'm going to throw in a Thibaut Flement. I think that he could be quite busy this weekend. I'm also going to be throwing in a... who else do I want to throw in there? It's difficult not to have Eben in there, so I'm going to throw in Eben. I think it's my first African actually going in there. So I'm going to put Eben Etzebeth there. And after that, I'm probably going to throw in a... I feel like I've got to have an English player. Do I want to go with Mario Toja, who I have not been particularly impressed with? Or do I want to go and find somebody a bit different? Not really backing too many Japanese forwards here. Trying to think of... where are we at? Will Skelton, who's been looking a lot better, is captaining the side as well. I'm going to go Ty Burn. I think he's actually on the flank this weekend, so I think that could be quite a nice little thing. Right, and then up front, hookers, you've got to go Malcolm Marks. Doesn't matter, what you think. And I'm actually going to go Julian Montoya as well. I think that he's tremendous. And in terms of my props, I can't look any further than Steven Kitsoff. I'm going to go with another Argentinian prop in Thomas Gajol as well. And then I need one more prop. And I'll tell you what, Tania Tupou is back in the mix, so I could be going with him there. So that is my squad. At this stage, what are we thinking? Any feedback here? Anybody got any tips here for me? Any ideas here? So at the moment we've got in the pack, we've got 3 South Africans, we've got 2 French players, we've got 1 Italian, 1 All Black, 3 Argentinians, an Australian. We've got no English players. I just don't back England at the moment. No Welsh players in the pack. I do have Gareth Davies at scrum half. This has been a very quickly thrown together side as well, by the way. So it's probably not going to do particularly well. Josh van der Fleer would have been a particularly good pick. I'm actually wondering about trying to get a Fijian in here. And I'm wondering about taking out Lorenzo Canone and potentially putting in... I mean, Boccia is a phenomenal player. I might actually do that. I'm going to actually throw in Boccia there. I want a Fijian in there. Tupou, in fact, actually worries me. I'm actually going to replace him with not Angus Bell. I'm actually going to replace him with... in fact, no, I'm going to replace him with Angus Bell. I'm a bit worried about Tina Tupou's fitness. Hasn't played as much rugby as you'd like going into this. The obvious person to have an Andrew Porter, but I've already got Irish players in there. So that's taking a while to go. I'm just going to try and save that and come back and see if I can add Angus Bell in there, because this is now all frozen, which is not part of the plan here. It's very difficult to choose a team, people, if the platform doesn't work. So if I was thinking, why not target the matches you know will score more points? Yeah, so the only thing, where I am a bit hesitant, I feel like I should have some Japanese players in it. Because I feel that, those are the 3 games that are going to be quite high scoring. And I don't seem to have done that very well. I've got Matsushima, who I think, oh great, that is exactly what we want to see. Now the question is that when I refresh this, is it going to come back with a full team, or are we going to be in trouble? So this is just perfect. Yeah, I'm trying to pick my fantasy team, and the entire bloody site has gone down. Probably because lots of people like me are busy desperately trying to get their picks in last minute. Okay, my squad has been saved, apparently. I do, however, want to go to my transfers. I want to change to Tupou. I want to put Angus Bell in there. I'm a big fan of Angus Bell. I think he's going to have quite a big tournament. I think the fact that James Slipper has basically removed his captain because Angus Bell is going to be starting most of the games, in fact, probably all the games, for me, is a pretty good indication of just how highly rated he is and how good he is. He's a great scrummager, proper scrummager. His side is just not happy, by the way, and very good in the loose as well. So hopefully he's gonna be a bit of a draw card there. Carl says, where's the link for the Super Brew? I'll put it into the comments right now. Why is my internet doing this? It's just typical on the bloody day of... and I'm not even downloading anything, so I've got no idea what's happening with my internet here. So we are going to try and get this out very shortly. There we go. Super Brew seems to be back. Is my live stream back? Well, we didn't go down, but everything on my actual browser seems to be panicking a little bit. Right, so we are back. So I'm going to unhide this. There it is. I'm going to be taking out Tupou. I'm going to be trading him for Angus Bell, his prop partner. And understand that. That's why I'm... Yes, thank you. And Angus Bell in. Let's complete those transfers. I'm pretty happy with that. So, yeah, so if we look at my team over here, and I'm going to have to resize this slightly. Give me a second just to resize it. Right, so that is the team as it stands. I can make some substitutions though. So I think the biggest thing for me, as I said, I want to try and target those games which are going to be pretty high scoring. So I do think Italy are going to score lots of points. I think Ireland are going to score a lot of points. So I think I need to get as many Italian players and Irish players into this lineup as possible. Which might not be a good tactic, could be a good tactic. We wait and see. So, for example, already on the bench, I'm wondering about Matsushima. I'm wondering, and it's a huge shot, but I'm thinking of taking out Will Jordan and putting in Matsushima. Which is a huge shot, because how do you leave out Will Jordan at the try scoring record he has? I'll tell you why, because I just think that France are going to win tonight. I've just got this feeling about France. In the centres as well, I think that I'm going to take out Radraja, and I'm going to put in Karevi. I think that's that for me is going to make sense. DuPont at 9, Sexton at 10. Very happy with that. My loose trio. I want to get Ty Burn in here. And I'm thinking of getting him in here ahead of Gregory Aldred. Oh, sorry, Ty Burn is sitting is in a lock. So actually, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put Ty Burn in here for Tibaf Flamen. There it is. And Gonzalez, do I want Aldred? I'm actually going to keep Gonzalez into my side. I am going to take out Gallo and put in Bell. I think that... Right, that looks very... I thought I'd have more Italian players in here. Maybe I need to go find more Italian players in here. I think I do need to find more Italian players here. I think I need to go get Lorenzo Canone. Maybe in for Boccia. I think that could be a plan. I'll tell you what, Giacomo Nicotera is also a good shout at hooker. But Malcolm Marks at hooker as well. Right, where can I get some Italian players? I mean, I could be looking at putting Montana Awani into a James Lowe position, for example. Maybe going and getting Ty Furlong instead of an Angus Bell. Or even Andrew Porter, I think could be. Obviously, there's a lot of ball carrying up against the Romanian side. We might not be able to cope with his physicality. So Andrew Porter could be a decent shout for this particular weekend. I think I might do that. So I think I'm going to put Monty Awani in here. I think I'm going to bring in Lorenzo Canone for potentially Gregory Aldred, actually. Yeah, I think we're going to do that. I think we're going to go do that. Okay, so we're going to go to transfers. So this will be resized slightly, so I apologize if you can't see it properly. But what do we say? So we're going to be taking out Will Jordan, and we're going to be putting in Monty Awani. Yeah, I'm going to go Moani, but that's Shima Kaputsu. No Irish wings is a huge shout there. I don't know if I could do that. I don't know if I in good conscience I could do that. No, I've got to have an Irish wing. I've got to have an Irish wing. Yeah, so I'm going to keep James Lowe. Italian centers maybe. No, I want more Italians in the side because I think they're gonna hammer Namibia. Don't maybe Varney, but I mean use DuPont. How do you leave out DuPont? Okay, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna take out. I'm gonna take out Aldred. In fact, no, I'm not gonna take out Aldred. Aldred has to play. Yes, I think that France could. I think if France is gonna win, I think that he's gonna be one of their best players in the tournament. So I'm going to take out Boccia. I'm going to put in Lorenzo Canone. I'm going to start potentially those three. I might actually leave out Ardi Sevilla, which is a big shout. I'm going to put Lorenzo Canone into there. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take out Julian Montoya, and I'm going to put in Giacomo Nicotera. But at the same time, I'm on Malcolm Marks to start. Tell you who I could be looking at. I could be taking out a Ty Burn and putting in Lorenzo Canone. Or, I mean, Federico Raza. That could be an interesting shout. I think that's exactly what's going to happen here. I'm not going to go to Canone, I'm going to go to Federico Raza. So I managed to put 3 more Italians into there. But I don't think I'm going to start Nicotera. So, yeah, okay. So we're going to make those transfers here. And then we're going to go see who we could fit in here. We're going to go to the starting 15, and I'm going to put in Raza ahead of Ty Burn, which is a big shout. I'm not quite sure it's the right shout, but I'm going to do that. Canone, Gonzalez, Ardi Sevilla. I'd like to bring in Gregory Aldred, and I think I'm actually going to bring in place of Ardi Sevilla. Huge shout, but I mean, your loose forwards are always such a difficult one, aren't they? Then I've got DuPont, Sexton, Ringrose, Lowe, Matsushima. Yeah, I'm quite happy with that, actually. But having no All Blacks player is a bit of a problem. I think Matsushima against Chile could score tries. If Jordy Barrett was playing, I'd be putting him in the centres. But he's not. I think Sexton has to be my fly half, and he will be my... so my captain, I'm going to captain... I want to captain Kaputsa. I'm really gonna back my Italian side. I'm gonna captain him, And my vice captain is going to be low. I'm going to captain my 2 wings. And in fact, I'm actually going to vice captain Ringrose. Then my kicker is going to be Sexton. Pretty confident about that. And I don't really have a backup kicker. I don't feel like I need one. Because Sexton is playing. He is going to kick. He's going to score all the points. So, yeah, I mean, in theory, DuPont be my backup kicker. And not he won't. So Sexton, so I'm not have a backup kicker, so we need to store that for. So that's kind of what I've got here, people. Not convinced about it, must admit. It has been thrown together quite quickly. But the main thing is I've managed to put 3 Irish players in. I've got 3 Italian players in here. I've got 2 French players. I've got 3 South Africans. I've got 1 Argentinian player. I've got 2 Australians. I have backed all the teams who I think are going to win this weekend. Heavily backing the ones who I think will score more points, with the exception of Japan. But I'm not quite sure where else to be able to put them in. So yeah, we're gonna save that, and that's gonna be the team. Not sure if it's gonna be a good team or a bad team. We'll have to wait and see, won't we? But that is the team. We are backing to bring home the bacon with regards to all the points there as my captain. So let's see. In terms of, we've got 90 people in the fantasy. We'd like to try to get over 100. So if you are new, I will put the link in the comments right now. And we're going to put both links into the description so that we can get you guys into here as soon as possible. So I'm going to quickly put in the link. Here it is. So if you are looking for a fantasy to join, come and have some fun. You can win a jersey. Carl says, love your rugby knowledge, bro. Watch it every day. Thank you very much. We're saying terrible. Where's I'm gonna look at yours. Don't you stress. I'm gonna go and have a look at the Forever Sports team fantasies and see what everybody has to say. I'm pretty sure you'll probably be close to the bottom given the fact you start with a W. So there's the only W you're taking this tournament is the fact that your name starts with 1. After that, you're in trouble. Big trouble. And I'm not even seeing you over here. Where are you? I want to see. I've got to like basically bookmark your profile so I can go and laugh at whatever's happening when the games all goes live later. So we'll see, Wes. We'll see. Yeah, as I said, this is a roll of the dice. This is a team that's been done with 0 research and not much planning, to be honest. We've just thrown together a bunch of players, and we're gonna hope they're gonna come good. There are people that's been absolutely ages, hours and hours, in fact, researching their teams and doing that. I am not that person, as we've just seen. But we're going to roll the dice, and we're going to see if that works. So we'll see you guys on Wednesday. We'll be doing this again. We actually might do a Monday morning review of the fantasy and see how everybody went and what the chat is and who's sitting on the top of the leagues. So let's go and see that. Let's go and see it next week. But apart from that, smash like the video, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys in about 4 hours' time for the build-up of France versus New Zealand in the Rugby World Cup opener. We'll be broadcasting live out of the Jos Kalami, so we'll see you guys all then. And yeah, see you soon.
Right, hello and welcome everyone to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. My name is Wes, and today we are going to be watching Japan versus Chile. It is day 3 of Rugby World Cup 2023, and what a great first 2 days we've had. A cracking opening game, obviously, between host nation France, victorious over New Zealand, and then what an action-packed yesterday. A Saturday rugby day. I mean, you can't ask for much better. 4 stellar games, and I think more or less pretty much going to plan, except for potentially the last game of the evening, England-Argentina. I don't think many people would have called such a points differential between the two sides, and especially in an English favour. Given the form that England have been in and what we've seen them recently, it was quite shocking. I think all credit has to go to Mr. George Ford, though. I mean, fantastic use of the drop goal, something we haven't seen for quite a while. And if it's working, why not? But I do think we need to think seriously about the Argentinians, though. It did seem quite odd that it was just such a different style of play that we've seen them, resort to. I think it just reminded me a bit of Argentina of old, ill-disciplined, sloppy, not being able to to string many phases together, which was quite disappointing. I think we were already, well, I know myself personally was really hoping to see this Argentina side do really well at this World Cup, looking to make those quarterfinals. But how's it, everyone? There we go. I've got Mark's box in the channel again. How's it, Mark? Good to have you back with us today on Forever Sports. Thanks, guys. If you're just tuning in and you haven't already, please make sure you hit that like button on the video and subscribe to the channel if you are able to. And already, if you can even do some more, become a channel member. For just R19.99 a month, you are able to support us, and we can bring you all this wonderful coverage. But let us move on to today's game, Japan versus Chile. I believe we do have a poll in the chat, so please get your answers into that. It'll be very interesting to see what you guys think. Who is going to emerge victorious? Will it be the Brave Blossoms or the Chileans making their first Rugby World Cup debut, which we will get into just a little bit later. Let's have a look. Mark's box asking, did we have a poll for next week's facial haircut? Mark, very, very good question. I thought I might do that in the last game today. So I will be commentating on Fiji, Wales as well. So we will have a poll there for next week's facial haircut, which I credit to you, Mark, for remembering. Hold me to account. I like it. Anyway, let's get back to the rugby then. Having a look at the Japanese side. So I think clear favourites going into this game, definitely. Given their form in the 2019 World Cup, winning all their pool games and then going through to make their very first quarterfinals in the nation's history, I think people will be favouring the Japanese. However, this year, 2023, the Japanese have not been in such form. We had a win, and that was against Tonga. Although I think the Japanese will definitely be looking to utilise their set pieces. It's very interesting, the 7 out of their 9 tries this year have come directly from set pieces. So they'll be looking to use those as really strong attacking platforms. Also interesting about the Japanese side is they've won their last 2 opening games from the last 2 World Cups. So that was in 2015, no reminder for the South Africans, that was against South Africa. And then in 2019, that was against Russia. So I think the Japanese will be looking to make it 3 opening games, 3 wins, 3 World Cups over the Chileans. So let's have a deeper look then at the Japanese side taking the field today. Are you able to, like yesterday, show me the... Right, so those are the players taking the field for Japan today, who will face Chile. So let's talk about Chile. They are the 26th different side to play in a Rugby World Cup. So they obviously make their debut this year, and they just made that after a brave effort against the United States of America, coming back from 19-0 down at the half to win the game 31 points to 29. So heartbreak for the Americans, but absolute elation for the Chileans. Having a look here, it actually allows us to have our 3 first South or Southern American sides competing at a World Cup for the first time. So obviously we've got the Argentinians, who we saw in action last night. We've got the Uruguayans as well as the Chileans. So quite nice to see the Southern America sides getting good representation in the Rugby World Cup. So now, similar to Japan, potentially not the best form in 2023, as the Chileans have not won a game this season yet. However, they have come incredibly close. So within the last 3 out of 4 defeats, they have been within 2 points. So they will really be looking to hopefully turn that almost into a definite, and hopefully they can get their first win. I mean, what a way to do it in your inaugural or debut World Cup, to get your first victory of the season. Now, interestingly, Australia and Chile were the only 2 teams to enter Rugby World Cup 2023 without a single win under their belt for the season. However, the Australians were able to, come over that adversity last night with quite a convincing win against the Georgians. Although we have to say again, the Georgians, similar to the Argentines last night, potentially a bit disappointing. I think we were all hoping to see a little bit more from them. However, the Chileans do know how to score points. They've crossed the try line 10 times this season so far. So undoubtedly, they will be looking to try and get many points, or as many points as they are able to. Right, so having a look at your Chilean team, these are the gentlemen who will be taking the field today. Right, so those are the players taking the field for Chile today. Having a look, guys, we've got fantastic comments in the chat, which is awesome. We've got Lindsay Lowe, I believe, joining us again from Indonesia, if that's correct, Lindsay. So Lindsay's saying Japan for the win, 33 points to 19. Chile is just too inexperienced. My heart would like them to win, but my head says no. Lindsay, I think everyone is probably with you there. You know, funny how we often think of Japan as the underdogs, but definitely in this matchup, it's going to be the Chileans. So it would be lovely if they could pull off an upset, which is what Mark is advocating for there. Mark is saying Chile to pull off a wild upset, back Chile to win 21-19. So a close fought affair. Just going to ask my producer to see if he can mute me. I can hear myself in my ear. Excellent. Thank you. Okay. Awesome, guys. Yeah. Let me know in those chats where you are coming in from. I'm streaming to you. As I said, if you haven't been with me before, I'm coming to you live from the Delta, the Okavango Delta in Botswana. So once again, apologies if there are any technical issues asking a lot of this Delta Wi-Fi. But so far, fingers crossed, it's done a really good job at keeping the stream going. So let me know in those comments where you're watching from. Is this your first stream? Is it your 100th stream? Yeah, it would be fantastic to see where you guys are calling in from. Start to get your score predictions in there as well. As we said, we've got one so far from Mark. So Mark coming out with an early score prediction of 21 points to 19. Excuse me, two. Lindsay obviously said there 33 points to 19. So we've got one win for Japan and one win for Chile. So let us know. We've got that poll going as well. Don't forget to vote in that poll. Let us know your thoughts in those comments, guys. So just over 10 minutes now, about 13 minutes to kick off before we get this game underway. And this is the first meeting between these two sides. So very interesting to see how they will fare up against one another. I think if we cast our minds back to 2019, I think we remember quite a fierce Japanese side. As I said, they won all their pool games, got through to the quarterfinals. They were a real team to contend with. They had absolute pace on the wing. So it'll be interesting to see what they've retained from 4 years ago. But as previously mentioned, it's going to be tough ask. They've not had the season that they've been hoping for, I think. We've got Sean O'Farrell in the comments here saying, coming us from Ireland. How's it, Sean? How are you doing? I hope you enjoyed yesterday's game. The Irish looking quite strong, as well as Johnny Sexton doing Johnny Sexton things. So I'm sure all the Irish fans are quite relieved to see him back, having not seen him obviously in the warm-up. It looks like he hasn't missed a beat. So I'm sure very, very pleased. But Sean is saying, unfortunately, with so little games, tier 2 nations, they will have there will be lots of blowouts. I think 35-10 for Japan. Okay, absolutely. And this is something, if you joined us for the Italy-Namibia coverage yesterday, you know, the Namibians seemed to hang with the Italians for a while, definitely the first half. But then, you know, a couple of comments just saying, look, it's that lack of game time, really, that the tier 2 nations then suffer fitness-wise, but then also just pace-wise. You know, they can hang with them in the first half, but then that second half just opens up. And I guess that's what we also saw in the Ireland game as well. However, I mean, just Ireland really showing their class there. Natalia saying, hello, are we going to be able to watch the game or only commentating? Yeah, so on the stream, Natalia, how it works here on Fever Sports is we're going to have my commentary. We've got, you'll see little graphics up in the field. You'll be able to see where the ball is. I'll be giving you as up-to-date commentary as I'm able to, but we won't be screening the game on here, obviously, for broadcasting rights. But this is just a fun more way to be a bit more interactive with the game. You know, because I'm here, I've got you in the chat. We can get polls going, get questions. You guys can tell me things that you're looking forward to, what to look out for. You know, it's just a bit more of an interactive way to watch sports, which is really fantastic. So please do, if you are new to the channel, go check out the rest of our coverage, as well as hit that like button on this video and subscribe as well. So Lindsay saying she's still in Indonesia. It's my second stream. I live here permanently now. Okay, fantastic, Lindsay. Thanks for coming back today for your second stream. And yeah, I mean, Indonesia, I haven't been myself. It's definitely on the bucket list to go, but I hope you're having a good time there. Right, so looking over to the stream, we see the players warming up in the field. It looks like another spectacular day in France, although it has been absolutely sweltering. So we are seeing these water breaks at about the 20-minute mark, which I think is very, very necessary. I mean, I think last night in the England game, I think they were saying it was around 36 degrees Celsius, which is sweltering for the Northern Hemisphere at any time in the year, but especially now when it's supposedly coming out of summer and going into fall. So very, very interesting to see that. We are also brought to you guys today by two fantastic sponsors of the channel, BOYLESPORTS and BITDEFENDER. So please go give them a look at the link in the description. So BOYLESPORTS, if you're feeling confident about your picks, if you think you know what's going to happen in the game, why not put your money where your mouth is? So why not go put over and place a bet at BOYLESPORTS, and they will match your first deposit up to R1,000. So go check out BOYLESPORTS. Again, all the links are down in the description below. As I said, we've got some score predictions here. Maybe if you're not even too confident on the score exactly, you could just let us know who you think is going to win. And again, BOYLESPORTS making all sorts of accommodations for different betting odds. So go check out BOYLESPORTS, guys. Yeah, fantastic sponsor. And they allow us to do our thing. They allow us to bring this coverage to you. What also allows us to do that is if you guys like the video, become subscribers, and also maybe a channel member, have a look at possibly becoming a channel member. It just allows us and supports us to be able to bring all this coverage to you. We are doing the most comprehensive rugby tournament coverage ever on YouTube before. So what a great thing to be a part of, and we really appreciate all you guys getting involved. I think I was really impressed yesterday with the numbers that pulled through for the Italy-Namibia game, as well as the conversation in the chat. I think we saw how passionate the Namibians were about their side. I mean, lots of messages saying that they were proud of the boys, that they were happy for them to be there and represent them. But lots of players just saying, lots of comments, coming through, just saying it's just not enough game time. I think as Sean was saying there, that the second tier nations just don't have enough time around the year to sort of be able to compete with these tier one nations. So yeah, really tough stuff. But as I said, guys, get involved in those comments. Let me know, are there any particular players that you are looking out for in these two games? Again, unfortunately, with the tier two nations, which, Japan, I think, is on the cusp being tier one, but even so, it's not covered as widely as your traditional tier one nations, let's call it that. So very difficult to sort of keep up to the form with these players, unless you watch their club rugby, and again, where these guys are playing all over the place. But yeah, let me know if there's anyone that you're particularly looking out for. I think what's quite cool, if I'm not mistaken, is the Chileans have actually got two sets of brothers, both in the starting lineup. So we've got Diego Escobar and Marcelo Escobar. Sorry, not Marcelo, excuse me, Alfonso Escobar. And then we've got Clemente Saavedra, as well as Domingo Saavedra. So quite cool that the brother representing there. So, we're so used to seeing the All Blacks. Obviously, the All Blacks quite famous for having sets of siblings playing in the starting lineup. So here we've got two different sets of siblings, both making the Chilean starting lineup. Yeah, fantastic to see the Chileans involved in the competition. As I mentioned earlier, they were narrowly defeated the USA. So I've got some mates on that side who obviously weren't too happy, but fantastic to see them coming through and making their Rugby World Cup debut. So they will undoubtedly be looking to make a bit of a statement on this game and see if they can cause a bit of an upset. Mark reckons so. But yeah, guys, in that chat, let me know what your score predictions are, or who you think is going to win, and potentially why. Let me know. Do we see another upset? I think so far, possibly the only upset of the tournament was probably last night's game. As we said, Argentina, England, not many people expecting England to put together a decent performance. And not many people expecting Argentina to just kind of not show up. I think we had, was it Hugh earlier in the chat? Someone was saying, Hugh Thomas was saying, when's kickoff? So kickoff's in about 6 minutes, Hugh. It's a strange game last night. Argentina seemed not to want to win to avoid certain teams in the knockouts. England, you got suckered. Okay, so we're starting to get some theories coming through potentially as to why the Argentines did look so different. So Hugh hinting at the fact there that maybe they didn't necessarily give it their all. I don't know. I just think that they got completely rattled, which was odd because I don't think anything particularly happened to rattle them. You know what I mean? Like England didn't come out and look ferocious. I just think the Argentines never switched on, which was unfortunate. Big talking point from last night's game, though, as well, is Tom Curry's red card. We're gonna. I'm sure it depends what side you're on, but as a neutral, with no real skin in that decision, I do think it was a very harsh interpretation of the law. Probably fits to the letter of the law as well. So I can understand them wanting to try and take out any of the grey zones, but I do think it's very harsh for Tom Curry to receive that upgrade from the bunker system to a red card. So in those comments, guys, let me know, what do you think? Do you think it was a red and there was no doubt in your minds? And if so, why so? Like, what was your reasoning? But if you think actually it was a bit harsh, yeah, like my thinking around that is it did seem to be, there were some mitigating factors. He was slightly bending, not the hips, but his knees. But I think he did just time it really poorly. But hey, those are the rules. So the rules say no head contact, and if there's not much mitigating factors, then you're going to get a red. But it does just bring up this like epidemic of red cards for the England team. I mean, if you think about how many they've had, is just unbelievable. I mean, I'm sure they've got the highest density of red cards, and specifically for high head contact situations, which is nuts. So something surely has to change. I think we also saw a rare clip of Steve Borthwick smiling for the first time, which granted he's not had much reason to smile this season, but yeah, England may be starting to find their stride a bit. Maybe Farrell doesn't start. Maybe Ford starts. I mean, if you just looked at the energy that they had, it was better. We didn't see the outrageous like celebrating and clapping when they, I don't know, won a play that they should have won. But it was just more positive, I think, from the English, which was good to see for them. I think we had lots of comments, people in the chat yesterday about not wanting England to win, but we'll have to see. Okay, great. Sean's getting involved in the chat there. Sean is saying, I found the England-Argentina boring. Both teams did not play. I felt England should have at least try a 5 point. Yeah, exactly. I would find the red card harsh. As a neutral, it felt an odd call. Yeah, Sean, I'm with you there. I also thought, people saying, oh, England's now cracking and this, that, the next. I mean, they didn't score a try, right? Or did they in the end? I'm trying to think. But for most of the game, they never really looked like they were threatening to cross the try line. So I was just a bit confused as why people felt like it was such a strong performance. I just think the Argentines played particularly really, really bad. And the English were able to just keep that scoreboard pressure. But you know what? Maybe that's sometimes you've just got to do in Test rugby, right? I mean, especially World Cup, is every performance doesn't have to be this dominating performance. I mean, if you look at, South Africa, was it in the semi-finals in 2019 against the Welsh? I mean, what was that? That was 19-15, wasn't it? Something close like that. I mean, it wasn't quite a convincing performance, whereas obviously England go out and absolutely smash the All Blacks in that game and then struggled to show up for the final. But here we go, guys. We're about 2 minutes from the anthems and then kickoffs. So we are seeing the Japanese and the Chilean players now making their way onto the field. The Chileans are looking quite excited. Lots of smiles on their faces. Undoubtedly, probably a little bit of nervous smiles, but who can blame them? I mean, what a feeling to walk out into, pretty packed stadium there in Toulouse, which is excellent. One opportunity for these guys to play in a World Cup for the first time. So, Sean, let me know your score prediction. It would be great to hear from you. I think we've got 2 score predictions. Mark is predicting an upset. Lindsay is saying Japan will come away stronger, although she's hoping for the Chileans to do well. Mark, let me know. What do you think? Not Mark, sorry, Sean. Let me know. What do you think? What do you think the score is going to be? It would be fantastic to have you getting involved there, and not just Sean. Everyone else, get your thoughts into those chat, guys. Let me know. This is a large part of this channel, I believe, is this interactive element where we're able to have a conversation about it in real time. Gauge your guys' thoughts, because I think what can often happen with punditry is they can be so set in their ways. And again, not naming any names, but watching some of the commentary yesterday or listening to it, I was just amazed at how one-tracked they are. Sean asking, what is your opinion on the choir singing the anthems? Okay, yeah, I said to someone yesterday, I think it was one of the anthems, and it sounded a bit like a horror movie soundtrack. It just wasn't quite working. I think because there was both feed from obviously the children's voices, and then you had the rugby players also coming through the mics. So it was this disjointed, fever dream nightmare. So I'm personally not a huge fan. I think, it's a nice thought, and maybe they tried it. I think potentially too late to pull the plug now on that. But for me, it's just not working. I think, you do need that sort of lead singer. The choir's backups would be perfect or lovely, but I do think that you just do a strong voice carrying the anthems. It really gets the players psyched up, and the crowd as well. I mean, there's nothing greater, but there's a great feeling when you can hear the crowd then singing behind that one lead voice, which is just spectacular. So I'm not a huge fan, but hopefully they can tighten some of those loose nuts and bolts. Sean's also given us his score prediction. So similar to Lindsay, there's Sean saying that Japan by 35 points to 10. Yeah, absolutely. It is different. I got lost with it. Yeah, it is very different, Sean. I agree. If you guys haven't seen already, so in addition to potentially going to put a little bit of a bet on Boyle Sports, if you're not feeling that confident, two things. Definitely go check out Chris's show. So Chris Rowe does pro tips, and he just gives you some more insight into where he's putting his money and why he thinks he should do that. So you can follow along with him. And then if you're not feeling that confident, then you can go check out the Forever Sports Super Brew, right? So if you haven't done Super Brew before, very, very simple, very straightforward. This is in fact my first year of doing Super Brew, and I'm in the Forever Sports League. So we do a fantasy league as well. We've seen Steve pick his fantasy team, so you can do the fantasy as well as your picks. So go get involved there. It's good fun. It makes you a bit more invested in games that you potentially might not be, because now you've got a bit of skin in every game. So I was 4 for 4 yesterday until the upset of Argentina. So I'm already out of the Grand Slam running. But there are a number of people who've got every call right so far. So very, very impressive. All right, we've got Penny Lane in the chat. Hi, Penny. How's it going? Penny, let us know where you're calling in from. It'd be great, guys. Calling in from, watching from. It'd be great to sort of see where everyone's coming from. I know Sean's in from Ireland. We've got Lindsay out from Indonesia. Where are the rest of us? Got close to 200 people join on the stream today. How's it, everyone? If you haven't been with me before, my name's Wes, and absolute privilege to have you guys here on Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. So the anthems are done. Penny asking what time does the match kick off? In what must be about a minute or two, Penny. So we are just waiting for the players to take their positions, and then we should get the match underway. So looking forward to, I don't know, quite a tough one to call. I think, looking at a lot of the polls, 97% of the public thinks that Japan will win, and that's out of about 1,000 votes. I think, given what you guys have said in the comments as well, and I think our poll as well is a poll going, most people saying that the Japanese should be coming away victorious in this opening game, which will make it 3 wins in their opening games from the last 3 World Cups for the Japanese. Excellent, Nicholas. Nicholas is tuning in from South Africa. How's it? Joshua is coming in from Jordan. Excellent, guys. It's really cool to see where everyone is coming in from. I think it's really awesome that we're able to bring you this to all over the world. And that's part of Forever Sports' goal, right? Is to bring some sort of coverage to places where potentially finding the matches could be tricky. And super, super, super happy to be a part of this with you guys. So thanks so much for the support. As I said, if you can't become a channel member, make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. We crossed over 40,000 subscribers this weekend, so absolutely huge. Thank you to every single one of you. Fantastic. Right, we cross over back to the game. We've got the Chilean fans who are absolutely loving the vibe in the crowd. I mean, why not? Your first World Cup. What an awesome opportunity for these guys that they're able to go out there. Penny saying, hi, what's your name? Penny, my name's Wes. Great to have you here. All right, we're crossing to the coaches now who look understandably nervous. So the Brave Blossoms, the Japanese, are playing in their white and red shirts. The Chileans are in more or less solid red tops with the blue shorts. The Chileans look like they'll be kicking off from right to left. And so the Japanese receiving. Buffalo is back in the chat. How's it, Buffalo, from Cape Town? We've got a couple South Africans here with us. And Nick Berry blows his whistle and we get underway. The Chileans kick off from right to left. They go deep into the Japanese half. The Japanese up into the air to collect it excellently. They are still within the 22, so able to kick out directly should they want to. They set a bit of a train. And Nagare, high box kick. Good chase by the Japanese, but easy collected by the Chilean number 15, Ayarza, who takes it into contact. Now Torrealba out to his forwards. Strong carry by them. Bit of slow ball. Torrealba again looking to the left, but then looks to his right. Goes back to the right-hand side. Quick line speed from the Japanese. So not allowing the Chileans to get any sort of momentum. Torrealba picks and go around the side. He's brought down. Ayarza out then to the forwards, back to the left-hand side. Mr. R is tuning in from South Africa. Good day, Mr. R. So the Japanese really, really shutting down any sort of Chilean momentum here. So The Chileans sort of saying, right, we're going to go up over the top. So Torrealba looks to kick. He boxes. Just a bit too far. But good speed there from, who was that? Number 12. Garafulik, really making the player have to make a quick decision. And then, unfortunately, the Japanese players, from all that pressure, kicking it out on the full. So Garafulik in his yellow scrum cap there, and it was number 11, Nai Kabula, for Japan, that looked to then kick under that pressure, kicked it out on the full, and that Joe Nai Kabula, and so he kicked on the full. So now the Chileans will have an excellent platform to attack from a line-out early on in the game. Buffalo is saying that Japan by a long margin. All right, Buffalo, let's go. Let's get more specific there. Let me know. Long margin is what? 20 points? 80 points? Takun, the game has kicked off and we are live. So the Chileans win the line-out. They go out, then they go back inside. And a great run by the hooker, Escobar, up the field there. Torrealba out to his forwards. But again, the Japanese line speed is so quick. Torrealba trying to command his troops. Again, out to another forward on the left-hand side, but dealt easily with by the Japanese defense. Torrealba goes back to the right now, a little out the back pass from the big prop, Daitis. Then out to his number 10, Fernandez, who gets taken down. So the Japanese just slowly walking back. The Chileans now chip over the top and easily collected by Naya Kabula, who then calls the mark. So what we're seeing so far is the Chileans trying a few phases, not getting much success, and then looking to kick over the top, which I think is a strategy we've seen. We've seen from quite a couple of sides. Okay, a little tap from Naikabula, and then back to Matsuda, who hoofs it downfield, and the Chileans will have another line out, but this time just on the inside of their half. So I think what we've seen so far, really good defense from the Japanese. It's been really ferocious pace-wise. And this is going to be a big test for the Chileans, is that step up in pace from sort of competitions and teams they're used to playing against. So Takun James was saying, what time is kickoff? Yeah, we've kicked off. We are live. We're 3 minutes in. Scores are 0-0. We've got the Brave Blossoms Japan facing the Chileans. So long throw, the Japanese are able to turn it over now. So here we come out to the right. They move it quickly through the hands. There are numbers if they can get it. Here they come all the way to the right-hand side. I believe that's Michael Leach taking it down. So now the Japanese will look to attack from a great platform. Can the Chileans get back in defense? However, they cannot. It's knocked on in midfield. So the Chileans now have the ball. And the forwards are just taking it up route 1. And here they come. Torrealba out to his fullback, Ayarza, who's met quickly by the Japanese defense. Driving back, no advantage gained. So Nick Berry, the ref, says, right, we'll come back for the scrum. So unfortunately, the Japanese just not able to capitalize on that turnover of set play at the line out. And it would have been a good opportunity for them to sort of string a few phases together. Potentially just a bit too panicked, a bit too rushed. They'll look to slow things down a bit. Penny in the chat saying there will be a few in the World Cup like last night. I definitely think so. I mean, we've spoken about how this is the most competitive World Cup we've seen in a long time, if not ever, which is fantastic. That it really is not quite anybody's to win, but definitely more teams able to get through further than you would expect. So yeah, looking forward to upsets, just not when it comes to the Springboks. Right, our first scrum of the game, 4 minutes in. It is Chilean feed. Torrealba feeds it. It's a solid scrum. Good scrum by the Chileans, holding their own. Nick Berry says to the Chileans, right, use it. Pick and go from Escobar at the back. Then out, nice little offload inside to one of his other loose forwards. Escobar again. Here comes the rest of the scrum then to 7, Martinez. Torrealba now looks, he goes right. Little out the door pass, long pass to the right-hand side. The Chileans trying things, but again, not making much ground, not getting over the advantage line. Ayarza, nice little step and handoff. He finds half a gap. He's through. He's got numbers on left and right. He gives it to the left-hand side. Now we've got inside. Here we go. The Chileans storming on the field, but that pass had to go to hand. Oh, my goodness. It's knocked on. Oh, that was so unfortunate. They think they've scored. Nick Berry saying, wait. We're going to check the knock-on. So they feel like they're in here. I feel like that should have been much cleaner a try. But my goodness, what a fantastic break from Ayarza down the right-hand side. He had numbers, 3 or 4 Chileans around him on the left and right, had options to choose from. So, So we'll see how we go. So we go to the TMO here. So nice to have you back in the chat, Alan. Yes, so no upsets for the Springboks or for Wales. And we'll actually be tuning in for that game later. I'll be with you for Wales and Fiji. What a good game that should be. Okay, so here we see the break. So number 9, Taroa, looking to offload. It looks like it comes backwards. And then a Japanese player knocks it backwards into his half, but forwards for the Chileans. A little dab through from the 10 Fernandez, who's able to then scoop and score. So from my initial reading of that, I reckon that's backwards. That's backwards. And that's a little chip through. Excellent footballing skills there from Fernandez to pick and score. So, ladies and gentlemen, we might have our first try of the game, and that first try might go to Chile. And it is indeed. Nick Berry signals try time. So what a fantastic way to start the game. What a way. You couldn't ask for a better way to start your debut Rugby World Cup performance. The Chileans scoring early within 6 minutes. As I said, I think all came from a good strong run from the 15. Ayarza was able to make a nice strong strip with his left foot, then a solid handoff, get through. I thought he was going to give the pass, but he recognized he was through the tackle, kept running, and then had options left and right. So really good work. So here we see a replay of it. So it kind of looked like nothing. The Japanese looked like they had it. Step off the left, gets around one tackle, hands off another, screaming down the field, then gives it out to his left-hand side. Again, I thought they were through for all money here. Nice little dummy there, and then he was brought down through the backwards. Okay, so yeah, I mean, excellent cover defense by the Japanese, but just not enough to stop that Chilean defense. So who would have seen this? The Chileans strike first. Yeah, absolutely. Great stuff. Chile, says Alan in the chat. Penny saying, I'm a Springbok fan. Yeah, I am sort of born and raised in South Africa, but lived all over the world. So yes, Springbok fan. Getting very nervous for the Scotland game. It should be an absolute cracker. So make sure you tune in for that. Stevie P will be taking you through that game. So here we go. The Chilean kicker number 4, Villa, looks to convert, and he absolutely does. Splits the uprights in half. So the Chileans are ahead 7 points to nothing after 7 minutes. What a great start. You know, this is going to show the real sort of test now, I think, of the Japanese players. Can they settle? Can they not get rattled? Can they start to show that sort of that they've been in these situations before? This isn't their first rodeo. They just need to calm things down. Right, so we restart. The Japanese from left to right, high restart. Oops, the Chileans go up, but completely miss it. So a knock on. So the Japanese here can get it, and they do turn it over. So here we go. Nagata out to his forwards. They do a good strong run up. Nagata again out to another forward. Looked like big Cornelson. Good step for the big man. The Chileans just diving over a bit. Yeah, I think that's absolutely the right call, sir. So penalty advantage, and they're straight through the middle. My goodness, what an answer by the Japanese. And it is big Amato Fakatava. What an excellent run from the big man, straight through the Chilean defense. I mean, you couldn't ask for a much better response. This shows that the Japanese side are indeed here to play. So that Chilean elation, yeah, quite short-lived, but really a good work from the Japanese side. So all coming from the inability to collect that restart. So here the Chileans look like they go up just over the first lifter. Second man behind them wasn't quite expecting it. And then the knock on, and then very, very quick from the Japanese. Nagare getting the ball out really, really quickly. Oh, excellent piece of work. You could say potentially not the greatest defending from the Chilean 13, who just looked like he shot up a bit and created a hole, but excellent work for Fakatava to recognize and stab his way through. So we are now at 7 points to 5 with a conversion to come. 12,000. It's great to have you in the chat. So number 10, Matsuda for Japan, looking to convert, which he does with no problem. Slots it through the uprights, and we are 7-7. Even Stevens after 9 minutes. Quite exciting rugby so far. Both teams looking like they're ready to come. Right, Josh is getting involved in the chat. Thank you, Joshua. 30 points to 10 to Japan. Okay, all right. So we've got there potentially the Chileans only scoring another penalty, Josh. Sure about that? Maybe. You might be right. Appreciate the commitment. Buffalo margin got smaller. Yeah, exactly. That's Guillermo Fernandez in the chat. And we are underway again. So the Chileans have kicked off, collected by the Japanese and hoofed downfield. It is that man who started the first try for the Chileans. Fayarza looking to do another strong run, but this time tackled well by the Japanese. And here come the Chileans to the left-hand side. A little bit of a mismatch in the midfield there, but taken in by Diego Escobar. Right, Teorba out to the right-hand side. Lovely pass from Ayarza. He'll be one to watch this tournament, definitely. Right, Teorba looking on the right-hand side, brings it out to the left. But one-dimensional from the Chileans at the moment. Hopefully they can look to start to open up. Teorba again out to his forwards. Again, that Japanese line speed very, very fast. So the Chileans struggling to make any sort of ground. And especially if the Chileans are catching in the standing start. So you feel they've got to be running onto that ball to meet the Japanese, at least with some momentum, or you're just losing territory the whole time. Here we come out the back now. Massive pass over the top, but it's read incredibly well, but then offloaded. So the Japanese making that first tackle, but the Chileans coming down the left-hand side. Here we go. He's through. Oh, and he just knocks it on. Unfortunately, number 13, Saavedra, and that is Domingo Saavedra, wasn't able to hold on. It looked like he was through for all money, but a diving tackle, I think, by Michael Leach, causing him to spill that ball. So, yeah, fantastic tackle. Was it from the 14 from Matsushima? But equally, 14 Santiago Videla was able to get that ball away. So you thought he was down the touchline here. And yes, Michael Leach making an absolutely, what you could say, maybe a try-saving tackle there to dislodge that ball from Domingo Saavedra. We've got some more comments in the chat there. Kian, who got the try by Japan? It was the big man, number 5, Amato Fakatava. It was his try to claim. But TOS in the chat, nice commentary, sending regards from Tunbridge Wells. So hello to our UK watchers as well. Hope all is well in Tunbridge Wells. So I think our second scrum of the game, Japanese with the feed. We're right on the right-hand side. It is a short arm, though, to the Chileans. Penny Lane congratulating TOS there for the win last night. I'm sure the Tunbridge Wells fan base will be quite happy with that English performance. Looking at our possession stats, guys, very interestingly, Chile have had 71% of the possession. So the Japanese not really in the game at the moment, but that being said, the Chileans not doing much with that possession. Really just catching the ball flat-footed at a standing start, not able to get over the advantage line at all. So the Japanese coming up very quickly, but the Chileans have found a few holes. So, the Japanese defense not looking potentially as solid as they would like. So they got the short arm. The Chileans are saying, hey, we'll have another scrum. We did well in the first one, so they've called the scrum again. So where we are on the field is on the left-hand side. It looks to be a 5 meter, so not much of a blind side to work with. Not such a steady scrum, but it comes quickly to the back for the Chileans. Hold the ball's available. Out it goes. Terrelba then takes it up himself. Lovely pass, and he's through. Is there anyone with him? Yes, here come the Chileans. So they're storming down the field. Again, that Japanese defense opening up far too easily. Right, massive scramble from the Japanese. The Chileans, you think, have to capitalize here. Big crashing run by number 6, the captain Sigren. Out it goes from Terrelba to Iceman. Takes it into contact. The Chileans with their tails up now. Where's it going to go? Can they keep their composure? Nice step by Saavedra, number 4 there. The big men doing good work. A little bit slow now. Out all the way to the right-hand side. Lovely step inside. Good run from the Chilean wing there. I think that was Feraldra. Lovely strong run from Ayarza, but met strongly in contact. Terrelba looks to set. Here come the forwards again. Still a standing start. Japanese defense handling that quite easily. Here it comes now, out to the left-hand side. Can they distribute it further? Still from the 10 to then the forwards. Now we look to go back to the right-hand side. Again, the forwards just not getting any momentum there. Little pick and go, but easily dealt with by the Japanese. Offload before he was taken down eventually. So now I feel like the Chileans just are looking a bit not lost. Oh, good steal there. Excellent work from the Japanese. Again, just running in a bit isolated, but one of the Japanese players, I think it was number 2, Sakate, getting in over the ball, strong body position. But here we see the replay. So Terabo taking it up to the line, and then a lovely offload to number 12, Garafulek, in his yellow scrum cap, and just went straight through, again, like a hot knife through butter. And then you feel like that was the moment to capitalize. But, the Japanese defense was all over the show, just not able, rather, to turn any of that into points. So looking at ball carries, I mean, all the stats are heavily favoring the Chilean side. 29 ball carries, 212 meters made, as opposed to 9 ball carries from the Japanese and only 46 meters made. So you feel like Japan have really got to get their hands on the ball and keep it for a few couple phases. So into the lineup we go to the middle. They're set for the driving maul. McBerry deems the lineout is over. Not really going anywhere, use it once. So on the left-hand side of the field, just the halfway mark. They go around the left-hand side, a little cheeky play there, stabs it through, but there is a Chilean player there. He can't collect, he does knock it on. It was the 15, Yarza. That was a tough one to collect though. That ball was coming with speed and an awkward bounce up into his chest. Oh, you do feel like there was a bit of a 2-on-1 there, potentially. If he could have released, I think it was Naya Kabula he had on his left-hand side, and that is Nagare, the number 9. I feel like they could have been in with a bit of a shot there, 2-on-1. All right, once again, guys, welcome to the stream. If you've just joined us, my name is Wes. We're watching Japan and Chile. We're about 17 minutes in. We've got a scrum deep in the Chilean territory. It's been a try piece. Chile have had much of the possession. I wouldn't say they've quite been dominant. They've found holes. But in terms of when they're actually then looking to do set phases, they've not been making much ground. The Japanese defense has been solid and strong and fast. That being said, though, the Chileans have found a few holes. But this is an excellent attacking platform for the Japanese, well within Chilean territory, right on the left-hand side of the field. It gives you pretty much the whole field to play with. And as I said, the Japanese have scored, from the 9 tries they've scored this year, 7 of those have come from set piece. So they'll be looking to use this. And out it comes. Here we go. Nagara. Oof. Crunching tackles. The ball looks like it has been, I was going to say knocked forward, but it looks like an illegal tackle from one of the Chilean players not wrapping. It did look, very, very intense. Here we see the replay. So Naga picks and goes, takes it to the line, gives it off to Naya Kabula. And again, no wrap there. And it's got a Fulik as well, actually, who takes the man without the ball, no arms, no wrap. So the Japanese turning down the 3 points and going to the line. So they back themselves off the line out here, potentially with a driving maul to get over the try line. Interestingly, what we've seen from other nations is the taking of the points. I think leading up to the World Cup, a lot of teams were reluctant to go for the points because they were keen to try things new. But here we see a lot of teams taking the points. But the Japanese say none of that, and they do overthrow at the line out. It is able to be collected by one of the Japanese backs coming onto it very quickly. So it is available for the Japanese. Nagata picks and gives it to one of the big forwards. Offside by the Chileans. So they do have an advantage. So this is a free play for the Japanese, who unfortunately can't get the ball out. Garafulik, doing the classic "me, sir, can't be me" that we see so well perfected by the rugby players recently. Okay, so Nick Berry saying you've got a penalty here just on the 5 meter. So the Chilean discipline has been good so far, but we might start to see this break down as the game goes on. So Nick Berry just saying, look, offsides, got to make sure you're behind the last man. Buffalo in the chat, they're saying, remember when Japan beat the Springboks? Yes, Buffalo, yes, we do. Thank you, we do. What a performance by the Japanese in that 2015 game, though. Absolutely outrageous. And then good form in the 2019 World Cup. So I think a lot of people were quite surprised when the Japanese didn't have such a good Pacific Nations Cup. But they'll be hoping to find better form now in this Rugby World Cup, which at the moment, they've not had much of the ball, so we can't comment too much on their form. So they turn down the 3 points yet again, and they're going to go to the line out. So they overthrew that last one. They get a second shot to set up a good platform here. They go to the middle. They find their man. They set the driving ball. Strong first push from the Chileans, though. But the Japanese regather. And it does seem to be disintegrating apart. We have a few split off moments, but the ball is short. We're about 2 meters from the try line. Can the Japanese get it back? No, they can't. The Chileans do excellent defensive work. They bring down that maul legally. Oh, hello, a little bit of a handbag throwing here. Number 3 from Chile, Mateus Deitis, getting a bit enthusiastic there, probably riling up the Japanese a bit. So it looks like number 7, Martinez, had his hands all over that ball. The Japanese took it down because they realized they needed to get the ball out, and he was not budging one bit. So really good rugby IQ there. Yeah, we see number 3, Mateus Deitis, going up to big man Amato Fakatava, the try scorer for Japan, getting a bit involved. Buffalo saying expect the unexpected. Yeah, I mean, again, we I think Penny was saying earlier that there's going to be a lot of World Cup or upsets this World Cup, and absolutely, and Guillermo saying that those statistics are out of the windows now. So crazy stats that the Chileans just have not allowed the Japanese to get into this game at all. So we are at 20 minutes into the game, and what we have seen in this Rugby World Cup, which was approved, is the water breaks. Given how hot it has been in France at the moment, World Rugby have said, yeah, no, absolutely, every 20 minutes or so, should the conditions permit, we will have a water break. So the players just getting some water, which allows me to tell you guys about our second channel partner. So if you don't know already, guys, we are sponsored both by BOYLESPORTS, but we're also sponsored by BITDEFENDER. So Forever Sports has partnered with BITDEFENDER, a global leader in cybersecurity. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks to transform and improve their digital experience. So a big thank you to BITDEFENDER for sponsoring the channel. So if you guys haven't already, check them out. All links are in the description down below. Check out both BOYLESPORTS as well as BITDEFENDER. So we've got some more chat going on. Who do you think will win between Wales and Fiji? Yeah, guys, can start thinking about that later on tonight. I think it's going to be an absolutely cracking game. I think the Fijians have shown excellent form. I think they've been playing their best rugby. It's probably not the flying Fijian form that we're used to, but I think it's a more consistent brand of rugby, which is what you need to play in Test rugby. The Welsh, I mean, always a threat. They've got such good players, and under Warren Gatland, who knows what they're going to bring out. So we will have to wait and see, but make sure you do tune in for the Wales-Fiji game later tonight. So we go to a scrum on the 5 meters. So the Chileans, not out of hot water yet, but it does go down. Nothing nefarious there, says Nick Berry. So we're going to have a reset. Great to see Michael Leach still involved in the Japanese side. An absolute stalwart for the Japanese. So play resumes. As I said, down deep in the Chilean half on the 5 meter. They will look to exit well. Something I spoke about yesterday as well is, the sign of good and great teams is the small boring plays. And by boring, I mean extra strategies, right? Just doing the basics well, getting out of your half. Strong scrum here from the Chileans. Pick and go off the back by Escobar, trying to make a few more meters for his 10 to clear. So the Chileans have secured it. Torabella looks, he goes back to his forwards again, guys. This flat-footedness, you are losing ground every time. Hopefully the coaches will have a word with him about that at the half. So Torelba poises to kick and does so. Up into the air we go. He finds touch. And that was, you can consider all things a good exit there from the number 9. Excellent. Hello, Hannes Bierman. Thank you so much for becoming a Forever Sports member. So if you guys aren't sure what that is, go check it out in the description, guys. As I said, ways to support the channel is you can like this video, you can subscribe. One of the best ways is to become a Forever Sports member for 19 Rand 99 a month. It allows us to bring you all this coverage. But we are back to it. The Japanese successfully win their own line out, and then into the center field we come. Here come the Japanese. Hopefully they can hang on to the ball, string a few phases together. Yes, no, they've knocked it backwards. So they've still got the ball, but the Chilean defense looking really strong. Here they come to the right-hand side. Long looping pass over the top. Excellent bit of athleticism there from 14, Matsushima, to keep the ball in play. Jumping in the air and throwing it back inside. The Japanese hang on to it. Here we go. Nagata, long skipping pass out to his forwards. Going left out to Matsuda, who hands it off to Nakamura, taking it into contact. Nagata looks to come back to the right-hand side, where it is the try scorer, Fakatava, taking it strongly into contact. But the Chilean defense looking good. Out we come both the right-hand side and then onto the left, with the Chileans having none of that, shutting it all down very, very well. But good from the Japanese, a few phases together. Lovely quick hands from the Japanese. That was fantastic to bring it all the way to the right-hand side. But the Chileans are everywhere. Nagata looks, goes to the left, out to one of the big men. It might be indeed Inagaki. Here we go to the left again. The Chilean defense looking strong. There is a penalty advantage potentially. Nagata coming to the right-hand side. Out the back, again, good passes. Nice flat pass to the wing. Really strong run there, I think, from Riley for Japan. Back into the center field now. Japanese slowly making their way up the field. Oh, and it's spilled. So we will come back for that penalty advantage. Better from the Japanese. Probably their best piece of phase play. Definitely the longest that they've had. But still not, I don't know, still not the most, oh goodness, looks like a very late tackle from number 3 there, Mateus Daitis on, oh no, you don't want to see that. The Japanese number 3, Gu, who immediately looks like he's screaming in a lot of pain and holding his right knee. From initial looks, that looks like foul play. And I think Nick Berry is probably having a word with the TMO. But hopefully the big man, number 3, yeah, we see him pick past. That ball has gone a long time. Just catches him at such an awkward angle. Oh, really horrible to watch. But Nick Berry is having a chat with his officials, potentially as well with the match referee. Yeah, we are going to the TMO and they are having a look at this. It did look very late. And also just, yeah, potentially, sort of Rugby World Cup campaign ending, which is not what you want to see. You want to see, hard physical play, but within the laws, yeah, for me, that's late. That's at least a yellow with a bunker. There is a wrap, but my goodness. So having a look at the chat, guys, there. Wales' past history was great, but anything can happen. Yeah, absolutely, Penny, you're quite right. We don't know what will happen tonight. Lindsay Lowe saying Chile playing remarkably well for their first World Cup. Lindsay, I'm absolutely with you. They are really playing out of their socks. And we do have a yellow card, and it is referred to the bunker. So number 3, Mateus Daitis, or Dittis, probably getting a bit too excited there, trying to do too much. But yeah, I definitely think that was at least a yellow card. So it is under review. So for those of you who aren't familiar with the bunker system, something that's been brought in by World Rugby, they will give a yellow card if it meets the yellow card threshold. And then if they think it potentially could be upgraded to a red, instead of deliberating there on the field, they sort of send it up for review, and then a foul play expert or referee then reviews that, and they have 10 minutes, I believe, to decide whether that stays a yellow card or is upgraded to a red. So that's what we saw happen to Tom Curry last night. Initially a yellow card and then upgraded to a red. We've got, Penny saying in the Six Nations way back in time. No, yeah, I mean, the Welsh have always, they've definitely had seasons where they've been very strong. And as I said, I mean, last World Cup, they were, number 4 in the world. The last 4 years just not being able to maintain that form, unfortunately. Okay, good to see that the big man, number 3 for Japan, Gu, is indeed back on his feet. Just some heavy strapping on that knee. So, yeah, I think great to see that he's not ruled out. Matsuda now looks to kick for the line with an excellently placed kick right on the 5 meter. So again, the Japanese here, you think, should score. How's it, Eddie? We've got Eddie Harvey in the chat. Welcome, Eddie. Great to have you here. Let us know where you are watching from. So line out for the Japanese on the Chilean 5 meter. On the left-hand side, they go to the back. They set for the maul. It's a strong driving maul. The Chileans wheel it around a bit, causing a bit of disruption. The Japanese not really able to get much go for it ball. It splinters off 2 meters from the line, it comes down. It's been somehow stolen. Someone called the police. The Chileans have absolutely robbed that ball. No right to it. So the Japanese undoubtedly will be very disappointed again. Not out of jail just yet for the Chileans. They will need to exit. Torrealba looks to do so. He does with a high box kick out into touch. So not much territory gained, but I feel like the Chileans will be very happy with that. So it was number 2, Diego Escobar, who somehow, by hook or by crook, no, does very well at the front of that. The absolute, what strength from the Chilean hooker to rip that ball loose, make a massive turnover. So definitely looked like he saved his side a try. The Japanese, there were about 3 or 4 of them all ready to go from that driving maul. So great work from Diego Escobar, who was just receiving a little bit of attention on his ankle, it looks like. But excellent work. So I do agree, guys, with Lindsay in the chat there saying the Chileans are playing excellent rugby for their first World Cup outing. Absolutely, I agree with you, Lindsay. I do think the Japanese, though, not playing their best. As we said, the stats earlier were just a bit overwhelming and how much possession the Chileans had as well as territory. But now the Japanese starting to get a bit more ball in hand. So we have another Japanese line out on the Chilean 22 on the left-hand side. And again, the Japanese will look to use this platform to go ahead and score themselves a try. Over the top it goes. Whether that was on purpose or not, I'm not sure. However, the referee has deemed it to be not straight. Bit of a harsh call. Looked like it came straight down the middle. But Nick Berry saying that overthrow at the line out, not straight. And Chilean ball. So again, frustrating for the Japanese. You know, I think only once or twice, really, they've been able to sort of string a few phases together. But just not able to capitalize from their set play. You know, 2 line-out mauls on the 5 meter, you think surely they would have gone over. But the Chileans doing really well to disrupt that. Hello, Koliswa Somi. Thank you so much for becoming a Forever Sports member. Excellent to have you on board. So the Chileans here go to the front of the lineout, successfully complete that. They set their own driving maul. Lineout is deemed to be over, says referee Nick Berry. Use it once. Escobar has it at the back. And the Chileans just slowly move it up the field. They brought it right to the left-hand side touchline. Nick Berry saying to Torrealba, right, you've got to use it, but they are still going forward, the Chileans, and that ball is available. So probably a good bit of territory they gained. Torrealba directing his forwards, saying go. So out to the right we come. Again, the Chileans still catching it flat-footed, but slow. Yeah, slow ball. He's screaming for his forwards to come a bit closer. Doesn't want them eating up too much space. He wants to potentially suck in a few Japanese defenders, but still give his backs room to work with. But I don't think we're going to be running it out from here. He does look like he's poising to kick. And number 9, Torrealba dummies, though. Snipes up a little bit, but then is caught a little bit isolated. But nice little bit of ingenuity from him. Number 6, Captain Sigren playing scrum half, handing it out to his 10, Fernandez, who stabs it downfield. And a good territorial win, you could say, for the Chileans. So it'll be Japanese ball, but I think they'll be happy with that that play. The Japanese then go quick. Number 14, Matsushima, stamming it back down the field, saying, actually, we'll just pin you back in your half. So smart play from the Japanese to go quickly and then to identify the space. No one at home for the Chileans. And yeah, really good work. Kevin Baxter saying the Chilean prop targeted his knee. Yeah, absolutely. I think, as I said, definitely yellow card to me, both being late as well as that sort of very specific or low tackle there. Did look quite dangerous. So we'll see if it gets upgraded to a red card, probably here within the next 7 minutes or so. Aplaplak saying cheers from Chile. Excellent to have you here. What do you think about the game level of a rookie team like Chile? Yeah, I think, you know, if you have a look in the chat, what we've got is probably some good support for the Chileans, as well as some very nice compliments. I mean, to be hanging in, and I wouldn't even just say hanging in, I would say they're matching the Japanese, 7 points to 7. Okay, so we do have the review. It is deemed that is not going to be upgraded. It will remain a yellow card. I think that potentially is because of the fact that number 3, Gu, got up and carried on playing. I think had he been stretchered off with a more serious injury, I think Mateus Dittus very easily could have seen himself with a red card. So he will breathe a big sigh of relief as he does. Sam in the chat saying for a Rugby World Cup debut, very impressive. Absolutely, Sam. I'm there with you. I am, really rooting for the Chileans to keep playing some excellent rugby. Would be nice to see the Japanese get a bit more into the game. They've got more possession now, but they're just not firing on all cylinders. But here they come, the Brave Blossoms from the line out, off the top, into the centre field. Strong run there from Naya Kabula. Back to the left-hand side. Fakatava, the try scorer, taking the ball into contact now. Nagata comes, takes it to the line, out to Matsuda. Lovely little stab through. Knock on from the Chileans. So still Japanese ball now. Fakatava again. Big day in the office for him. Nagata wants quick ball, but being disrupted or slowed down by the Chileans. However, Nick Berry saying no advantage game. It is the knock-on that they will come back for. So again, you feel like a good attacking platform for the Japanese here on the Chilean 5 meter. Can the Chileans hold them out though? They have done so a number of times before. Can they look to disrupt this Japanese ball? About 12 minutes to go in the first half. Guys, in that chat, let me know. We had some initial predictions for scores and who's going to win. It's 7-7 with 12 minutes to go. Let me know, what do you think the halftime score will be? Or at least who do you think is going to be in the lead? In the chat there, we've got Chile saying, let's go Japan. It's quite confusing, Chile, there, your name and then who you're rooting for. But I got you. Spelled very differently, so that makes all the difference. So we're looking here to set up a scrum. It's a bit slow play. Play hasn't been the quickest. Potentially a lot of players kind of going down, receiving attention. It is a different pace here. Right, what this delay is for rather is actually the Chileans needing to field a front row, right? One of their props is currently off with a yellow card. And so we need to have a reserve prop come on, just waiting for his number. It does look like Augusto Bemi, who comes on with a phenomenal mullet. And one of the backline players is sacrificed, always tough. But we set up for the scrum, as I mentioned. Okay, so territory, right, now we start to see the stats swinging a bit. Territory, the Japanese have had 73% of territory. So they've managed to pin the Chileans back quite well. So we go to scrum, we set. It's strong from the Japanese. It's a strong push. Ball is available. Nick Berry says play on, so no penalty advantage gained. Nagata picks and goes, gives it out, almost reaches for the line. He's over. That looks like a try to me. Is it Naya Kabula who comes up with the ball? It is indeed the number 11 for Japan, Joan Naya Kabula. So great little darting, pick up and go there from the Japanese number 9 on the left-hand side, down the blind side. But great strength from Naya Kabula to hit that ball at pace and then reach for the line. So second try for Japan, Joan Naya Kabula. So Penny Lane, halftime score, same. Well, Penny, unfortunately, that's not going to be the case anymore as the Japanese have just scored. It's always a bit harsh when that happens. Excellent work here for Naya Kabula to get and reach for the line. Guillermo saying, thank you, Lindsay. We have a very proud rugby history with England and France playing their part, bridging the renegade to our shores. Yeah, absolutely. It's excellent to see the Chileans now starting to make their way into the World Cup and onto the international stage. Kevin Baxter, Kevin's gone above and beyond, guys. Be more like Kevin. Kevin's saying halftime score 17-7. Okay, so Kevin's expecting some more tries from the Japanese. And then full time, 35 points to 14. Thank you, Kevin. Excellent work, man. Can't ask for much more. No worries, Penny. Very difficult. I got all my Super Brew picks, the scores wrong. So I haven't got one score differential right. So no worries about that. Very, very difficult thing to go. Chile there saying, can't wait for the South African game later. Yeah, guys, make sure you tune in to join Stevie P, who's going to be taking you through that South Africa-Scotland game. It is going to be an absolute cracker. I am undoubtedly going to be very nervous, as I am always, every South African game. But we're back to this action here. The Chileans, I think they'll be disappointed with that. The Japanese will feel like that they yeah, they worked hard for that try. There's been a couple of times they've been down in that Chilean 5-meter, not able to convert. Excuse me. So excellent work by them. Right. The Chileans get us underway again, just outside the Japanese 22. So not allowing them to kick directly out. Ngara will pose rather to box kick here. And he does. Japanese players give chase. Well, looks like he was taken out in the air, but unfortunately spilled forward by Ayarza. The Japanese are able to recover that ball. So here they come, dink over the top, identifying the space in behind, no one at home, and the ball bouncing out into touch. Strong chase from the Japanese players. It did look like 15 number Ayarza was taken out in the air as he was collecting that ball. 2 minutes on the yellow card, guys, until number 3 comes back on. So here he goes up into the air. Like Leach there just gets in the way to disrupt him. But then a great kick over the top by the 9. So the Chileans have a line out. Again, they have to exit now again well. And they do. They go to the back. They set the driving ball. Nice and quick play. Number 2 wraps around, takes it to the line and into contact. So good run from Diego Escobar there. Torelba looks to box kick. He kicks high. Good chase from the Chileans, who dinks it backwards and is collected by the Chileans. That's excellent work. And then looks to kick it out, but it comes off a Japanese player and goes out into touch. So the Chileans not making things comfortable for the Japanese. We do see one of the Japanese players down at the moment. It does look like they're number 9. Magara, they're just in a bit of discomfort. Although the ball looks like it's just been kicked. Oh, and maybe winded him. Oh, right in the ribs. So I think he's just winded. Yeah, he's up. That's never a fun feeling. And not much you can do about that, really. Lindsay Lowe saying halftime 14-7 to Japan. Lindsay, that's what the score is at the moment. So Lindsay saying no more scores until then. Bradley really saying, I've got 1,500 rand on Chile for 12 odds. Bradley, you are very invested in this game. Let's see if you can make a bit of money of it. Hopefully that is with Boyle Sports, Brad. If not, go check out Boyle Sports, guys. Kevin Baxter saying Chilean number 12 hits very hard. Looking forward to the box game. Best wishes from England. Thanks, Kevin. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, it is indeed number 12, Garafulik, who's looked very strong when he both carried and defended. So the Chileans are up for the task. They are here to play, which has been fantastic. I think potentially people, if you look at sort of some public forums, people saying 97%, Japanese to win this. But I think people were saying maybe not. Maybe an upset is on the cards. Little pick and go from Torelba around the right-hand side there. Not making much ground. Michael Leach just being told to get back on side. When it comes to the Chileans now starting to look like they're running a bit more with ball in hand and meeting the ball at pace. Not allowing the Japanese to just shut down. There we go. Take it to the line. Excellent. Hold Japanese players there. Keep them honest. Ayarza, after his first breakthrough run there, he's been solid, but not been able to replicate that breakthrough. We come back to the left-hand side now. Chilean forwards crashing it up. Torelba looks to go back to the right-hand side. Fernandez distributing out to his forwards. Then quick hands, but brought down and stolen. First player there. Michael Leach says, I'll take that. Thank you very much. It is chipped ahead by the Japanese player. It does stay in play. Can they collect it? And the ball, is just going to win the race. Whoops. And he almost runs over the signage there. It was the big man, Vakatava, giving chase there. What speed from the big man. I thought, no ways. But he showed excellent pace to chase after that ball. Michael Leach doing what Michael Leach does, being the first player there, getting his hands on the ball, turning it over, and then recognizing the space in behind. It was Vakatava kicking and chasing. So excellent skills from the big man. And almost doing so close. And then just running out of field, really, running straight into the signage board there. But the Chilean 15, Ayarza, able to pull him back and say, careful, mates. Yeah, all good. Nice to see. Good spirit between these two sides. A good contest so far. 14 points to 7. The yellow card done. So Mateus Ditters comes back onto the field. And I think Chile will be quite happy with that, only conceding 1 try during that yellow half period. Again, they didn't look like they were a man down, so good defensive work. Right, here come the Japanese. They've stolen the line out. They brought it to the center of the field. Now they work their way to the right-hand side. Lovely skip pass out to the wing here. Here goes number 14, Sakushima, into contact, but the Chilean defense doing very well to disrupt that, and in fact, winning the penalty. So, sorry, not Sakushima, Matsushima. Great stunning burst of pace down the right-hand side there, but then just isolated. Lovely skip pass. I think that was from Matsuda. But the Chilean defense over that ball very quickly and turning it over. Bradley, we wish you luck with your bet in the game. Second Japanese try there, Sean. It was correct me if I'm wrong, guys in chat, but I believe it was Naya Kabula. It was a scrum on the Chilean 5-meter, picked up by Nagara, taken to the line, given to Naya Kabula, and had the strength to go all the way through. Kian VDH saying halftime set 19-7. So predicting potentially one more unconverted try here for the Japanese. But at the moment, it is the Chileans. Do a nice little trick play at the line out. Securing that ball. So all the way on the left-hand side, still within Chilean territory. They'll look to hopefully make some ground here. 4 minutes to go before the half. And it is Torrealba saying, no, I want to clear this and kick it. So he does, dinks it over the top. Good chase, but well collected by the Japanese number 14, Matsushima. And here we go. So into the center field, do the Japanese forwards go? Nagara there, getting the ball out nice and quickly to Matsuda, out to one of their big men. Stepping nicely, good footwork. Oh, turned over, the referee says. Fair play. I thought the ruck was set, but Nick Berry saying no, but then unfortunately seems to be fallen off his feet, not allowing them to play the ball, hanging on. So the Japanese here will breathe a sigh of relief as, they come away with that penalty. But I think, for me, Diego Escobar has been absolutely fundamental to the Chilean success. I mean, they've all been massive in defense, but he's been, particularly strong. We do see a bit of head-on-head contact there. I do wonder if the TMO might get involved. Nick Berry is saying, hang on just a minute. So this is what we saw last night. TMO is coming in saying there has been a bit of head contact. So it was on the speedster, number 14, Matsushima, from one of the Chilean players. So do we see a bit of foul play here? Welcome, Dudley Soul. Thank you so much for becoming a Forever Sports member, guys. While we have this break and play, once again, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, and if you can, look at possibly becoming a Forever Sports member, just like Dudley has. It allows us to bring you great coverage. As I said, the most extensive coverage of any Rugby World Cup on YouTube ever. So excellent work. And that, to me, looks very similar to the Tom Curry card. So it is indeed going to be another yellow for the Chileans. And I reckon it's going to be referred. And it is number 6, their captain, Sigren, who is going to the bin. Oh, goodness, that is tough stuff. So Martin Sigren has got a yellow card for going upright into the tackle, head-on-head collision, and it has been referred to the bunker. Yeah, I mean, not many mitigation factors there, to be honest. He didn't look like he was bending at the hips. There was a bit of a wrap. He was upright, though, head-on-head, so that is tough stuff, but we might see that be upgraded to the red. So not great for the Chileans. After putting in a monumental first effort here in the first half, it would be disappointing to see them go down to 14 men permanently. But Matsuda looks to gain good territory as he kicks it out into touch. So we are just within the Chilean 22. They have a man advantage in the forwards. So Martin Sigren, number 6 for Chile, now will not be in their pack, able to drive back the Japanese forwards. And here they come. They go to the back. A little trick play. Tried to do a bit of a wraparound, but it does look like a Chilean hand did get in there. Nick Berry says, yes, there was a knock. So the Japanese trying something new. Quite interesting that they would go, maybe thinking that the Chilean forwards will throw in everything and therefore sort of suck them out and go around the left-hand side. Kian, I predicted that Japan wins with 26 points. Okay, so still got quite a way to go there. Kian, Jerome saying, come on, Chile, I need this 4K profit. So it looks like lots of people got money on the game, guys, and hopefully you've done that with one of our channel partners, who is indeed Boyle Sports. So since there's lots of betting chat going on, guys, please do go check out Boyle Sports. Do you think you know what's going to be? Then why don't you head over to Boyle Sports and create an account and place your bet? Not only can you win big with your prediction, but Boyle Sports will match your first deposit up to $1,000. That's 1,000 Rand free, guys. So check out the description and join today. Victor Ives saying, go Chile. Lots of Chile support. So here we go. From the scrum, the Japanese, good attacking platform, over the advantage line. Referee has his arm out. Nick Berry saying, I think an offside there. So the Japanese here have an advantage. Here comes quickly Nagata out to Matsuda. It's long pass to the number 14, but deemed to go forward. Matsushima there looked like he was in for all money, but that pass deemed to have definitely deemed to have come out of the hands forward, but they will come back for the Japanese advantage. Okay, so you have 30 seconds left in play here. You are about 20 meters out. Do you try once more for the line? Or are you taking the 3 points? Going in 17-7. I think that was one of the predictions in the chat. So very good to, who was that? 19-7 was Kian, so very close to that. 14-7. 17-7, Kevin Baxter. Oh, Kevin, sorry to disappoint, though. They've not come from the posts. They're going for the corner. So these guys want one try. And they're going to get one last crack at it as we are now into the red. So any mistakes, and this first half comes to an end. So we go to the back. They reset the contact points, but the Chileans able to adapt quite well, driving them towards the touch line. But the Japanese do look quite set. The Chileans have done very well at this. They've been able to spin, but they come out, and it is the big man, Fakatava, who scores his second try of the afternoon. Just as I was saying, what good work the Chileans had done. So what we had seen them do is actually get around and try and spin the maul, which looked like the Japanese were unable to recover from. But Fakatava found himself in acres of space, then popped out and no one in front of him. And probably one of the easiest tries he's ever scored in his life. So he has 2 tries in this game in his Rugby World Cup campaign. Excellent work from them. So interesting to see a nice little creativity from the Japanese, shifting that contact point, going to the back and then throwing it to the middle. Kian, you did say 19-7 halftime, so you will be hoping they missed this kick. But Fakatava there, just opening up from the original maul, spinning around, and no one in front of him, knows where the try line is. Great rugby IQ. Chile in the chat saying, I'm betting on Japan, although I didn't actually bet with my money. Chile, whose money are you betting with? And should you be doing that? But you know what? I'm not your mum, so do what you want. Let's have a look. Jay Spears saying, I strongly don't agree with this 8-minute review nonsense. The sit and analyze super slow-mo in all angles. This has no reflection on the incident at the time. Utter nonsense. Jay, I must say, I do agree partially with you. So conversion is taken. It does go through the post. So I'm so sorry, Kian. You've not got the prediction. But probably, I think the closest, we do sit at 21 points to 7 as the players come into the half. But before we go, guys, I just want to sort of recap the half as well as carry on Jay's point, because this might provide some good chat over the halftime break. So Jay doesn't like the bunker system, and I agree with it in the sense of the fact that, when you look at things in slow motion, it doesn't reflect actually what's been happening in the game and the real-time speed that the players have to react. So I would prefer, I think, you can use slow motion to look at where contact was made, and that should be it. So if you're not sure if contact was made on the head, then use slow motion to see where that contact's made. Once that's been determined, I think then you look at real-time stuff, and you think, okay, was the player in a reasonable position to change? However, with this, with Stigran's yellow card, you could argue that he was never in the right position. Very, very similar to Tom Curry, right? And this is, again, just my opinion. Tom Curry and Sigrid now were both in an upright position, never looking like bent at the hips, like they were trying to go low. So, they're just in the wrong position. But I do agree with you on the point of looking at things always in slow motion. But we are at the halftime break, guys. Thank you so much for joining for the first half. I'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes. But while I'm gone, go make sure you let me know in the chat what you've been most impressed with. I think personally for me, it's been the Chileans. They've showed up to play. They've matched the Japanese. I think, the Japanese should have been over the try line a lot more, but the Chilean defense has been huge. And what you're looking forward to seeing in the second half, I hope we see some more Chilean tries. I think that first try they scored was absolutely electric, and they seem to find holes all over in the Japanese defense. So hopefully we can see more running rugby from this very exciting Chilean side. But until then, guys, enjoy the halftime break, and I will be back with you shortly.
Hello everybody, my name is Stevie P and I'm here to tell you about BITDEFENDER, who are one of the Forever Sports channel partners. BITDEFENDER offers world-leading cybersecurity solutions which make sure that all your data is protected across all of your devices. We make sure that we are never compromised thanks to BITDEFENDER, and you should as well. Alongside their world-class cybersecurity needs, they also offer a world-class VPN, which not only hides and protects all your data and your internet privacy, but also allows you to access content from around the world using this VPN, which means you can unlock certain content which you might not otherwise have been able to watch, including live rugby across the world. So make sure you get BITDEFENDER. Check the description of all of our videos to get yourself a BITDEFENDER subscription. They are not only one of the world leaders, but also one of the most affordable options out there. So there really is a no loss of situation here. Get yourself BITDEFENDER, get yourself protected, and make sure that you're never compromised thanks to BITDEFENDER. everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about Boyle Sports, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is Boyle Sports. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with Boyle Sports.
7 halftime. When did that comment come in? Did that come in after the halftime whistle? I'll say it didn't, and there's a good prediction there, Cyborg. So excellent to have you here in the chat with us. Lindsay Lowe again saying, I'm impressed with Chilean defense. Well done, guys. Yeah, I'm absolutely there with you, Lindsay. I think the defense has been really impressive. I think there's been a few plays or phases, times where the Chileans have just been maybe a bit too over enthused, getting himself in an offside position, but I think nothing they can't tighten up at halftime. We've got Danilo saying, Vamos, Chile. Yeah, absolutely. So some Chilean fans looking for the first win in their Rugby World Cup debut, but very, very impressed. Lindsay saying, good broadcast, Wes. Thank you so much. No, it's excellent and really awesome to be here with you guys and bring you the coverage of the Rugby World Cup 2023. Now, I do have a bone to pick with you guys because often when I ask, you do deliver, and you've been excellent in the chat. But I do see that I've got about 270 odd, 280 odd people watching the stream. There's only 43 likes on the video. Come on, guys, please go like the video. Right, that's free. Liking the video is free. Subscribing to the channel, free things. So if you can, guys, please make sure you like the video and subscribe, and also look to become a channel member. So we had, I think, about 3 or 4 new channel members today, which is epic, guys. Thank you so much for that support. But thank you for just being here as a part of this broadcast. So we've got obviously the second half coming up between Japan and Chile. Later on then is probably today's big clash. Well, I guess depending on who you are and who you support. South Africa versus Scotland. What a clash that is going to be. Make sure you tune in to join Stevie P, who will be taking you through that watch along. And then later, I'm back with you guys tonight for Wales and Fiji. That is going to be quite an epic clash as well. I think with the form the Fijians have been in, that consistent rugby they're playing, still with that bit of a Fijian flair, and against Warren Gatton's men who, well, we're not quite sure what we're going to see. Again, there've been moments of the Welsh brilliance this year, but nothing consistent. So can they start to come out strong and deliver some consistent good Welsh rugby like we know they can do, like we saw in 2019 where they finished the top 4th or the 4th side in the world. So hopefully they'll be looking to get their campaigns under to a good start. Having a look, there wasn't much chat about sort of what Jay and I were chatting about before I left. Jay Spears, that is, saying about the bunker review system. I agree with Jay on the fact that I don't think looking at everything in slow motion is, what's the word I'm looking for here? Not correct, but it doesn't do the situation justice. It's not very genuine. I think, as I said, if you want to identify where contact was made, sure. However, if you want to then look at timing, I think you've got to watch it in real speed. But as I said, I think Sigrin and Tom Curry both came to that tackle high, and so therefore you could argue were never in the right position to make a legal tackle. So yeah, we'll have to see. He awaits his fate, whether that does get upgraded to a red card, which would be a massive loss for the Chileans. Terrible to see them go down to 14 men for the second half. And this is going to be a big second half because I think it's what we saw with Romania, what we saw with Georgia, what we saw with the Namibians yesterday. These tier 2 nations who don't get as much international rugby time as the tier 1 nations. And so the first half, they're often able to sort of be within a shout. Like I think we saw the Namibians, within 9 points of Italy at half time. And then that second half just comes along, and due to the difference in fitness, the difference in sort of match fitness. As I said, I mean, you can train all you want, but there is no substitute in rugby for an actual game. And so they then started to really feel tired legs on the field, and everything started to open up. But Joshua in the chat there saying, so great to see some up and coming teams play some good rugby. Absolutely. This goes back to, I think World Rugby is in a position where it's the strongest globally it's ever been. I think you've got good sides who are doing great at the moment. I mean, you've got France on song, Ireland looking well, the Springboks looking strong, New Zealand not quite where they normally are, but still looking good, Scotland looking good. And then you've got sort of, the second tier nation sides also playing excellent rugby. Like I could keep going on about Fiji. I won't. I'll save that for later. But it is fantastic to see them start to be consistently competitive and not just, an upset potentially. I think that's why I was so disappointed with last night's game with Argentina, where you have this traditionally tier 2 nation. We can almost think of them as like a 1.5 now, kind of creeping in there. I mean, they beat some big names last year. They beat the All Blacks there. I'm pretty sure they beat big teams. And then to kind of implode a bit was not fantastic. So a bit disappointing from them, but they'll undoubtedly be looking to turn that around. I think it was Hugh earlier in the chat saying that he thinks there's a bit of skullduggery potentially going on. Hugh Thomas saying that maybe they lost it on purpose to kind of maximize who they could play in the playoff games. So never know. We'll have to see. It's always dangerous when you start to do that. I think the best way is just to win, right? Simplest, straightforward way, just win all your games, right? Easy game. Rugby is a very simple game. Score more points than the other team. And tournaments are easy. Just win every game. But we are coming up to the second half here between Japan and Chile. Once again, guys, thank you so much for joining us. Okay, so I think it looks like a decision has been made for Martin Sigrin, the Chilean captain. So his bunker decision has, like his compatriots, Mateus Dittus, number 3, who also went for a bunker review, has stayed a yellow card. So it is not going to be upgraded to a red card. So he will be back on the field shortly, which I think, but you see, now this is the thing. So looking at that, I think that's the right call here. But for me, that looks identical to the Tom Curry play. And we are underway. The Japanese playing from right to left in their white and red hooped jerseys. The Chileans in their red shirts with their blue shorts. The Chileans looking to run it out from their half. Stripped well by the Japanese player, but deemed to be knocked forward. So knock-on advantage for Chile. Torrealba, who's been massive in conducting the team's attacking platform, looks to clear. He boxes. Good chase. Not the best box kick, but the Japanese dealing with that really well. I misspoken. They knocked it on. So the Chileans get the ball back in hand. Torrealba, a little bit of a show and go and an offload and a knock forward. And Nick Berry went to blow his whistle, but says play on. So the Chileans looking a little bit frazzled. Big carry by Daitas, who will be trying to make amends for his yellow card. Torrealba now looks to box. He does. Better box kick. Number 12, Garafulik giving full chase and making a strong tackle supported by Velarde as well. 2-man tackle, who then stole that ball. So excellent work from the Chileans, but it does come out loose. So a bit of scramble at the moment, but they are able to keep that ball is out. The Japanese pick and go. Bit of chaos here on the field. I think both teams looking to come out to a strong start. So the Japanese have it, and they're going from left to right-hand side. Long pass, but it bounces. Michael Leach now ball in hand. A little bit of a goosey. Excellent goosey from Michael Leach. He's down the field, trying to get it, but it's intercepted and knocked backwards by the Chilean players. You wonder what could have been, and it is a penalty. Then the Chileans win for themselves. What a little goose from Michael. Was it Michael Leach? I don't think that was Michael Leach. Give me a second there. No, it was not at all. My apologies. I believe Shimokawa, number 7, made that great run down the side there. That was excellent work. Does away to get by one. Gooses the second. Steams forward. Thought he was through for all money. He had an open man on his left-hand side. Decided to go to his right. Chilean player managed to get his hand in the way of that ball and knocking it down. But because it was backwards, it was deemed to be a legal knockdown. So the Chileans ultimately got a penalty out of that. They've kicked downfield, so they're well within the Japanese territory. They go to the front, not clean ball, but they've got it. They set the driving ball. Escobar now, nice run from Escobar. A little step inside and out, makes good ground over the advantage line. The Chileans now within the 22, the Japanese 22. Oh, lovely snipe from Torrealba. He's through. Last minute tackle and the ball is spilled forward. Really unfortunate there. You thought he was through for all money. But number 9, Marcelo Torrealba, making an excellent run there through the gap. Lovely step, looked to offload. And unfortunately, the Chilean player he offloaded to just couldn't quite collect, but he was swamped in a tackle, spilling the ball forward. The Chileans looking threatening, guys. They are here to play. They have showed up for the second half, and hopefully they can keep up that momentum. I think it was number 11, Franco Veladre, who just couldn't keep that ball going. And Tando saying, let's go Japan. So some Japanese supporters in the chat. Hi, Tando, great to have you here. So the Japanese now under a bit of pressure on their 5 meter on the right-hand side of the field, and they'll look to clear, as I said, just things you don't really think about that teams need to do well. Exit strategy. Magada picks, he goes to the right-hand side. Acres of space in front of number 14, but excellently tackled. It was Matsushima again, who's trying to stream down the field. The Chileans have gone quickly. They've thrown it back in. It's a bit loose, but Nick Berry's saying, whoa, 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 I'm going to take that again. So interesting there, the Japanese not kicking it out and clearing traditionally, but rather looking to catch the Chileans off guard. So Matsushima here was a great tackle by 13, Saavedra, Domingo Saavedra from Chile, taking him out into touch. There's about a minute left on Sigren's yellow card. So again, I mean, I suppose the Japanese did score a try towards the end of the second half. So again, the Chileans only conceding 1 try, 1 score. They go to the front of the line out during that yellow card time. They set the driving more, wheeled around a bit, moving slowly up the field. Escobar again looking to go around the corner. The Japanese, you feel like, have to turn that over, and indeed they have. That was the Japanese hooker, Sakate, in all over Diego Escobar and stealing that ball. So Joshua van Black giving us his prediction. And they've gone quickly. Sorry, Josh, I'll get your prediction now. The Japanese have said, no, we're going to go quickly. They've worked it all the way to the left-hand side here. It's hoofed downfield by Mashirewa. Again, a bit of an interesting decision by the Japanese here. So the Chileans now have it. They'll look to run it back. Ayarza stepping, fancy footwork. Nice little offload there. Assisted. Oh, stunning run. Big run by the number 4. Oh, stay in place, son. I think he's just gone out. Oh, my goodness. Clemente Saavedra with a phenomenal run down the right-hand side here. Just looked like he couldn't be stopped. Great effort by the big man to steam down the right-hand side here. Gotta love seeing men in fight. It's just something different. I mean, I'll never forget that clip of Beast running down Beast and Tawira running down the touchline. Just something about it. Something poetry in motion. So we are going to TMO, potentially for some foul play. So we're just looking at one of the Japanese players here. Okay, so we're looking not for a head contact, but rather for a Japanese player getting their hand in the way of the ball. Now, because it's knocked forwards, it could be seen as potentially a deliberate knockdown, which is a misnomer a bit, because it doesn't always have to be knocked down to be deemed illegal, because here the player is clearly knocking up, but with clear intent to disrupt that ball. So I think that the question they're asking here, and it might be Dylan. Where's Dylan? Dylan Riley here might be in a bit of trouble. So we'll have to see what comes of this. There has to be a genuine attempt. Nick Berry's going to his pockets, and it is a yellow card. So a yellow card is indeed shown to the Japanese player, waiting for confirmation of name. So the yellow card for Japan, now they go down to 14 men, and we should see Sigren for Chile coming back on. So that is tough stuff. Yeah, deemed number 13. So it is indeed Dylan Riley here, reaching for the ball, but deemed to be trying to slap the ball away or slap the ball down, which is cynical, potentially stopping a try. So the Chileans have a penalty. They go to the line out. Escobar throws. They find the center. Good take. They said they're driving more. Bit of momentum the Chileans have, moving its way up the field. It's a good rolling maul from the Chileans, but well stopped by the Japanese. Escobar doing excellent work at the back there. Feel like it has to be a use at once. Escobar breaks. He goes on the right-hand side. He's a bit isolated. Looks to offload to 14, who does well to stay on his feet. That is Videla. A little bit of pick and go there from Saavedra, the number 4. A little bit of a dummy then from Torrealba to his forwards, who crash it up. The Japanese are deemed to be offside here. This is a good platform here. The Chileans will look and I think be disappointed they don't score. It goes out to Fernandez, who looks to chip kick over, but it's charged down. But it is collected by Ayarza, who's running down strongly. Oh my goodness, what a run. And he is over the line. Excellent work from the number 15, Ayarza from Chile. You won't believe it, but my stream has stopped just before that try has been scored. So I'm assuming that try is scored, waiting for the signal to come back in. But what play that was from the Chilean backs, and especially that number 15, that man, Ayarza, who was able to set up their first try. So let us see. Excellent, excellent work there from the Chileans. They will have their tails up, no doubt, and be pretty chuffed with that. Kevin in the chat there saying, when foul play panel have just ripped up any credibility. Yeah, sorry. Well, the foul play panel have just ripped up any credibility they had. Tom Curry sent off head contact. Chilean captain head contact, only yellow. Doesn't matter. Only Chile rules are rules. 2 reds. Yeah, Kevin, I have to agree with you there. I think what we want in rugby is consistency, and we're not getting that at the moment from the foul play panel. So here we go. My stream is back up, and it does look like the try has been awarded. So excellent, excellent play from the Chileans. Fernandez looked to cross kick, but I think it was charged down, fell into the hands of the Chilean 15, who then was able, I think, to get across the line. Unless I've missed it here, guys. Unless he was brought down just short. Let me know in the chat there if you've seen it. I've missed that last bit, so apologies for that. As I said, we are in the Okavango Delta, so the Wi-Fi, we just treat it very kindly and hope it cooperates, which it has been doing so far. So the conversion kick is missed. Here we go. Thank you, replay. So we see here it's brought out to Fernandez, who does cross kick. It is charged down. It falls into the hands of the fullback 15, who takes it around the corner. I thought he was through for all money. Massive run. He did get driven backwards. Excellent defense by the Japanese. And then it looked like the Chilean number 9 pick and went for the line, but didn't. Just got short as well. And then the big man, number 8, Alfonso Escobar, picks and goes. Yep. So the try is awarded to Alfonso Escobar. Excellent work from the Chilean, who then got over the line. Here we go. 21-12. And remember, the Japanese are a man down. So Chile will be fancying themselves here, an opportunity to take advantage of that one man. So let's see what we can happen. So the Chileans playing with their tails up at the moment. All the momentum, you have to say, is with them. Alfonso Escobar once again being involved early in the action. All is out, have to play quickly. Torrealba a bit panicked there, but does well to stab it through and gets a good bit of territory gain. Good work from him to chase up his kick and not allowing the Japanese to go quickly. Good work. So far for me, I think Torrealba's had an excellent performance. Have to look at potentially man of the match. I think he's been everywhere. He's been instrumental in the Chilean attack. He's been clinical. It's been a really, really good first half and start to the second half from the Chilean number 9. Right, the Japanese go to the middle. They come off the top. They look to unleash their big number 4, Cornelsen, Jack Cornelsen, who takes it into contact. Nagara box kicks, not the best box kick, but it does fall for the Japanese. So they'll take that. He kicks again over the top. Not much chase going on. I think maybe he identified the space. No one at home. Garafulik collects at the back. He'll look to exit, gives it to Fernandez, who then hoofs it downfield and does not find touch. So the Japanese players now at the back Nyakabula has ball in hand. What can he do? He gets round one. He shapes. He straightens a bit. He unleashes. And out they go. Nyakabula ball back in hand again. So this is better from the Japanese. Again, they scored very quickly after that first Chilean try. So is this going to be a repeat? Here they come to the right-hand side. The big men crashing up in centre field. But the Chilean player looks like he was over that. McBerry deeming no. They come back to the left now. Good strong run from the Japanese. But the Chilean defence up for the task. Alan Robinson saying superb Rugby World Cup debut. Absolutely. For Chile, I absolutely agree. Here they come. The Japanese still coming to the right-hand side. It's thumping tackles made by the Chileans. Nagata again looks to the big men. Quick hands through. But the Chileans are there. Good skip pass. Nice little open into space. So now the Japanese starting to find that potentially the second pass is on. Excellent run from it is Michael Leach, who capitalizes on what you have to say is a good team try. So just like that, the Chileans' hard work of their try undone very well by the Japanese. That probably has been the most positive phase of Japanese play that we've seen so far in this game. It looked quick, it looked accurate, it looked hard. Yeah, it was impressive. All started from that man Naikabula to take it round and unleash. I think it was Mashi Arewa from the back there. Here comes Naikabula. Yeah, excellent work to get around. And then ultimately, Michael Leach getting a nice flat ball. Again, hitting the ball at pace. I think this is something that hopefully the Chileans had a chat with their coaches at halftime about. Whenever they're receiving the ball, it's flat-footed, it's slow. It gives the Japanese or the defense time to come up quickly. Whereas if you hit the ball at pace, remember those defensive players can't move until the ball is out. So if you're running, you've already got an advantage. So 26 points to 12. Still got the conversion to come. Matsuda looks poised to kick. He's got 3 from 3 so far today. Possibly the easiest kick of the day for him. No issues there. Slots it straight down the middle. So we are at 28 points to 12. And the Japanese leading with quite a comfortable cushion. However, they are a man down. So again, Chile will look to get ball in hand and to really dominate on that one-man advantage. If you haven't already, guys, please make sure you're hitting that like button and subscribing to the channel. It is really appreciated. But thank you so much for being with us today here on Forever Rugby with me, Wes, on Forever Sports. Looking to bring you brilliant coverage of the Rugby World Cup 2023. Penny saying, with Curry out, England were brilliant to go on to win the match. Yeah, no, absolutely, Penny. I think it's very strange about this English side. They seem to play a lot better when they're a man down, which is, concerning. But I do agree with Kevin's loss of faith in the foul play committee. I think, for me, Tom Curry and Sigren looked very similar. And so what was the decision to give one a yellow and one upgraded to a red? Right, we're underway again. Little chip over the top from the Japanese players. It is recollected by the Japanese. So just on the halfway mark, now they'll look to get it wide. Going wide has worked for the Japanese. Mashirewa kicks then from center field, high up and under. It stays within play. It's an excellent kick. Matsushima making an absolute harassment of himself. But it was deemed to be knocked forward there. So great pressure from the 15 and 14, Mashirewa and Matsushima. Excuse me, guys. To just to get up into the Chilean space. Great kick, staying in play and then bouncing awkwardly, almost collected by Kotaro Matsushima, but ultimately knocked on, unfortunately. Right, we're 55 minutes in. We do start to see some replacements happening. So let's see who's coming on and off. Chile are starting to make some of their replacements, some of their big men coming off. We've got 20 on and 5 off. So Iceman comes off, and it is indeed Pedrero comes on. And I think it looks like Lucas Carvalho is coming on as well. For Japan, though, Lemeki comes on, 23. characteristic peroxide bleach blonde hair of Lemeki. Very exciting player, so he'll definitely be one to watch. Okay, less than a minute on that sin bin card. So I think Chile will be a little disappointed that they both, scored a try, but then conceded a try. So you could consider it like a neutral yellow card territory. So the Chileans win a short arm at scrum time. Scrums haven't looked very strong today. When they've been set and underway, they've looked solid. However, they've just looked very uncomfortable. So the Chileans hoof it downfield. They do find touch. Japanese players will take it quickly. So a little self-flow there. Matsushima now looks to kick it back and says, no. We want to play down in your half, but it's easily collected by Fernandez, who then takes it up and runs and looks to unleash one of his wingers, but not much space down the left-hand side of the field. Good strong run over the advantage line. Here comes Torrealba to the right-hand side, getting his big men going. Better, they are now starting to run onto the ball. Still a bit flat-footed, but much better than the first half. Clemente Savadra takes it well into contact. Torrealba out to Ayarza Guru Fulik, and then all the way to the right-hand side here to his wing, Videla, number 14, but running out of space there. So Ayarza very much the 15 in a 10 position, a playmaking role. Something we've seen Willie Leroux do as well, though not quite at first receiver, but at second or third. Out to Ayarza again, but the Japanese defense coming up very quickly, holds it. Now Fernandez, now looks to give it to his wing. Unfortunately, just not able to get it. That is 23, Ignacio Larenas, Ignacio. So he was calling for it, screaming for it. Unfortunately, Fernandez just not able to find him, but you did feel like number 23, Lemeki, was tracking back. But oh goodness, it would have been great to see him, Jose or Ignacio, in some space. So almost coming up to our second water break, 57 minutes gone. That'll be at the 60-minute mark. Here comes a host of replacements. Okay, looking at some stats though, tackles made, 103 by the Japanese, only 70 by the Chileans, so more tackles being made by the Japanese, and tackles missed, 26 from the Japanese to 14 of the Chileans. So again, the Chileans forcing the Japanese to make more tackles. I think early on that first half, those are crazy stats that we saw. So it is indeed Inagaki coming off and Miller coming on for Japan. So Craig Miller coming on for the Japanese. Big number 1, Inagaki coming off. And it looks like we are potentially having our water break now, just before the 60-minute mark. Maybe the ref deemed that break in play a suitable time to have that water break. So while the players are refreshing themselves, guys, just remember, while we have a break, let me remind you that this coverage is sponsored by the global leader in cybersecurity. That is BITDEFENDER, one of our channel partners. BITDEFENDER Total Security brings major changes to the way online threats are detected and repelled. The new cyber threat intelligence technologies included can analyze and identify suspicious network-level activities and block sophisticated exploits, malware, bot-related URLs, and brute force attacks. To learn more about BITDEFENDER's offering, please click on the link in the description. Massive, massive thank you to our channel partner, BITDEFENDER, for making all of this coverage possible, and as well as to you guys. It might not seem it, but small things like liking the video, hint, hint, subscribing to the channel, doing small, make a massive difference to us guys. And if you can, become a channel member. That would be fantastic. 19.99 Rand a month supports the channel immensely. Some more substitutions coming on, 21 and 16. So Augusto Bemma and Ignacio Silva actually had the privilege of playing with number 21, Ignacio, when I was over in the US. We played a few sevens tournaments together. He is an absolute bowling ball of a man, but has great skills as well. So looking forward to seeing what Ignacio can do. Right, so we get play underway, a Japanese lineup. They go to the center, off the top it comes. The Japanese looking to release their backs. And Ignacio straight into the game. Excellent work from Ignacio. That's what you call making an impact. Comes on the field, steals the first ball that he's able to. What a fantastic steal. Good, strong tackle there. Down, clear, over, and stolen. Excellent work for Ignacio Silva there, number 21 from Chile. Thank you, Kevin. Really appreciate the support there in the chat. So winning that penalty for the Chilean side, I think Chile really look like they got the momentum with them at the moment. Winning that penalty, they're pushing the Japanese back into their half. Hopefully now they can get a solid piece of set piece and use it as a good platform. Kian there, I'm 10 points off the full time. You are, Kian. You're very, very close. So let's see if we can get there. Still 20 minutes to go. Plenty of time, so lots to happen. So the Chileans look to go to a line-out. They go all the way to the back, an actual overthrow. And the referee deeming that not to be straight. So again, we saw this from the Japanese earlier. We're seeing it now from Chile. Just these consistency issues, especially around your set phases, right? And I think this is really what separates great teams from good teams from okay teams, is how well can you do the basics right. Sipo G is saying, I need one try away from any team to win my bet. Sipo, fingers crossed, my man. Let's keep our fingers crossed for Sipo. Hopefully, we can get you that bet. I know there was some big bucks being thrown around earlier as well. I wonder how everyone's feeling. And again, if you feel like putting down a bit of money, make sure you check out BOYLESPORTS. Link down in the description, guys. So we reset with a scrum on the right-hand side. Japanese feed. The ball is available. So Nick Berry says play on. Nagata picks and comes to the left-hand side. Matsushima taking it into contact, but brought down well by the Chilean defenders. Ignacio, again, is getting absolutely involved there. Massive tackle. Japanese now go to the right. And Nagata looks to clear with a box kick, getting the big men to form a nice train for him, so he's well protected. And over the top we go. So good chase from the Japanese players, but well collected. I think it was by the Chilean number 10. And out it comes to the right-hand side. Sigren taking the ball into contact, looking to make amends for his yellow card transgression rather. Ayara's a little dab over the top. Looks to collect, does so excellently, pass the ball backwards. Nice little play from him. But scrappy. Now can the Chileans capitalize? Oh, lovely bit of ingenuity there, trying to release the ball out the back door, but just not pulling it off. The Blue Baron, Chile are playing really quite well, actually. I think probably better than anyone would have expected. Just as we have a break and play here, the ball deemed to have been passed forward. So the Blue Baron is asking, how are Chile playing? Yeah, I think they're playing really well. I think defensively they've been massive. I think attacking on the offense, they've looked threatening at times. They've struggled with some of their set phases, which I think have let them down. But nice little bit of work there from the 15. Ayarza chipping over the top, collecting that. Yeah, just showing his skill set. We saw a strong step and handle from him earlier in the game. Appreciate the compliment there, Penny. Thank you very much. So we're at 28 points to 12, 60 minutes done, 20 minutes to go, another substitute. So we do see Nagata coming off the number 9 and 21 Nato Saito coming on for Japan. I think it's been an excellent effort from the Japanese number 9, Nagata. So he can, I think, hang his head high. He is going to deserve a well-deserved rest. Nani Maruko saying Japan win. Yeah, I think it's looking likely, but don't count off the Chileans. They've looked like they can score from anywhere. They've been threatening from deep within their own half as well. I think it'd be great to see another Chilean try. The Japanese will be hoping for otherwise, though. So Saito on the field now. What can he bring to his team? The Chilean fans having a great time in the crowd. I mean, why not? Your first Rugby World Cup. Japanese fans also out in full force. Very passionate crowd. The Blue Baron asking, are Chile professional? Yeah, it's a professional side, right? It's difficult with these tier 2 nation sides not getting all the time they need. Ayarza looks like he's coming off. He gets a massive standing ovation from the crowd. I think very well deserved for Inaki Ayarza. Excellent game by him, possibly man of the match performance. And I think he is substituted by Lucas Carvalho. So we go to the scrum. It is a Japanese feed. They win the ball. They come to the left-hand side, the blind side. Naikapula takes it strongly into contact, but loses it. It's deemed to be knocked backwards, but the Chileans have the ball. And here they come to the left-hand side. Forwards doing what forwards do. Dinked over the top by Toroba, finding some space by that man Lemeki at the back in his 22 and kicks it out into touch. So you could say a bit of both a territorial and possession win there by the Chileans. Again, the Japanese had the scrum feed and it was turned over. I think Naikapula losing it in contact. French fans getting really loud. Oh, to be French and watching the Rugby World Cup. Right, the Chileans go to the back of the lineup. They set their driving more. I think they have an advantage crossing the line, Nick Berry indicates. So the Chileans got a bit of breathing room, bit of leeway here to try something. Moore isn't moving much. That's use it once. Nick Berry says, right, now use it. More starting to go forward now. The Japanese having to regather. So Terrell looking for the space, looking up to the right-hand side. Goes to the left-hand side, but the Japanese defense is there to meet him. Oh, goodness gracious me. That looked like quite a dangerous tackle on number 12. Got a Fulik there. Was going through the space. The Japanese players didn't really commit. Looked like they, excuse me, pulled out of the last minute. This probably will be looked at for... Yeah, just a bit of a swinging arm there from number 19, Warren Burns, completely taking out Garafulik. Although Nick Berry didn't call anything. He was watching it, though, but hasn't called anything. So I think Warner Burns waits nervously to see if the TMO is going to get involved. I think a penalty is given, yeah. So penalty given there, no arms in the tackle. So the Chileans, I think, looking very good the second half, right? They've had good ball in hand. The defenses look strong. The attackers look threatening. They're making the right decisions, well, most of the time. Again, you can't expect teams to make them all the time. Even the best sides make the wrong decisions every now and then, but it's about your percentage. How often can you make the right decision when it is needed? Blue Baron getting controversial in the chat there, saying, I think England will win the Rugby World Cup. They deserve it. Right, well, the Blue Baron, hopefully, for your sake, they might do better. They had a good start last night. Now, I see again, Chile losing that line out. So I'm not able to turn that pressure into something, which is very unfortunate. So the Japanese were going to kick it and just relieve themselves a little bit. So Sipo saying the clock is ticking. Indeed it is. Sipo needs one more try. Blue Baron saying, yes, they do. Kian saying, oh, I was not so sure about that. Good steal from Michael Leach there in the line-out. Noni also needs one more try for Japan. So it looks like people are either getting involved with Super Brew or potentially with some Boyle Sports picks there. Right, the Chileans win the line-out, but disintegrates quite quickly, but they are able to retain the ball. It goes down to ground, but Nick Berry is judging it to have gone forward in the contact there. Okay, so things starting to get potentially a bit scrappy here, which is what we tend to see in the second half, especially between sides, sort of Tier Nation or Second Nation sides, especially with the fitness levels. Although I would say that the Chileans are hanging in there with the Japanese very, very well. Guys are asking where to watch the game in the chat. If you go have a look on World Rugby's website, guys, they've got a list of all their broadcasters, no matter where you are in the world. So you can check out World Rugby's Rugby World Cup 2023 page. They will show you, depending on where you live, where you can watch it. They've got all your broadcasters there. So go check out World Rugby for where to watch the Rugby World Cup. I believe it is the most televised Rugby World Cup ever as well, which is fantastic. But we are also bringing you here fantastic coverage of the Rugby World Cup, and we hope you stay with us. We hope you enjoy the coverage here on Favour Sports. I think the guys had excellent turnout for their fan park back in Johannesburg, and we've got another fan park happening this afternoon for the Scotland Springbok game. So make sure you tune in to watch reactions from the fan park, as well as Stevie P taking you through the watch-along. What I've always enjoyed, especially what we saw from both these sides earlier, is just the good sort of respect from both nations. You know, even there's a physical battle going on up front. Right, and we're off to a short arm, so I'll come back to my soapbox preaching just now. The Japanese go quickly. Saito now looking to box kick. Does look a bit deep, so potentially easily dealt with by the Chilean number 14, who, oh my goodness, breaks through the first tackle. Excellent work there from Videla. Torabel descends it deep into the left center field. Torelba, long pass. Ignacio Silva just trying to get that ball away. It was quite a looping pass, kind of opened up. Ignacio now picks and goes. Good strength by him. Bit of crawling on the ground. Referee says, no, that's all right. Torelba looks to come back to the right-hand side. Out to his forwards. Now goes back to the left-hand side to their captain, Martin Sigren. Looks to go to his left. Ball is passed down into the trams there. 13, Saavedra taking it into contact. Again, the Chileans now, a bit of a repeat of first half, catching the ball flat-footed, standing start. The Japanese able to come up quickly, but the Japanese, their discipline hasn't been the best as they give away a penalty for not rolling away. So again, good work by the Japanese, putting on that pressure, not allowing the Chileans to make any ground, basically forcing them to kick, and then giving away a cheap penalty, and just allowing the Chileans to breathe about it. What I was saying before is the respect shown by both sides. So we've seen really good physical confrontation up front, but then we've seen all players be respectful, and that's something I really enjoy about rugby and its spectators as well. It's just the level of respect shown for all involved in the game. Most of the time, can't be all the time, but again, most of the time, I think people making the right decision. Again, people are going to support different teams. They're going to have different opinions, but I think what we're all after is to see good rugby, right? We want to see competitive rugby, and I think that's what makes this World Cup really, really interesting, is that it is so competitive, and you have got, you know, the draw. People have sort of complained about it. It is a tough draw. It is difficult, but it is what it is. So if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. And yeah, we'll look forward to seeing what these teams can do. Okay, 28 points to 12. 66 minutes done. What about we get going in the chat, some updated score predictions, guys? So you've got, what, 14 minutes left? Just over 15 minutes, just under 15 minutes, rather, 14 minutes or so. 28 points to 12. I know Sipos desperately just needs another try. I think Noni was asking for one more Japanese try. So where's it going to come from? The Chileans try to go all the way to the back, but it is intercepted by the Japanese players, who now turn over that ball again. So Chile not able to convert sort of much into pressure. Saito now looks to kick. Over the top he goes. It is not dealt with cleanly, knocked on by the Chilean players, although Nick Berry hasn't seen it. So the Japanese players collected. Here they come to the left-hand side. What can they do? We haven't seen much since that try in the second half. They come all the way to the left. They have got numbers. Numbers should do it. It's taken well there, but tackled excellently by the Chilean 13, Saavedra. Saito goes out to this big man. Nice little deft offload, I think, from Shota Hori there. So a little bit scrappy. Saito gives it to Matsuda, high up into the sky, but dealt easily with by Fernandez then, who looks to take it to the Japanese, but is unfortunately knocks it on in contact. So good take by the Chilean 10, Rodrigo Fernandez, but unfortunately just knocking it on in chat. Right, and the big man, Mateus Dittus, has put in a solid 68 minutes. He comes off the field. And it is, I think, number 18, Inake Kuruchaga, with his phenomenal mullet coming onto the field. So he will look to make an impact at this first scrum. It is a Japanese feed, so we are on the Chilean half on the right-hand side of the field. Saito feeds, well controlled, comes out, unleashes one of the Japanese substitutes, can't get his number there. Good strong run by the Japanese. Here they come streaming down the field. Looked like Dylan Riley there making a good run as well. Here comes Michael Leach. Good strong run by Michael Leach, always driving his legs. Saito, gets the penalty. Good job to milk that Chilean player, not rolling away very quickly there. Bit scrappy, but the Japanese have held on. Saito now looking options right and left. Goes to the left, picks and goes, darts through himself, but not much space there. Closed down quickly by the Chileans. It's pick and gone round the corner from the big man, Warner Derns. But Nick Berry deeming no advantage gained, and the Chilean players not rolling away. So we're straight in the middle of the posts, about 8 meters out. Japanese have a penalty. Michael Leach conversing with, I think, his captain Himeno. And they have called a scrum. So the Japanese backing themselves for the scrum. See what they can do. This was an excellent little play here. Good strong run by the Japanese backs coming through at pace. And again, what a difference it makes when you come through and hit that ball at pace. And again, Michael Leach showing what he can still do after all these years for the Japanese national side. And it was the captain, Martin Sigren, who was penalized there for not rolling away. Just found himself on the wrong side of the tackle. So a Japanese scrum right in the center of the field, about 8 meters out. What a great attacking platform. Here they go. Saito feeds. Solid scrum. Japanese will look to push this forward. Get the penalty advantage. So a bit of a free play here. Saito feeds back inside to number 12 for Japan. He's over the line. Excellent score from Yoto Nakamura. It was fantastic work from the forwards to gain that momentum, get the penalty, but good work from Saito there. Sipo G in the chat is all smiling. There's the try, 33 points to 12. Excellent work, though, from Yoto Nakamura to get over the line. Yeah, not easy. Had to run on a pace, had to make it through a few tackles, which he did. So here we see the Japanese forwards again, pushing hard, milking that, waiting for the Chileans to give into the pressure, which they did eventually. Nick Berry puts his arm out. Nice little feed from the 8. Nice inside pass from Saito, running across the line, back inside to Yoto Nakamura, who then comes back and strong at pace, beats the 13, Saavedra, who has been very strong for Chile today, but coming across at a different angle. Excellent work from the Japanese. Is this mountain too high, guys, for the Chileans to come back from? Sipo is so happy. Flames in the chat. So Doug saying that Japan already have their BP, their bonus points. No need to score another try. Doug, I appreciate it. We're working hard to make sure that we are getting players' names correct. Another thing about seeing these tier 2 nations again is that we're so used to the nation size that we're seeing Ireland, South Africa, New Zealand, Australia, Scotland, all these names. So it's been good work from the Forever Sports team. We've got the phonetic guys. We're doing our homework during the week. Wanting to do justice to the players. James P saying ain't no mountain high enough. So James believes that the Chileans can come back. What do you guys think? Let us know in the chat. It's 35 points to 12. with about 8 minutes to go. Come on, surely Chile can get one more try here before the end of the match. They've played so well, just unfortunately not being able to convert pressure and some of those plays into points. So having a look at our poll, though, 1,200 votes. Thank you to everyone who participated. 80% of you said that Japan would win, 1% said a draw, and 17% said Chile. So the Chileans now have it center field. They look to go left. Martin Sidrian, the captain, takes it well into contact. Torrealba still on the field, still doing good work. Gives it to his 14, Videla, who takes it well into contact. He picks and goes again, not held in a tackle. Torrealba comes back to the right-hand side, although tackled strongly by the Japanese players. Here come the Japanese. There is space. Oh, you just feel like Shoto Hori should have kept that instead of offloading from the ground. Sure thing, Sipo. We will see you later for the Bok game. So a bit of a scrappy contest going on in centre field, although the Chileans still have it. Potentially looking just to give it to the big men to slow things down and tidy things up. The Japanese defense just as fast as it was in the first half. And again, that speed, that line speed, I think you just get in the line of sight of the Chilean players who might just look up for a second or two and then knocking the ball on. And we see the Chilean coaches so frustrated because, again, they're doing, I'd say, about 75% of the basics right. And then just that last little bit letting them down. The Blue Baron, absolutely. Who can forget when the Brave Blossoms defeated the mighty Springboks in the World Cup pool game? Really, really, really impressive stuff. Although, as we said earlier on, I do think that the Japanese side, not quite in the form they were in 2019, although that victory happened in 2015, they were looking really, really strong. Penny saying in the chat, got to give it to Chile for effort. Yeah, no, I think everyone's been, I mean, personally myself, I've been really impressed with the Chileans' performance. It's just hopefully they can go and build from this performance from strength to strength. So we will have a Japanese scrum. New poll in the chat, guys. Has Chile's performance impressed you? Yes, I'm a new fan. Not really. They have a long way to go. I know how I'm voting, so I'll wait to see some of your votes come in. But yeah, I know which one of those options I'm in. We've got 7 votes so far, guys, so make sure you participate in the latest poll. Has Chile's performance impressed you? Right, in we go. Saito feeds at the scrum. It goes down. Nick Berry saying collapse though, but play on. Saito picks and goes around the right-hand side. He chips it through. Nice little probing kick down the right-hand side. Both Lemeki and Matsushima were right after that, but unfortunately the ball beating them and heading out into touch. So the Chileans now will need to exit from deep in their half. We've got about 4 minutes to go, guys. Once again, thank you so much for joining me here on Forever Sports. It's been great to be with all of you. Been great interaction in the chat. Really always appreciate the conversations, where you guys are from, where you're tuning in from, where you're watching from, who you're rooting for, as well as I think we were having some old geography lessons there about what all parts of Zimbabwe used to be called. So you never know what you're going to get with a chat. Right, Torrealba looks to box kick. He does well. Put on a big pressure by the Japanese players. Still stays in play, though. Matsushima gives it to Lemeki. Japanese are saying, screening from the left-hand side. Lemeki making a fantastic run here. Gets around 1-2. There are tons of Japanese players. You feel like it had to go through the hands, but it is knocked on, spilled forward. That is a try gone amiss. Really unfortunate. The Chileans now will look to clear, and they cross kick deep in their half, but turns out it works quite well. Number 12 now is set loose. Garafulik, he's tracked down, gets the ball back inside to Torrealba. Japanese defense having to scramble here. But Nick Berry is saying, no, none of that. He's going to his ear. I think we're going to look for potentially a dangerous tackle. It looked like the Japanese, this is a try that they've left on the table here. Great run from Lemeki, getting on 1-2. Then there were 4-on-2. Simple hands here, just fumbled a bit by number 22. Again, looked up, saw the Chilean player, who then looks to have tipped him a bit. I don't think it's through the horizontal though. So that is 22. Osada, Tomoki Osada. Big hit by number 14, Videla, Santiago Videla. So we wait to see what Nick Berry Deems. Having looked so far, guys, most of us thinking, yeah, absolutely, that yes, I'm a new fan of Chile. Some of us saying not really, and a lot of us saying they have a long way to go. Absolutely they do, right? But I think so far it has been really, really impressive. And I don't think that's harsh at all. I don't think Chile have been great. I think they've been good in certain aspects. I think certain disciplinary aspects have let them down, as well as consistency. But I think for your first, Rugby World Cup, I think it's an excellent showing of their determination and that they are here to play, which is fantastic. Hello, Ronaldo Lewis. Thank you so much for becoming a Forever Sports member rather. Welcome. And as well as Moras the Fourth. Fantastic, guys. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. We really appreciate it. Back to the rugby, though. The Japanese go to the center. They've got a line on the Chilean 5-meter. The Japanese will be looking to score one last try before the end of full time. The Chileans do well to come through the center, though, and disrupt that. Out the back it goes here. A little dink over the top from the Japanese backline player. Oh, my goodness. Matsushima almost able to collect, but it does beat him and go out into touch. So you feel like Matsushima, he's been involved in so many plays today and so close to scoring, but unfortunately just not able to collect that little cross-field kick. Very, very close there. So Lindsay Lowe saying, well played Japan, feel sorry for Chile, but scoreline was inevitable. Hopefully Chile will receive lots of exposure in the next 4 years and come back as a real contender. Lindsay, I'm absolutely with you on that one. More game time for these types of nations. For Namibia, for Chile, for your Pacific Islander nations, I think all needs a lot more exposure. So the Japanese putting excellent pressure there on the Chileans at the line out, not allowing them to exit, and therefore have turned the ball over and now have a 5-meter scrum. So again, this is what I was talking about, those boring plays potentially. No one thinks about exit strategy as being sexy, but they are so important because they can ultimately lead to you conceding points. Penny saying, fun rugby fact, it was invented in England, and I enjoy Alan's response, and perfected in Wales. Absolutely here for it. So Fakatava, having a look at his highlights from this game, 2 tries, a little chip over the top as well and chase, and almost a collect. I think they've awarded Fakatava man of the match. I think he's been absolutely monumental, but we wait to see until that's confirmed. Right, Japanese look to feed their scrum. Solid scrum by both sides, not moving. Nick Berry surely should say right. Available, here comes Saito. And they are over the line. Nick Berry looking for grounding. He says it is held up. So the Japanese players oh so close to getting over the line. Matsushima couldn't have come any closer than that. Really, really, really unfortunate, though, that they're not able to get over the line. Once again, my Wi-Fi has decided. It's almost like whenever a try is about to be scored, the Wi-Fi decides to act up. Apologies for that, guys. Just getting it refreshed here. But my word, how close that was. So we have gone to the TMO. They are looking to see if that ball was grounded. It does look like it was indeed grounded. And Nick Berry awards the try, and it looks like Warner Derns comes away with his try for Japan. So that's now 40 points to 12. So the Japanese able to score one last try, which you feel like is a bit not unfair. Obviously worked hard for it, but the Chilean players, I feel like the scoreline possibly could have been a bit better. So good pick and go from Saito, takes it to the line, releases Matsushima, who gets brought down quite well. And then the big man, Warner Derns, taking it to the line, stretching, using that length, and over he goes for his try, which you have to say is probably going to be the final score of the game. So we wait to see if the conversion is successful. The Japanese fans in the crowd are absolutely loving it. Why not? Always such a great nation to have at any World Cup. Passionate fans. Matsuda steps up to take the conversion. He's been really on point today. The clock is in the red, so this will be the final play. And there it goes. Matsuda kicks it through the posts. The final score, 42 points to 12. So quite a big margin, but congratulations to both teams. I think the Japanese finally found a bit of their rhythm towards the end there, looking a bit more threatening on attack. But yeah, a really, really good congratulations to Chile for making their Rugby World Cup debut. I think they can hold their heads high despite the scoreline. I think, I think they can be proud of moments. They will take the strengths from this game and they will look to take that into other games, guys. So once again, thank you so much for joining me here on Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for our coverage of the Rugby World Cup 2023. That was Japan versus Chile. We hope you enjoyed. I am going to go off and have a bit of a rest now and get myself mentally prepared for the Springbok game, which will be brought to you by Stevie P. So please make sure you join in for our Fan Park Forum as well, and then Stevie P taking you through that watch-along later on for the Springbok game. And then I will be back taking you guys through Chile and Fiji tonight for the final game of round 1 of the Rugby World Cup, and what a first round it's been. Right, guys, thank you so much. All the best, and I will see you all later.